Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing Apeak Tennis and Apeak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that Apeak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate Apeak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use Apeak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate Apeak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun, for health, for life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go.
Tennis can change the world.
The This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing Apeak Tennis and Apeak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that Apeak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate Apeak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use Apeak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate Apeak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go.
Tennis can change the world.
too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Good morning and welcome into day two of this 2023 ITA Division I National Women's Team Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin here, joined by the great Perry Shinen. As we steer the ship, we have four phenomenal quarterfinal matches on the schedule for all of you college tennis fans today. Of course, it starts here, 9 a.m., University of Georgia taking on defending national indoor finalist Oklahoma. Perry, was a phenomenal day one. What do you expect here on day two?
If it's anything like it was on day one, I mean, I'm in. This is crazy good tennis. And also, this is a very special event, right? Because we're seeing a lot of teams that we're going to see again in the postseason making deep runs in the NCAA tournament. So this is a special experience for us, Alex, to see them all together playing main draw and back draw matches against each other in these high stakes situations. That's kind of previewing what is to come.
Absolutely. And to your point, this is the only weekend of the year where you're guaranteed 8 top 16 matchups 3 days consecutively. Now, today, we're going to be focused on the main draw quarterfinal action, but of course, we'll keep you up to date on everything happening across the grounds here in Seattle. But with that said, we've got action on court. Let's get to our first national indoor quarterfinal. It's Blue Blood versus New Blood. University of Georgia, 4-2 winners yesterday over Stanford. They were down early in the doubles point. They ultimately come back to secure that doubles. They're taking on an Oklahoma team that has yet to drop a doubles point this season. Oklahoma playing by far their best match of the year yesterday in a victory over known foe, obviously their NCAA semifinal foe last year in the Duke Blue Devils. But for the record, this is going to be our default mode here as we're focusing in on the one match. We've got 3 doubles sets happening simultaneously. Of course, we want to show them all to you. And in case this is your first match, A, welcome, where you been? But of course, B, how this works. You see 3 doubles matches happening simultaneously. Whichever team can capture 2 of these 3 sets. These sets, of course, played to 6. Tiebreaker at 6-all. No ad scoring. Whichever team can win 2 of these 3 sets, they'll take the doubles point, and with it a 1-0 lead into our 6 singles matches. And how about this on court number 1? Duo went undefeated last year at the indoors, the all-tournament team. It's the Corleys, Ivana Carmen, taking on Mina Rundorn, Jeremina Grant, who, of course, we've been granted permission to call Gigi affectionately. Early breakpoint chance. And there she is, Ivana Bond Corley.
I've heard that is her new nickname, am I right?
She got mad at me. She says, "Can you please stop calling me Ivana?" She's like, "You're not my mother." She's like, "Everyone calls me Bond." And I was like, "Okay."
Bond as in James Bond.
I would assume. Not a bearer Bond. Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
We would think.
Yeah. He's a huge financier. The deuce point, they go right back here to Narundorn. The aggressive nature of Grant. She's hipping, she's hopping. It's quarterfinal day. We're playing tennis. It's a break for the Bulldogs. Court number 1. And again, it's Corley, the 5th year. Sister Carmen's a senior as well, but still has that 1 additional year of eligibility. And they're taking on this duo. Jeremina Grant, sophomore, out of Uruguay, partnered with Mine Rundorn, sophomore out of Hilton Head, South Carolina. Let's put court 2 now in the big box. Again, we want to introduce.
Leads on 2 of the 3 courts, so that might be important this first early game. We don't know.
We're talking break leads?
Just in general, one love leads,
One
yeah.
love leads, okay. And again, energy. This Oklahoma team came out with such great energy yesterday on all 3 courts. But it's worth noting, this is the early match. And yesterday, Georgia played at 9, Oklahoma played at noon. You do wonder, again, it should be enough rest, but it's early. We'll see how Oklahoma responds. And here on court, Lane Sleeth, senior transfer, over from Florida a couple seasons ago. She's partnered with fellow 5th year, fellow transfer, her from Appalachian State in the 5th year, Alexandra Sasha Pisareva.
Pisareva has an interesting path, really coming from the Sun Belt Conference into this new sphere of college tennis. I mean, it's not a knock on the Sun Belt Conference at all, but just it's a new world here.
Absolutely. Pisareva on the deuce, Corley on the ad. Meanwhile, far side of your screen, it'll be 2 players who are going to be switching spots in the singles lineup. I say that now so I don't forget. Meg Kowalski, 5th year, was playing number 4 yesterday. She'll be at the 3 singles spot today. She's partnered with sophomore Mel Riasco. Riasco at the net. Kowalski serving. Sleeth overheading.
Good verb.
So again, veterans here. Oklahoma rocking the all black today. I like it. How about that? A little shimmy shimmy, and now it's an early deuce point, deciding point here on court number 3. Sleeth Pisareva looking for the early break lead on 2. Deuce point goes to the Sooners. It's 2-0. Sleeth Pisareva. As you see, by the way, these courts here, coverage at this beautiful Nordstrom Tennis Center, brought to you by our friends at PlaySite. PlaySite, the official live streaming partner of the ITA, doing a heck of a job making sure we can see, hear everything here at Nordstrom. Again, Riasco, Kowalski. What's the record? Georgia hasn't played a ton of matches, but how's this duo look so far this year, Perry?
Riasco and Kowalski are 6-3 overall, 2-2 this spring. So not perfect, not a perfect record, but I feel like definitely one that we can keep our eyes on.
Said, and of course, again, this Georgia team taking the doubles point yesterday. They were down actually early on 2 courts. against Stanford. In particular, they were down, I believe, 4-1 and 5-2 on that number 2 double spot.
Correct.
We see them down an early break again here.
I mean, Alex, we talked yesterday, highway robbery. So
yeah.
Watch out for these Bulldogs.
Was this just a bait and switch? They're
right.
just, they have you right where you want them?
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe when you're up 5-1, that's where they want you.
So we see a little conference here, Sleep, Pisareva. Just darn good tennis.
That's good tennis. That's good doubles. You know, that's really good doubles. I like how the defense from the Oklahoma team, we're already seeing early 2 really good athletes out there just scrambling.
And again, Kowalski so active at the net. You're going to see her arms flying, limbs everywhere. She throws that quickness around. Riasco, though, has been a little tentative. And again, she took a tough loss yesterday to Angelica Blake in singles. She's been protecting her back. She just didn't. She was not willing to hit it yesterday.
Oh, we saw this in doubles. I mean, she was basically in the side curtain, just trying to run around and hit that lefty forehand.
And even here, look how tight she's standing to the tee. The lefty is just, again, I mean, now she's up at the net, but she just wants no part of that backhand wing right now. Again, this duo, 7-5 winners yesterday for Georgia.
It's interesting because in doubles, when you show that you're so worried about something like that, it is a bit of a bit of an alarm, I would say, for that Georgia team. Just because in doubles you're only covering half the court, so she must be really worried about that backhand side, especially in pressure situations.
Meanwhile, you see on your screen 2-0 lead right now. Grant Narendorn did consolidate that lead. Meanwhile, Donna Guzman, freshman Julia Garcia Ruiz. Breakpoint chances on 3. Deuce point chance on 3, as a matter of fact. We're going to get there in a second. We'll take on Lapata and Hurdle.
That's a heck of a serve +1 there.
Lane Sleeth is just some sort of athlete, isn't she?
Well, again, we talk about explosiveness a lot. I think Lane Sleeth is a perfect example of someone who's just so explosive out there. I mean, we see that first serve and it just pops off a racket.
What a return.
Wow.
Meg Kowalski, who played excellent yesterday, excellent in a straight set win over Alexa Bulkina.
I mean, that is one heck of a win, to say that you beat Bulkina.
Did you see that angle? I mean, come on now.
Insane.
It's ridiculous. And so breakpoint chances back here. Great poach from Pisareva.
That's so smart. Again, the depth from Sleeth really set that up, that down the line depth. Depth is so vital for the baseline player in doubles, especially in the women's game, because it gives the net player a chance to move. It gives us time. It gives us space.
I also think this is what Coach Jeff Wallace was concerned about with his team early. He said they're playing a lot of singles on the doubles court. It was a little singlesy from El Riasco there, wasn't it?
Correct. Yes.
Deuce point coming up. They're going to go to Kowalski. How could you not? She's everywhere. It's great aggression, a big fist pump, and guess what? Oklahoma needs it. They've got the 3-low lead, up a break on 2, but they're down elsewhere. Let's go to court number 3 now on the big screen. As you see the break point chances coming up here for Lapata and Hurdle. Lapata, the freshman, over this year of Kiev, Ukraine. Hurdle, senior out of Warsaw, Poland. Taking on again. Freshman, Julia Garcia-Ruiz, third year, Donna Guzman. I say third year because if you entered college in the COVID era, you don't really
have years.
Yeah, you have 5. You have
Yes.
5 years. That's it.
Maybe 6. It depends.
Yeah, if you have a good compliance office.
Yes, correct.
And so here we go. And this duo, Lapata Hurdle, 6-4 winners yesterday over Choi and Ma of Stanford. And so again, you see, interesting, it's a little different today. This time it's the Rundor and Grant with the early 3-love lead. Although here come the Corleys, little love 30 spot. Right now, obviously, though, Georgia nursing a couple break leads. Would rather be the Bulldogs.
Absolutely.
And I believe this is Hurdle serving on the near side of your screen.
Correct. And Hurdle Lapata are 1 and 2 this spring. So just starting out as a team. And we do see those kind of records here at indoors. I think it's difficult to make an overall assessment on a team basis.
No, missed the serve, I was going to say. Okay. No, missed it. All right, here's a little love 30 spot. Oh, excuse me, a 15-all spot. As you see, by the way, the Corleys do get on the board. 1-3, so Carmen Corley now serving here. And you know it's a little different, and it's tough when you're down in the scoreboard, but where's the Sooner energy?
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a single boomer yet.
Yes. I was going to say it might be because it is 9 a.m. here. So that might be, but it is different. It feels a little different.
No, yeah, as you see the huge return from the freshman Garcia Ruiz. No, the Oklahoma team I know, they're up at all hours.
Interesting.
That's the team we've come to know these past 2 years.
Well, yes, and the team that, as you said, they were back yesterday. That was for sure. I mean, their energy in doubles was palpable.
Maybe have to drop a doubles point this week. Given these deficits, boy, if they can come back in doubles here, just capture a little momentum going into the singles, wouldn't that be huge?
And you know what else? We can usually hear them through our headsets, and that is different. Why right now it's a little silent. It's a little quiet.
For what it's worth, just want to point out Duke Stanford coming up today. Seattle Tennis Center. Not sure if that match is underway quite yet or not. Indeed it is, the 9 a.m. No, is it? It's Auburn San Diego. Excuse me. Auburn San Diego, your 9 a.m. match. And that match is indeed underway.
So we're seeing Hurdle and Lapata really just try to set something up for themselves and make space. I feel like doubles is just all about space. It's about taking space away from your opponent and making space for yourself because these points are so fast, so quick. It's about the baseline player really setting up the player at net to, as you said, to play doubles, to not play two girls playing singles on a doubles court.
And again, it's lopsided everywhere right now. Chances for 4-1 here for Georgia on 3. Chances for 4-1 double break lead again on 1. And there's the hold, so 4-1. Georgia extends their lead on 3. Let's go 1 in the big box. Now we'll get back to Corley. Corley taking on the Rundor and Grant. Again, these Corley sisters undefeated at the National Indoors in doubles last year. Ivana went 4-0 in singles as well.
Talk about siblings who play doubles in college tennis. There are a lot of them, and we're seeing the Corleys together, and also at Pepperdine, the Campanas have usually played together this spring.
That's a heck of a move by Grant, and you see it's the volunteer assistant, Grant Esposito, with the big fist pump for the Bulldogs. They're feeling it. 4-1 double break lead on 1, 4-1 break lead on 3. Only live court right now is on court number 2, so let's throw that in the big box. 4-0 now. It has been all sleep and Pisareva. And I'll tell you what, given Lane Sleeth's struggles of late on the singles court, don't think she's won a match yet at number 1 this season after being so good last year in that top spot for the Sooners. Any sort of win, a doubles win, maybe that gets the momentum going, right, Perry?
Right. Well, she has only grabbed she has grabbed 2 wins this season, but honestly, that's not a big number for Lane Sleeth, and especially compared to her performance last year. And what we're seeing also in college tennis, at least with the girls that play singles and doubles, oftentimes, even if they lose doubles, it can be a great warm-up for your singles match. And sometimes that's how I thought about it, really, as doubles is a chance to kind of test your range, see what you have going for you that day. And I think we see that when we do see the girls playing singles in a doubles court, we're kind of seeing them test the range from the baseline. Whereas I think with a player like Lane Sleeth, going into singles match with confidence after a win in doubles could be vital.
Seeing at least a little opening here for Riasco Kowalski, still the lopsided 4-love lead. And truth be told, again, if you're an Oklahoma fan, I know this is the match you want to see. Oh, no way.
Oh my gosh.
Nice hands, Lane Sleeth. Sneaky nominee for a Tennis Point moment of the day. Tennis Point title sponsor, the ITA Tennis Point Collegiate Tennis Rankings, the ITA Summer Circuit, and of course the official retail partner of the ITA Breakpoint chances coming up for Riasco and Kowalski. But I don't know how much this court 2 is going to matter. Again, 4-1 leads right now for the Bulldogs on 1 and 3. I feel like if the comeback's going to happen, it's going to happen on court 1.
Again, Georgia was not in this winning position, though, yesterday against Stanford. They were down. They came back. So now we're going to have to see, can they close when they're ahead? Because that is a different answer.
Goes wide there, so Kowalski, Riasco do get the break. They're on the board, 4-1-4. Still a lot of work to do here, though, on court 2. Let's put 1 in the big box. Court number 1. You feel like, again, for the Corleys, for this Oklahoma team, if the comeback's going to be mounted, it's got to be their upperclassmen leaders here. Ivana, Carmen Corley.
Absolutely. Now, there is something special about playing doubles with your sister.
Sure.
I think.
Did you ever get to play with Bailey?
Oh, yes. It went terribly. It did not go well for us at all. But having that experience does actually inform my perspective here, seeing how you're extremely comfortable with them, but they also can frustrate the heck out of you. So we'll have to see if the Corleys. I haven't seen them in the past get frustrated with one another on court. They keep it pretty tight out there, but not the same with my sister and I. We would show our frustration, but
I got to play one high school quad. My coach just had this like conviction because my sophomore year, my older brother was a senior. We should have played together, but my coach just was like, "No, you'll fight." And the difference is, my older brother Eric and I like each other, and so it was like,
that's interesting.
Yeah, it was like, no, like we want to play together, and so he let us play one tournament together. We won it, and I think why the pairing works, and I think it works for the Corleys as well. And this is a stupid thing, but when the younger sibling is better than the older sibling,
I have that.
There's actually like it creates a respect in the group. Like the older brother can't be rude to you because it's like, I kind of need you to be good. And so like that's why Eric and I worked so well, because it was like Eric was like, you're good at tennis. We're going to have fun out here. And so it's a respect. Again, Ivana, Carmen kind of acknowledging they need one another, right?
That's really lovely.
Yeah.
I was also the worst one, but was also the ruder one. So we did.
We appreciate you, Noel Alberto, and we appreciate all of you who are tuning in here today. Thank you for the comments. Keep them rolling in. Alex Druskin, Perry Shinen here. Game point chances for Narendorn and Grant to make it 2 5-1 leads now. Again, this is almost a must game, given the scoreboard pressure, and there's a big scoreboard hanging over the Courtney sisters right now. They're well aware what's happening on these other courts.
Right, gonna have to step in here.
Oh, yep.
Oh, yep.
First of all, great move. I got no problems with Grant moving there. Beat me down the line. Ivana just does. Sorry, Bond.
Sure, it was a little too early. I don't think the depth was there for her to move.
Okay, interesting.
Maybe we have to show a replay there for us to debate that. I'm not sure, but.
And so they go back to Ivana Corley. Deuce point coming up. It's a massive one here. As you see court number 3, match points coming up for Hurdle and Lapata. We'll get there as soon as we're done here. Great serve into the body. What a choice.
Right? Don't give her an angle. That was super smart. Sometimes in the biggest points, especially deuce, you do want to serve body. That was very smart.
And so right now, 5-1 lead for Georgia on 1. 5-1 lead. And Westhoff, give me that first graphic. Match points coming up for the Bulldogs on 3.
First match point graphic of the day. Let's go, Alex.
Exactly. Welcome to quarterfinal Saturday.
Yes.
Match points fought off. Ivana Corley serving to stay alive on 1 as well for the Sooners. I mean, credit to Georgia. They've been aggressive on these courts 1 and 3.
I mean, it's amazing to really see these players just stepping in from the first moment this morning.
They've been crossing too. Like they're moving. They're playing free.
And I love crossing in doubles. I think that's what makes it so much fun, right? I mean, because I always thought, okay, I have to protect half the court or half the court, but no, you actually can make it a full court game. That's possible to do.
Lapata splits the middle. 6-1 set to the Bulldogs. On court number 3, so now we can go back.
Close.
What
a finish.
And you see the hug, the victor's hug.
Yes.
See the winners come the spoils. So we go to the split screen now. 5-1 leads here on each of these courts. Maybe sleep.
Ah.
All right. Well, if nothing else, I'm picking Sasha Pisareva to win her match.
Yeah, I mean, she's playing lights out right now. Absolutely. Again, Pisareva coming from App State. I love these stories when players come from conferences that traditionally have perhaps less big-time players in the conference and then come to a place like Oklahoma. She's just been clutch for them at the lower end of the lineup, Sasha Pisareva. And here we are, Lane Sleeth to serve. Let's see that explosive serve out here. Where do you think she goes, Alex? I say out 1.
Body.
Okay.
Yeah. Splits the middle. That's such good tennis.
So good.
Pisareva and Sleeth are playing great. And there, we're going to get our first big Boomer Sooner yell now. Again, the Corleys holding 4-5-2. And we'll see how the energy helps. It's going to be Gigi herself. Sophomore Jeremina Grant serving to give the doubles point to the Sooners. First point Sooners. And now it's match points. Sleeth Pisareva. for the Corleys.
Second match point up here for Pisareva and Sleeth. Again, Sleeth. I'm feeling pretty good about Sleeth's serve right now. I'm saying she should take a little bit off the first serve, put it in to put that pressure. Oh my gosh.
Great hands.
Great hands, yes.
So it'll be a third match point needed. Meanwhile, break point chances. Here come the Corleys. Took them 30 minutes.
We know match points mean nothing in college tennis, and especially leads like 5-2, 5-1, nothing.
And that's a break. Corleys stay alive, 3-5. They've yet to hold, though, in this Carmen Corley service game. Meanwhile, again, match point number 3. Is this when the Oklahoma push comes?
Defense from Georgia.
But Sleeth does it again, and this team of Pisareva Sleeth, they played with the same aggression as Lapata and certainly I'm blanking on who Lapata and yes, Hurdle played with at 3. They're the more eager team to cross. They're the more aggressive team.
Yes.
It's a match for Oklahoma. And again, is that the rallying cry here?
And as you said, that's really a chance for Sleeth to enter her singles match with some confidence, with some momentum. See if she can turn around the season for herself on the singles court. And again, she has already grabbed 2 wins at the single spot for the Sooners, so we're talking early in the season.
The poach. Little off her racket.
Marin Dorn and Grant 2 points away from giving the Bulldogs the doubles point this morning.
Drops good, so it's triple match points for, quadruple match points for the doubles point. Give me the slow clap. Defense from this Georgia duo, Mina Rundorn, Yaramina Grant. Interesting hand gestures there. I think these coaches for Georgia fired up.
I agree.
Frustrated by something going on right now, and so Georgia animated, taking a 1-0 doubles point. That's something to keep an eye on pairing into singles, but man, credit to this Georgia team. They came out aggressive, did they not?
Well, you know what? This was 2 things that I would take from this. The first thing is Georgia came to play. I mean, the Bulldogs are here to make some noise, and we just saw that in doubles. They really, the 2 matches that Georgia took, they rolled, and I love the way they're playing. As you said, trying to not play singles on a doubles court, they played doubles on a doubles court, and that was very clear. Second thing is Oklahoma was not the same Oklahoma that we saw during the doubles point yesterday morning. So we'll have to see, can Oklahoma turn it around? Can they bring the energy into singles? And I'm sure that that's what head coach Audra Cohen is telling the Sooners right now in the huddle. She's saying, all right, we have this energy from yesterday. Where did it go a little bit? Now, again, it is 9 a.m. Pacific time here, so not the easiest to bring the energy, but as you said, Alex, any time should be a time for the Sooners to be able to bring their spark.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, we move over now to the STC, Seattle Tennis Club, home to consolation match number 1 on the day, and we pick things up here in doubles. Actually, super producer Daniel Westoff, I know we don't have split screen available. Can we go to court number 2? Court number 2. As right now, Auburn's got 5-3 leads everywhere. Arsenault and Sari, 5-3 up at 1. Okotoye and Flack, 5-3 up at 2. Bennett, Carnicella, 5-3 up at 3. And again, we're going to be focused on our quarterfinal action, but we don't want to have any downtime. Come on, downtime.
Of course not. Downtime? We don't know her. Never
yeah, we may take some more breaks here today. I don't want to kill Perry. Not till day 4.
Alex, you say we're going to take breaks. We're not sure if we're going to take breaks.
No, the real truth is I don't want to kill super producer Daniel Westoff, as I know our CRHQ security guard, a.k.a. our dog, might have bitten off his calf yesterday in frustration.
Can we share the name of your dog?
Our dog Quavo. Right. I think Cracked Rackets fans know Quavo.
Oh, well, Quavo is such an iconic name.
Yeah,
I'm really
Westoff.
all about this. Good job, Westoff. Good naming.
All I know is Quavo right now sitting in front of the camera like someone's saying my name.
I mean...
How do they know me?
Quavo is Crack Racket's most loyal
Absolutely.
listener.
And you see, by the way, the freshman Okotoye with the senior Flack, 6-3. So we go quickly back to court number 1, where, again, this doubles point might be over. Might have come here just in time, and it's a strong start. And by the way, Auburn would be favored in this doubles point. They've been very good under Caroline Lilly in the doubles. Arsenault and Sari, a top 10 team in the country as well.
Correct.
No way. Great hands, great poach, great move. Unfortunately, it's a break. Evans, Goldsmith, stay alive, 5-4 here on court number 1. Let's go back over to court number 3 now. It's court number 3. It's the freshman Carnicella. Bennett taking on the junior McBride, sophomore De Las Harris. This is how I always judge a success of day number 1, is how can I look at the name of a player and be like, I now know what grade you're in. Or hypothetically.
Alex, you could do this before the tournament started.
Maybe.
That's what's so amazing about you. Alex Gruskin, the walking dictionary.
Except for I can't remember
tennis.
hurdle and Lapata. That's going to bother me all day. Yeah, I know. It's gonna bother me all day. I know. I'm furious.
Slack here.
Yeah, it's unacceptable. I'm actually I was thinking about it. I was like, how did you do that? I was like, hour number 1. Come on. Wake up.
Saw Alex. He was next to me berating himself after that.
Yeah, it's just, I'm better than that. And of course, for the record, if you missed any of day 1's action, Perry was kind enough to join myself and the great John Parsons to recap day number 1. That's going to be a Great Shot podcast available for all of you college tennis fans as soon as Daniel Westoff has a free minute. Again, so probably not until March. Yeah, give it a second.
Probably not, but it was a great shot, I have to say.
It was
the greatest shot I've ever seen.
We do have a single switch, 2 single switches actually, for this Georgia team. And yesterday it was Jeremina Grant who played 6 singles. Today it's going to be Maya Narundorn at the number 6 single spot. So 2 Georgia switches. Riasco down to 4, Kowalski up to 3. We're also going Narundorn at 6 instead of Jeremina Grant. That's, dare I say, to quote Cracked Racket CEO Dalton Thieneman, that's interessante. But also interesting, another strong doubles point for the Tigers, DJ Bennett. Fellow freshman Carnicella, 6-3, so a couple of 6-3 wins, 1-0 Auburn here at the Seattle Tennis Club.
Quick mark about Narundorn. She's 10-6 on the year, so she's not a bad number 6. We know the name. She's a known commodity here in the college tennis world, so it's not a bad switch. We'll have to see, though, because Gigi has been clutch for the Bulldogs.
But I think both Gigi and Mai played great in doubles, and I think that was the call-up. And not that Lapata played poorly, but I think if you're head coach Jeff Wallace, associate head coach Drake Bernstein, you saw that and you said one of you's in. Like that was too good of a performance. And I actually would agree with him. But again, 1-0 Auburn, 1-0 Georgia, strong 9 a.m. hour for the SEC. And I guess that makes sense as they're the East Coast teams coming here. Not that Oklahoma isn't, Oklahoma, I guess, and San Diego, not East Coast teams. Anyways, no, let's go over to singles now. Super producer Daniel Westoff, as we do have action underway here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Coin flips about to take place on court number 1. That gives us a little extra time to introduce the matchups we've got happening across the board again. We'll start out going through. Then we'll get into our split screens. Then we'll get into our 3 boxes. Then we'll flex our guns really here, Perry.
I mean, of course.
Yeah.
Triple box.
Yes.
That triple box is the king of tennis coverage.
I can't believe, again, I would joke around with Westhoff, like, can we go 3 wide? He goes, give me a month. And he's like, yeah, by the indoors, we'll go 3 wide. And we did.
Westhoff, that's so impressive.
I know. Shout out to Westhoff.
Yes.
Shout out to a bunch of different people. By the way, now does feel like the perfect time, though, by the way. You know who's a massive thank you we have to offer here at this national indoor event? It's to our friends at World Tennis Number. Of course, World Tennis Number is the exclusive official rating of the ITA and college tennis. The ITF World Tennis Number provides a global rating standard for tennis players using a 40-to-1 scale, with 40 being a beginner, 1 being an elite professional. The scale is for all players, regardless of age, gender, or ability. Players will also have separate ITF World Tennis Numbers for singles and doubles. Perry, we said this yesterday, continues to amaze me. I didn't know there were 152 countries, but apparently 152 have signed up for the World Tennis Number rating system. There are now more than 1.4 million player profiles on worldtennisnumber.com. You can find them all as they relate to the college tennis world by going to wearecollegetennis.com. Shout out to the World Tennis Number. It's on the rise, Perry, something you know a little bit about.
It is on the rise. I like that. Well, WTN will be the new 3 letters of college tennis.
Put another acronym in your brains, folks.
Of course. There aren't enough, so we're going to add one more. One more coming at you.
Absolutely. And
singles matches just starting here at Nordstrom.
And so now we can introduce each of these matches. We'll start court number 1. A couple of seniors doing battle. Lane Sleeth taking on Leah Ma. Again for Sleeth, it's been a slow start to her 2023 season.
Sleeth dropping 3 matches at the number 1 spot, but
she went 21-5 in dual match play last year.
Right.
Was ranked as high as number 6 in the country.
That's insane.
And she was that good. It wasn't
that good. Right. And Leah Ma just has been really close to a lock for the Bulldogs, one of the best players in the country, number 11 currently, but is 15-3 on the year. So she's having yet another year at the top of the college tennis sphere.
Ma, last season, 16-8 overall, 10-4 at the number 1 spot. Of course, she was the SEC Newcomer of the Year back in 2021.
And junior tennis, I knew the name Leah Ma. Oh, gosh, was she good. I mean, in every single division, she would play up and still dominate.
Quarterfinalist at French Open Juniors.
Not relatable. Cool.
Me neither, yeah, for what it's worth. But again, it's an interesting matchup because 2 people who are going to let the game come to them, right?
I like how you said that. I agree.
Yeah. I don't think either of these players are going to force things on. And again, if this match finishes, you feel like this means that's a 3-hour battle.
I agree with that as well. I also think, though, Lane Sleeth is a little bit quicker to pull the trigger than Ma. I think Ma plays within herself a little bit more. So, and we see Sleeth at the net on the first point of the game. Oh, my gosh.
That's a stretch.
I mean, if she can do that, then she'll be okay. Wow. I love the hands. But yeah, no, I do think Sleeth does tend to be slightly more aggressive, but both players, obviously very experienced, successful players, playing within themselves. And we'll talk about that a lot today, playing within yourself.
No, doing the match calculus, it's interesting. I feel like, again, given they dropped the doubles, this probably becomes a must now for this Oklahoma team.
Absolutely. And especially looking over and seeing your number 1 player either battle or win. That's something that really just carries the team. I mean, Lane Sleeth, the leader on this team this year for the seniors. There we go. Ma also able to step in, really flexing that forehand down the line early. I'm also going to be curious about the depth in this match because I feel like whoever gets the ball deeper, because they both hit such a high quality ball, and we see this a lot at the #1 spot in college tennis, whoever's hitting the higher quality ball, the deeper ball that day, has the advantage because then they can step in, and these girls at the top 3 spots in the lineup, yeah, they're going to take the short ball and they're going to rip.
That's been the issue for Sleep. That ball is sitting short. You're absolutely right.
Especially indoors. You don't have time to hit the ball short.
It is, though, fascinating. Talk to the Oklahoma coaching staff. They have no concerns. They said Lane Sleet is 1 win away from being where we need her to be. They think once that dam is broken, slowly but surely, of course, once you move outdoors.
Well, that does make a huge difference, especially for an Oklahoma team. I mean, think about playing Lane Sleeth in the wind. If you're against the wind, the ball that she's hitting is fine. Check it out, just literally painting the lines here at this point.
And this is game 1.
We're in for a good one, Alex.
Grab the popcorn, get those snacks. You want to order some pancakes this morning? It feels like it's that sort of day.
I've not heard you use that one yet. Oh, pancakes, my favorite go-to brunch. Honestly, we're still at breakfast. It's 9:45, everyone.
Exactly, but get ready. It's going to be that sort of day. Court #1, Ma, Sleep, and you do wonder again for the Ma, how much legs does she have left in the tank after that 3-set clinching battle over Connie Ma yesterday? Meanwhile, we move now to 2. My most impressive performer on the day was sophomore Dasha Viedmanova. Viedmanova, stellar in a straight set win over fellow sophomore Alexandra Yepifanova of Stanford, but I'll tell you what, you know who also played well yesterday? Carmen Corley, the senior for Oklahoma. Corley was up big in the third on Cam Mora. Had her teammate, I believe it was Emma Staker yesterday, not clinched the match already. I'm fairly certain Carmen Corley was going to do it. And look, again, indoors, Corley's got the weapons. She'll keep Viedmanova honest. What are you looking for in this match here on 2?
I like Viedmanova. I can say it. I can do it. Viedmanova. Correct. I like her because I feel like she has, as you said, the wingspan and also the ability to raise her game to a level of the Yepifanova that we saw yesterday from Stanford. So it's going to be a different matchup today for her, playing Corley, playing a player that honestly doesn't have the same physicality in terms of the same height, the same length, but a player that is tough nonetheless and someone who can generate offense. And I also think that that Viedmanova, but both of these players are going to be power players and rhythm players. So whoever's in rhythm, I think, is going to have the advantage. And especially if it's early. Whoever has the rhythm early, I would say. I think with Georgia taking the doubles point, if Viedmanova can get that rhythm early, yeah, I mean, she's going to be a tough out.
That right there, that might be the difference. Viedmanova can just do more things than Carmen Corley. Now, here's the thing, though. Viedmanova yesterday played some really good defense against Yepifanova. Yepifanova could also not finish a point out at the net. She just was not hitting her first volley effectively. Carmen Corley will hit that volley effectively today. And so she will ask all the right questions of Viedmanova. The question is, again, if Viedmanova's level sustained, she was answering them all yesterday.
That's a great point because Yepifanova yesterday from Stanford.
How many volleys did she have on top of the net?
Well, again, first set, she won 5 of 7 of the deuce points.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, this match literally came down to 3 points in total. And I feel like today it could be the same, but it also could be slightly different if, as you said, if Viedmanova is able to use that variety to kind of push Corley back, but then also hit drop shots like we saw, hit short angles, kind of flex those other muscles that she has on the court.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, it takes a full roll of K-tape now to keep Carmen Corley healthy, steady.
Yes.
Honestly, it's fashionable the way she rocks it.
Oh, of course. Well, I mean, it's cool. Like, you want to be like her.
Exactly.
It's kind of like when Rafa tapes his fingers.
Yes.
I used to do that, on the court
Tape
in
the
junior
fingers?
tennis.
Wow.
I would, to be cool. Did not play like Rafa, but
that right there, that's the difference between Carmen Corley and Yepifanova, that willingness, eagerness to finish the point at the net.
yes, and ability to do so.
Mm-hmm. I think, again, for Villamanova today, she's going to have to be a bit more decisive.
And I would also say depth again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, depth on every court, but especially on these top three. Because they're so lethal when they come to the net. Yeah, nice serve +1 there.
It's going to be a fun one. There's no doubt. And we'll keep our eyes here on court number 2. We're going to come back to it in a second. Let's continue our rundown again. 1-all, 15-all. It's fairly steady here. We go over to court number 3, where credit to Meg Kowalski. She came out hot to start yesterday for these Georgia Bulldogs. And now Kowalski, 2-love lead. She's taking on the junior Donna Guzman. Guzman, the straight set winner yesterday, fairly comfortably over Georgia Drummy of Duke. When I see this match, I see track meet. Again, court's one. I mean, across the board, you've got high-level players everywhere, obviously, but who's going to miss first in this match? Like, do either of these players miss?
Not really.
Yeah.
That's a great question. I'm not sure. I mean, we haven't seen them miss as of yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I mean, Kowalski has the momentum within the season, going 8-0 so far on the singles court.
So good.
Yeah.
It's going to be that sort of match.
Uh-huh.
Just slow, steady, winding tennis. You feel like, again, it'll be 3 deuce points here or there.
You know what I like about these matchups, almost more than I like about the Stanford-Georgia matchup yesterday, is the amount of variety we're going to see. We're going to see a lot of fun points. And I'm not saying that bang-bang tennis isn't fun tennis, but the ball's a little bit slower coming off of both of these players' rackets, and we're just going to see a little bit more playing around. I mean, my coach used to tell me that the tennis court is a place for you to paint, and we're going to see a lot of colors in this painting today between Kowalski and Guzman.
I don't know how any of these matches are going to finish in under 2 hours. It's going to be that sort of grind. Maybe Corley Villamanova, maybe.
Maybe. That's the only one so far that we've checked in with that I would think. That would be 2 hours, though. I would still say 2 hours. We're in for a good one, everyone. In for a good one.
I'm going to go ahead and say that noon match coming up next.
That noon match, no.
Going to go ahead and say it's not going to start on time here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. So
I'm going to second that.
Couple drop shots off the racket of Donna Guzman. Sets up her first game point chances here on court number 3.
Donna Guzman, 4-2 at the 3 spot, 1-0 at the 4 spot, ranked 83 in the country currently. So a player that's making a move.
Of course, Guzman was the Big 12 newcomer of the year. Her freshman season lost, 2 matches, I believe?
Yep.
Total?
Correct.
In dual match play before knee issues, obviously, kept her up for most of last season.
Now, when we're seeing a player recover from an injury and come back that next season, there's so many things that can happen. There's so many things that can go wrong, but we're really seeing Guzman step up yet again. And I think that's a tribute also to the people around her, right, who have lifted her up and who have kind of put her back socially and on the tennis court in that position. Because many times, I mean, players miss seasons all the time, but to come back and to also have your teammates support and to put you back in that spot high in the lineup, I mean, that's something special. So look out for her and look out for her confidence too, because that's something that it could waver after an injury, but at the same time, she looks like she's playing confidently right now with that huge volley. Let's see if it fell in. Looks like it might have just missed here.
She did miss it indeed. So the deuce point coming up. To your point about the team around her, and it's a credit to this Oklahoma coaching staff, It's also a credit to the roster they had last year. They were able to be so patient with Donna Guzman. Yes, she was playing by the end of the year, but they did not force her in January, didn't force her in February, not even in March. It was really end of April and May where she still wasn't quite there. But again, they gave her all the time in the world to just work back at her own pace. And that's so key in building back confidence, right?
So key. And also after an injury, especially a knee, I mean, that's no small injury. To be able to have the confidence to move again, that is something that is really terrifying for me as a former player, but really understanding being in her shoes of just any injury coming back and being able to trust your body again out there.
No, she missed it wide, so it's 3-love.
She was there, one for a bit too much of an angle there.
I think we've had either 2 or 3 deuce points so far in court number 3. So, yeah, buckle in. That one ain't over either. Meanwhile, we head over now to court number 4. And again, this was the lineup switch. Kowalski up to 3. Mel Riasco, the sophomore, down to 4. And you wonder, I mean, again, you're not allowed to do matchup-specific changes, so you don't wonder. Riasco struggling yesterday. Knocked out at the number 3 spot. Straight sets to Angelica Blake. Just taking on a talented freshman here, Julia Garcia Ruiz, who we saw, of course, had a bunch of fall success at the individual ITA events. You see that comment. I just want to address for Nathan Stinson pointing out some of the calls. It's really hard to judge the calls on the camera. I would be very tentative before you make an assumption about a live stream call. It's hard enough to see these balls properly in person. I understand the sentiment, Nate, and I appreciate you joining us again, but I want to make sure sometimes the cameras really don't do the ball justice and where it actually landed.
I would agree with that. And I mean, to second that, even the chair umpires sometimes have trouble because 100%. These girls are hitting the tar off the ball. So it's
you know how there's like national service programs? You know how that's a thing? Not to get political, but I promise it'll come full circle.
NSA?
No.
NSP?
No, it's just like in general, you can go do a year of public work or whatever.
Oh,
anyways.
What you mean? Yeah. Okay, I get you.
National service program. I think every college tennis player after their freshman year should be forced to line judge at least 3 events over a summer.
I know what you mean. Yes.
Yeah. And so I think if every player was forced to line judge 3 events, they would never complain again. Because you sit in that chair for a good match, and you're like, far sideline, you're like, I don't know. Like, again, I'm taking your word for it.
That is wild to have them do that.
You just realize how close every call is, and maybe stop giving them so much grief, players to the chair umpires who are truly some of the nicest people.
Oh, gosh, they're lovely. And I mean, the amount of crap that they have to deal with on a daily basis.
I also like the group here in particular, quite tolerant of my nonsense. They let me go mess with them every day.
We walked in here and Alex knew every single one of them. They were all best friends.
I like to mess with them. I'm working the line judges myself. I need a good call or two.
Of course. Am I not a good line judge for you?
Yeah, I know.
I might be a little biased.
Yeah, exactly. That's always the goal, as we see again. Mel Riasco working her way back here. Still, it's Garcia Ruiz with the game point chances to consolidate. And it's interesting. The lefties here, outdoors, Riasco probably a little more physical, a little more. I like the action on her ball, how round that forehand can be. But
yes,
I think Garcia Ruiz gets a little better depth.
That's a great point. Yeah. We're seeing Garcia Ruiz really just try to push Riasco back this point. There it is, high and deep. Yep. Great point, Alex. Exactly as you said, that setup. That set up what I was going to say, too, about Riasco's game in general is that Riasco is a more effortful player out there. You're going to see her really put her body into every shot. And that can be a little bit more draining. Actually, she is bent over at the back curtain. Oh, she looks okay. But that's something that Garcia Ruiz might have to play with there, is just make Riasco hit a lot of balls.
Call frustration bend. No doubt about that. So let's go over to court number 5 now. Court number 5. Interesting question from John Wayne. Who are we favoring the rest of the way to come out on top in this tournament? Hate to do this to you, buddy. There's going to be a mini break podcast where that exact topic is discussed. Myself, Perry, John Parsons. Mini break, Great Shot podcast, available on our Cracked Racquets website. We discuss all of those things in depth. Now, I'm afraid, quite frankly, of all these coaches nowadays, so I don't make predictions anymore. I hear about them too frequently.
I know some implicit predictions.
No, I no longer have the confidence of my convictions. That's the problem. It's like, I always say, just have the confidence of your convictions. Say what you're going to say, make your pick, but stand by it. I don't have confidence in my convictions anymore, Perry.
Well, that's because Alex is best friends with all the coaches.
I've been beaten down.
Right. So, I mean, when you make connections like Alex Gruskin, it's difficult to
I'm so weak.
Not put a team on top.
No, I'm so weak mentally. That's the problem. I fold.
But what I can say is, of course, I mean,
but North Carolina's won 3 in a row.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say North Carolina going for 4 in a row. I don't think we'll offend anyone by just saying that.
Yeah.
That we can correct. We can be on a neutral plane and say North Carolina has a good chance of doing it again.
It's disingenuous to say North Carolina, who beats Pepperdine without the #1 player in the country, Fiona Crawley, yesterday, is not your clear-cut favorites as a 3-time national indoor champions and 6 victories in the past decade at this event. Like, yeah.
With their submitted lineup spot of a #7 singles player being number 18 in the country.
Pretty sure the last time they didn't make at least the finals was 2015.
Mm-hmm. They've been a contender. I mean, they own this tournament. They are the queens of indoor nationals.
This will be the last thought on this, as, of course, we do want to lock in on the action on court, and we've moved over to court number 5 here now, but I was talking to Coach Brian Kalbis on our Cracked Interviews podcast feed, and I was asking about what he's excited for this week. And he goes, we always get the chance to play 4 really good matches. And I want to say, well, actually, Coach, you get 3 really good matches. You guys just happen to make the finals. But in his head, he's like, no, we plan for 4 matches. Like, we've booked the flight for Tuesday because we expect to be here on Monday. And, I mean, again, when Annika Yarlagata is coming off the bench and earning 2-0 victories at 6, like, when all 7 of your top 7 have been top 25 in the country, yeah, you're probably the favorites.
That's when you know.
Yeah.
That's when you know. Now, you don't know that you're going to win, but you certainly know that you have a good shot.
Absolutely. There are a lot of good teams left. And again, Georgia, Oklahoma, 2 of them, Oklahoma National Indoor finalists last season. Can you name the last team to win the National Indoors prior to North Carolina?
This is me thinking.
Okay.
How about Northwestern? Was there a chance that
they won it in 10 and 11? You've gone back too far, though.
Okay, because I know they also won NCs.
I'll give you a hint. It was here. 2019. They beat North Carolina in the final. Arguably the best college women.
Oh, you talk about this match.
Yeah.
Oh, you talk about this match all the time.
Do I? Yeah.
All right. This is a test for me. How much do I listen to Alex Gruskin's podcast?
Too much. As we see 4-1 lead here for Anya Hurdle. Yeah, I know the answer, Westhoff. You don't. And sorry.
Did Westhoff give me?
No, he just he sent me a message.
Alex is blocking me on his computer.
No, because someone in the chat sent the answer, and Hungry Chickens, you're correct. But I have to block that answer so Perry doesn't see it.
Hungry Chickens. All right. Here we go.
So Westhoff, why I said I know, because Westhoff sent me the answer. I was like, yeah, I know the answer.
I'm buying time.
Mm-hmm. As we see, you can buy your time here.
I will buy my time.
Anya Hurdle. Game point chances here, break point chances to make it a double break 4-1 lead. Excuse me, I thought that game was broken. I just see a coaching staff sitting sideline.
Hungry Chickens, you're the best. It was Georgia.
It was Georgia. Oh no, Westhoff, you said it to everyone.
Thank you, Westhoff.
No hints.
Hungry Chickens and Westhoff, two goats of today.
Georgia team led by Katarina Jokic. Meg Kowalski, I believe, was on that team.
Yes.
Again, it's Anya Hurdle here. Hurdle has established the senior out of Warsaw, Poland. Hurdle last season, 23-5 in singles. They primarily bottom half of the lineup Year prior, she went 23-2. Oh, excuse me, 10-4. The team went 23-2. That's a pretty good start, obviously.
9-3 this year, so she's a winner.
She's taken on Emma Staker. Earned a big straight set victory yesterday, but Staker a little shaky here to start. That's that. We know Emma Staker.
Here it comes, everyone.
Yeah, no, 2-hour matches, I was going to say. We know she's at least 2 hours, so we don't even need to check in there, but it is a 4-1 lead here for Hurdle. Let's go over to court number 6 now, and this will complete our introductions, as, by the way, we have our first set nearing the finish line. But here on court number 6, this was the lineup change. Lapata out, Mai Narundorn in. But as expected, if you watched the doubles, you saw how good Sasha Pisareva was.
Absolutely. I mean, all over the net, but also just super solid from the baseline. Right? I mean, really just stood out in doubles.
Mm-hmm. Now, I will say, Georgia's off to a couple of definitive leads right now in West Up. I need you to get ready for that triple box. I want you to keep 6 in the center, but if you can you bring me courts 3 and 5 on the side?
Wow. Return to serve fire there from Pisareva. I like how Pisareva is really just taking the time away from Narendran here. Just stepping in early on the rise. Great indoor tennis.
She's working around the court. You're absolutely right. And so now we go to the triple box. As you see, Hurdle, the 4-1 lead on Staker. Georgia's also got a 5-0 lead on court number 3. Meg Kowalski, 3 points away from a 6-love. How about this? You see the volley. Ooh, the lob goes long. So how about a little Saturday morning bagel action? That would sound delicious right now, doesn't it?
Why not, Alex? Yeah. And as we know, Alex is the everything bagel. That's his personality.
No,
established yesterday. You also like Asiago.
I'm 2 bagels and cream cheese away from just a 6-hour power nap.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's the problem.
Of course, of course. So because after all, Sleepless in Seattle.
Yeah, exactly.
We have established also with Alex that is a movie, not
a book. Not a
song.
I thought it was a song or a book.
It's okay.
It might be a book.
I have to catch Alex up on rom-coms.
Yeah, please.
I've got you.
Yeah. Pisareva's everywhere. She's playing brilliantly. Such aggressive tennis. So it's a 5-1 lead for the 5th year. Just what the doctor ordered. If you're an Oklahoma fan, but again, right now it's all Georgia's got to do is protect their 3 leads. Georgia's got the 5-0 lead at 3, the 4-1 lead at 5. They're also nursing a 5-1 lead for Viedmanova at 2. They've got to flip something in these first sets, and I think 5's the one to watch. I think Staker's the one. I just don't see that big of a delta between her and her and Hurdle. Excuse me.
I could see this going to 3 sets pretty easily.
Yeah, honestly, Guzman too. Like I could see it being a 6-love, love 6. Okay, let's play the real set in 3rd.
I agree. I agree. Now again, I feel like the Oklahoma momentum has just kind of gone down the drain a little bit after doubles. We're seeing these early deficits in these first sets here.
No, it's pretty even. Mm-hmm. Pretty even across the board. In fact, only one match right now is currently on serve on Slurve, and that's because I was going to say Sleep and Ma are currently on serve. That's your only one. Ooh, Westhoff. Can you move court number 3 to our center screen? As with that volley, Meg Kowalski now has herself set points. So let's get that set point graphic on your screen as well. As again, Meg Kowalski looks to put the first single set on the board. for the Georgia Bulldogs.
Kowalski going for win number 9 in a row this spring. Has not
and
yet
it's February
dropped
11th.
And it's February 11th.
She's got 9 in a row already.
Well, she's going for 9 in a row. She wins this one today.
She's not going to hit Stevie's 72. I'm going to go ahead and say that now. It's funny, whenever a freshman or a sophomore is on like a 14-match win streak, it's a segment we do on the show where I have to be like, hey, I'm not saying he's going to be the next Stevie Johnson, but you got to win 14 in a row by the end of your sophomore year. Like,
crazy.
At least she's on the start.
Crazy. Stevie Johnson, one of the GOATs of college tennis now.
Probably the GOAT on the men's side.
Probably the GOAT on the men's side. I would agree.
No, probably. He is.
Yeah. The title is GOAT.
The Rushmore's him. I would put Somdev Devarman on that Mount Rushmore.
That's fair.
Man, I'm trying to think. I mean, there's so many good women's college tennis players over the years. I don't know who the Mount Rushmore belongs to. Pick a Stanford, probably Lele Faroud. So you see the 6-love set on 3. Let's make 6 court number 3, please. And let's work in court number 2 in that court 6 spot. So we'll make 6 the center screen. Pisareva's got set points. And we'll work in court number 2 as well, as it's a 5-2 lead for Dashavia and Manova. Currently on a changeover on 2, but we'll leave that in that top corner because we don't want to miss the ending of that first set. Again, Georgia gets the first set of the match. 6-0. That goes wide from Pisareva. Had a beautiful let court ace earlier in this game, by the way. Beautiful.
Pisareva now with another chance to take this first set. 6-1 over in Rendon. I mean, Pisareva at the 6th spot, Alex. That's insane.
Good job.
It is.
Of course, Narendorn, 2 hands on both sides.
Narendorn down but not out. Here we go. Deuce point to decide this game.
So it's a deuce point, set point, decided point. You see all the 5s on our board. 5-2 on 2, 5-1 on 5. Georgia, very clear path to 3 first sets as they've already taken the 6-love set on 3. Meanwhile, Oklahoma gets a set on the board. Pisareva, 6-1 on 6. So let's put court number 2 in the big box, please, and bring court number 4 into that court 2 position as, again, we stay triple box here. Alex Gruskin, Perry Shinen, quarterfinal number 1 at these 2023 Division I Women's National Indoor Championships. Of course, got to give a major thank you to our friends at the USTA for their continued support of everything happening in the college tennis world. Of course, there's more tennis to play, skills to hone, fun to be had. Go to USTA.com to become a USTA member, have access to all that fun happening here in the United States in the tennis world. Shout out to our friends at the USTA. All right, it needs to be said, Dashavia Manova is an unbelievable mover.
Yeah.
For her
For her size, exactly.
Yeah, the fluidity. She slides in and out of corners. Like,
yes.
She baits you. You think you can drop shot her 6 seconds. And then she gets there and she rips it. Like,
Well, she also has variety. She's just a player with a lot of depth to her game. I mean, you love to see it, especially at a spot like number 2, where they're usually just, bang, bang tennis. No. Viedmanova has it all.
No, I'll say it. I think, oh my gosh. Watch this ending, by the way. This is hilarious. They're on court number 2. By the way, Riasco, you see 3-4, keeping things tight on court number 4. We're going to stay there. Watch this Viedmanova slice. It froze on us, but it went directly into the recycling bin.
Oh my gosh.
Like into the ball. You know, the little circles? It was right into the target.
What an iconic moment on court.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'll also just say, I think my hottest take right now, and I haven't seen enough of Brantmeier, but if you're asking me to make my top 3 best pros, highest upside right now in women's college tennis, Yepifanova's on the board. I think Viedmanova might be number 1. Savannah Brodus and Viedmanova would be my debate right now.
And so what about Brantmeier? Where do you put her?
Too soon to tell.
Okay, that's fair. Actually, I would put Brantmeier in the top 2.
Oh, so Corley calls that ball out. I'm not sure if they're arguing it was a late call, if the ball was just straight up good. But man, volunteer assistant coach Frank Esposito is furious. So a long chat will ensue. What's
now,
the
you know
call
what that
here?
also shows is that Georgia being up 5-2, it means nothing.
Well, hold on.
They know how tough Corley is.
But hold on, it's 40-30. Oh, I see. It was 15-40, 30-40. I see. Okay, that's what my confusion was. So Corley did call that ball out. I see.
And you think they argued that it was a late call?
No, he was straight up arguing it was in.
Gotcha.
Yeah. She's so good.
So good. You know, so smart, too, to just dip that.
And so we'll put court number 5 in that center screen now. It's 2 first sets for the Bulldogs, 6-2 on court number 2 for Dasha Viedmanova, 6-love on court number 3 for Meg Kowalski. Again, Viedmanova can just play. Defense turned into offense, the length, the explosion. I'm in. As you fans can tell, I'm all in on this Georgia sophomore. It's between her and Brodus. That's what I've decided in my head. Her and Brodus are the 2 players who probably have the highest pro upside as we see in college tennis. Right now against Hurdle serving for the match at 5. Can we replace 5 with court number 1, please? We'll just stick with all of our first sets for now. And I know we're focused here on the Nordstrom Tennis Center. We're going to keep an eye, of course, on the consolation action happening over at the Seattle Tennis Club. Doubles going to Auburn. First 2 first sets off the board, though, going to San Diego. And how about this for a lineup switch? Elizabeth Goldsmith up to the number 3 spot. Abigail Desiantnikov dropped down to 4. It's going to pay dividends. Desiantnikov's about to take a first set as well. So, honestly, San Diego might get 5 first sets.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really wild over the Auburn team.
And for a non-Power 5 school,
yeah.
San Diego, if you can get your tentacles into the SEC, take an Auburn win, let Auburn do some heavy lifting for you ranking-wise, it would be huge for Coach Nadia Abdallah. Just a massive moment for her and her program.
Absolutely. I mean, Auburn ranked 13 right now in the country, so that's huge for San Diego.
San Diego's just good. They're deep. They're experienced.
Yeah.
I like every play. You know, they brought back 5 returners, and their 6th player is Kaylee Evans, who was excellent at Texas Tech and is top 75 right now.
You know what I like is that San Diego doesn't just ride on calling at 1. They have the depth to prove it, and really to just prove that they are, you know, not a top or second tier team, but I would say a third tier team this year.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's well said. And even maybe pushing towards 2.
Yeah.
Like if they the best version of them.
Let's see how they do today against Auburn.
Exactly. That's the highest aspiration. Be top 16 for sure. So Staker's fighting. 15-30 now. She looks to just stay alive in set number 1. Meanwhile, look at these battles. Garcia Ruiz-Riasco has just been a seesaw affair.
Yes.
And Garcia's typically been the one with a game lead, but Riasco's hanging around. And now she levels things at 4. Meanwhile, remember when Leah Ma was up 2-love on lane sleep? No longer the case. 4-2 sleep. And you could just see it in the doubles. Her and Pisareva,
yes,
they were just like, it's time. Like, let's go.
And I mean, you called it, right? The momentum from the doubles for Sleep. And as head coach Audra Cohen said, maybe she is just one game away from breaking open that success that she had last season.
Meanwhile, again, Staker now. Breakpoint chances, 3 of them, to extend this first set.
Now, I guess, Alex, if there's any one player that comes back from being down more than Emma Staker, tell me. I mean, this girl is down and not out all the time.
I mean, there are a couple people. Arko Joshi, Detroit Country Day, 2009. Used to, I swear to God, tank first sets on purpose just so he'd be last on the court and keep us there for 4 hours.
Just so we could have all the attention.
No, I've never been more certain of anything in my life. And I think there's some players in college who, I don't want to say they do that, but they're not afraid to throw a set to be the last man on.
Wow, that is a take I've never heard.
Yeah, look, some people like the attention. I don't think it happens frequently. I'm just saying it doesn't never happen.
Okay.
Maybe not like tank a set, but like let it linger at 5 balls so you can be the clinch.
Okay.
Yeah, these are the theories I have.
I'm going to let that theory exist.
It's my conspiracy theory. Victoria.
Conspiracy.
College conspiracy. Hurdle's been so aggressive. She's moving forward, making Staker do something to beat her, do something special.
Especially lower in the lineup. I mean, if you're going to go out swinging, that's the way to go.
So now it's a deuce point, set point chance here for the senior Anya Hurdle. By senior, I think 4th year would have been the better.
You know, Hurdle reminds me of Sleeth a little bit and just how aggressive she's been in terms of coming in and looking to just be explosive.
She's almost doing the Pisareva, dare I say, what Pisareva's doing on 6 to Narundor, and we're seeing a lot of that from Hurdle here.
Yes.
And look, it's indoor tennis.
Right, whoever plays the best indoor tennis wins. Oh my gosh. Backhand down the line, give me a break.
No, that's elite. And so it's a 6-2 first set for Anya Hurdle, and guess what? 3 first sets to the Georgia Bulldogs. We've got 2 first sets on the board. For what it's worth, Donna Guzman does take a 1-love lead as she dropped that first set 6-love to Meg Kowalski over on court 3. Let's go. Full screen on 4. I know Sleeth and Ma's really good. We haven't shown a ton of it. We're going to get there in a second, but we'll go to that after this. This would be Riasco's first lead of the set.
And again, Riasco, I actually see her as a lower upside this match, but a better fighter. I mean, just because she has the college tennis experience under her belt. Oh my gosh, was that in?
That was good, and it's a sneaker up the line. So 5-4 lead now for Riasco, who played the number 3 singles, but was top 2 for the majority of last season for this Georgia team. Playing at number 4 singles today against the freshman Garcia Ruiz. She takes a 5-4 lead here on 4. Let's go back to 1.
I mean, there are 2 ways of looking at it, right? If you're dropped down in the lineup, there's either more pressure or less pressure. And I feel like Mel Riasco has just really just played with less pressure so far in this match, coming back from being down and taking the first lead of the match now up 5-4. Ma and Sleeth both winning 16 points each here at the #1 spot.
I love that that's what PlaySite shows.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
like, here, total points won. Enjoy. Shout out to
Enjoy.
PlaySite, of course, official live streaming partner of the ITA.
Oh, wow.
I mean, the question is, who should apologize there?
That is so good.
Yeah, because, like, Ma had an approach shot, and, like, if you're Sleeth, you're like, look, you actually got the benefit of that court, so I'm not apologizing on that one.
That is so true.
And I think that's kosher. I have no problem with it.
Right.
All right, super producer Daniel Westef, can we go back to the split 1 and 4? Again, it's our last 2 first sets. Georgia's got 3 right now. Oklahoma's got 1. Keep your eye on this shot coming up at 4. Oh, across her body reaction bump lob out of Mel Riasco.
That's insane.
Hungry Chickens with a really good point. Can't be 4 all. Can't be 16 points apiece at 4 all. First of all, shout out to you, Hungry Chickens, for doing this math. Shout out to this. I mean, again, I spend my Saturday afternoons the same way, so shout out to you. He goes, it can't be 16 apiece at 4 all because that means they've held every game at Love.
This is true.
And we've seen all the games.
And they have not been
at Love. Good math.
Wow.
Hungry.
Thank you, Hungry Chickens.
I see you, Hungry. But again, this is one of those moments where he says that, and now I just feel dumb. I'm like, yeah, duh. That makes total sense. Why didn't you see that, Alex? Wake up.
It's okay, Alex.
I know.
It's going to be okay.
It's 9 a.m. It's 10:30 now, hour and a half in, and day 2.
I feel like we're going to say it's 9:30 a.m. for the next 3 hours.
The next 2 days.
The next 2 days.
The perennial 4 p.m., in my opinion. As you see here again, business end of these first sets. Riasco now 2 points away from making it doubles and 4 first sets for the Bulldogs. Meanwhile, Sleeth now from 4-3 up, down, break points. Now the backhand sails on her. So 5-4, Liam Ma will serve for the set. On court #1, let's go back full screen 4.
And again, Liam Ma, I feel, is a player that so far this set, at least from what we've seen, has made less errors than Sleeth. And that seems to be what it comes down to because of that high ball quality that both of them are generating. That's smart.
I mean, Jeff Wallace there saying just a little more racket speed didn't follow through on that one. We could all see it.
Also smart, though, from Garcia Ruiz. Slicing low to a lefty forehand. Yeah, that is the thing.
It's playing the angles.
Correct.
So now, huge 30-all point here. Huge, actually, for this Oklahoma team. As again, you just don't want to fall behind for first sets and doubles. Such a hole to dig yourself out of.
Oh!
Crossover.
Breaker. So good.
Just exceptional from the freshman, Julia Garcia Ruiz. Sets up game point chances now.
I like it. I like the quality of this match. It's just both girls really bringing their game and trying to win this match that could not be much closer right now.
No, and they hit these big loopy forehands.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful ball. It really is. Defense into offense.
Yep. That's it, Mel Riasco. Now with her first set point of the match. Up 5-4, deuce point here. Let's see. What side do you think she'd take? I feel like she's gonna go with the ad side.
For sure, to protect that forehand.
Correct. Or that backhand.
Yeah.
Right. Oh wow, but she went with deuce.
I forgot she was a lefty. I should have said that. That's what I meant, because she wants that inside forehand. She wants the inside forehand.
I got that.
If she wants to have to play defense, she wants to be on the run on that wing.
True. Good point.
Yep, like that.
Well,
so that execution's just too good.
It is.
From Julia Garcia Ruiz, but I actually think that's the point Riasco was looking for. Still, to your point, this is just really good tennis.
It is. I feel like we should stay on this court because it's just.
Well, I certainly want to keep it split, but can we go split with one? Because again, these are your final first sets.
Oh, right. We're at 5-4 in the number one singles as well.
Absolutely. And so the Ama here serving 15-30 spot. Again, it's been just a battle on these courts 1 and 4. And again, Georgia taking the first sets on courts 2, 3, and 5. Oklahoma's Sasha Pisareva might have this match at 1-all in the next 10 minutes. She's up 6-1, 3-love, and cruising right now at that number 6 spot. And Georgia continuing to search for options there, which is fascinating because between Lapata, Narundorn, Grant, obviously their sad freshman Alexandra Vecic, not eligible yet.
Yes.
But you feel like they should have options.
Correct. I mean, I also feel like just the upside of all the players that could play 6 for that team, it's overwhelming.
That's the right word.
It could be, you could have a B team of just players that could play 6, and they would probably be competitive with the teams in the country.
I'm pretty sure I could turn Georgia, if you let me split the teams evenly, you'd have 2 top 16 teams.
I agree, yeah. With you coaching one of them, of course.
Yeah, if I'm coaching.
Here we're seeing Leah Ma 2 points away now from taking the first set for the Bulldogs over Lane Sleeth at the number 1 single spot. It's a nice low dip there from Sleeth. Sleeth playing good defense. She's comfortable playing defense, so.
I actually think she's right where she wants to be in this match.
Interesting.
Scrapping, crawling, playing reactive tennis. That you're absolutely right. When she's improvising, that's when she's at her best.
Right, because she can just use that athleticism, use those wheels. Totally.
And she asked the right question. Wow. So Ma into the net. 5-all now on courts 1 and 4. Donna Guzman 2-1 lead on 3 in the second set. Staker up 1-0. Carmen Corley up 3-1. That's why these first sets are critical. Georgia's technically halfway home. Doubles 3 first sets, but they haven't separated. They're leading, but there's no separation yet, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I would say they're leading. I would still. Who would you rather be? Bulldogs.
Sure.
However, I mean, looking at the scores, yeah, this could be a 4-3 match. So we are early in a potential 4-3 match, but again, we do have Bulldogs leading on a few courts, so we'll have to see.
I said going into the weekend, the magic number's 4-2. Just because you'll have matches unfinished in the third. This feels like a 4-2, 4-3 sort of match.
That's interesting. It could also be 4-2, I agree. Yeah, we saw yesterday a lot of 4-2s.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say. If Sleeth and Ma finish, 4-3 Oklahoma. But I think that's the match that goes unfinished.
Right. Right, because you called that as an over 2-hour match.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I agree.
I think for Oklahoma, their pathway involves Lane Sleeth getting over the finish line there.
Yes.
Although, I don't know, man. It's good competition everywhere. Like, again,
if you look at 6 singles, we're nearing the 1-all.
So this is why the case for Oklahoma is the only match with a definitive advantage right now belongs to Oklahoma at 6. Like, I know Kowalski took the first 6 love. You're lying to yourself if you think Donna Guzman's not going to pose some sort of fight.
Which, of course, she already is, up 2-1 in the second.
Same with Staker. Honestly, the one if you're Georgia, Riasco should take the freshman, Garcia Ruiz. On paper, with experience, lefty on lefty, the physicality Riasco brings, that's maybe where you probably felt most comfortable, whoever was at 4 for Georgia today. And so, like, that's what I'm saying. The rest are toss-ups. I don't feel good one way or the other yet.
That's fair. Okay. I agree. I mean, I also do think if it really does end up coming down to Amel Riasco, yes, I press the Riasco just because of the experience.
Mm-hmm.
And also taking on a freshman.
Exactly.
Right. I mean, we saw yesterday, freshmen stepping up. It's a thing. It's really a thing.
It is.
But it's also nerve-wracking as heck to be that freshman out there and have it all on the line.
Oh, it's a nerve-wracking thing for sure.
It's a nerve-wracking thing for anyone. Just that feeling of having all your teammates line up on the side, and it's quiet. You can hear a pin drop in between every point.
And so you see 6-5 Riasco now. Garcia Ruiz going to serve to stay alive in the set. Meanwhile, Sleeth from 5-4 down. Game point chances for 6-5.
And let's see, was that in on court 4 for Garcia Ruiz? She went serve +1.
No, she missed it, I think.
Missed it.
Yeah, 15 all I see on the
15-all.
scoreboard there. Meanwhile, you see 6-5 Sleep. We'll get back to that in a moment. For the record, of course, there is some consolation action going on right now for what it's worth. 3 first sets for San Diego. De Las Heras at 2. Goldsmith at 3. Desietnikov at 4. Breakers to decide the first sets at 1 and 6. 5 all in the first set at 5. That match as tight as things could be. Why is that relevant? Because, of course, our next quarterfinals happening over at the Seattle Tennis Club. It'll be Ohio State taking on Texas A&M. We'll have coverage first ball to last of that one here on our Cracked Racquets broadcast.
Another money matchup coming at you.
And a matchup I would anticipate is not going to start until at least 12:30 at this point.
Correct.
Because if they're still in 3 first sets and we're an hour and a half in, what if they go 3? Yeah, like.
What if? No, when they go
exactly.
3? Garcia Ruiz up 30-15 in this game.
Yeah, I'm going to get ahead of that one. I'm announcing that now. It's not going to start at noon.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. I agree.
Credit to Garcia Ruiz. She's trying to dictate.
She is. I was going to say the swing volley the point before really shows that she is trying to step up in this moment.
Yeah.
Now, again, and Will Blumberg talked about this with you during kickoff, and I want to go back to that shout out, Will Blumberg.
Yeah.
The difference between playing freely and playing smart.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can be out there playing free, but if you're not competing well, that's a difference. And so we're going to have to see with Garcia Ruiz, is she putting enough balls in to be competitive with a Riasco? Yeah, Garcia Ruiz certainly swinging out here.
They're grinding.
Oh, yeah.
Everywhere you look. Oh, she hangs the volley. Oh, the wheels. Oh,
get it?
That's your tennis point moment of the day so far. Julia Garcia Ruiz.
Wow.
Fantastic feat. Sets up game point chance. Opportunity to send court number 4 to a breaker. Meanwhile, Lane Sleep is 3 points away from, again, what would be a critical first set with how some scoreboards are looking.
Sleeth needs this for the Sooners. The Sooners need this.
Look, we're 90 minutes, 98 into this match. First 90 belonged to Georgia. They won it.
Mm-hmm.
If this is boxing, it's not a knockout, though. It's like a 10-8 round. It was pretty close. They took the 3 first sets, but only 3. They took the doubles point. That's just 1 point.
Yeah, definitely not a knockout, for sure.
10-8 round one. Meanwhile, Yama just so casual.
It was interesting seeing Leah Ma play Connie Ma yesterday. It was kind of the battle of two casually fantastic players.
The battle of the body language, as they call it. Meanwhile, deuce point coming up on 4. Let's go full to deuce point, set point. We'll take the graphic as well as, again, this is a massive inflection point in this match. And you just feel like one way or another we're getting a roar here. Not sure if it's going to be a bulldog roar. We're going to get our first big boomer.
And again, to quickly go back to the Oklahoma slightly lack of energy this morning.
Yeah.
I do feel like once the girls have settled into singles, we're starting to hear them yell again. So I do feel the energy level is back up here at Nordstrom.
Yep. And there it is. You see Jose Garcia, the assistant, former standout at Florida State himself, the big fist pump. 6-all breaker to decide the first set on 4. Let's go back to the split screen. And again, Alex Gruskin, Perry Shinen here. We'll be steering the ship all day, all weekend, all event long. At these 2023 Division I Women's National Indoor Championships. Of course, a shout out to our dear friends at Wilson for their support. Wilson, the official ball, racket, and accessory brand of the ITA. Always good to have an accessory brand. You got your go-to brand, you got your side brand, you got your accessory brand.
Of course. I mean, I am a crazy shopper, so I have a lot more brands than that, but I love that. 3 is a great place to start.
No, it's unfortunate you all don't get to see this. We'll do a close-up maybe when we end this match. Death, taxes, and Perry Shinen shoe collection. That's just the 3 things you're guaranteed in life. Perry's shoes have been rocked.
Oh, thank you, Alex. Well, we're just getting started, so I have a lot more that I brought with me.
You have a championship pair?
Shoes. Oh, of course I do.
That's what I like to hear.
Of course I do.
That's what I like to hear. Meanwhile, you see Duke Blue Devils, Stanford Cardinal. They'll be up next here at Nordstrom. Each team is slowly starting to show up here at this facility. Meanwhile, give me that graphic, Westoff. Set points for Sleeth. And in fact, Sleeth takes that opening set 7-5. So that's 2.
Oh, Garcia Ruiz going for that angle.
Adventurous.
Yes, it is a little adventurous. Now, I mean, again, if you're going to go for a short angle, you are going over the lowest part of the net. That's where she was going. That's where she was aiming, but a little too low. So now we're tied at 1 in this first set tiebreak here at the number 4 singles spot. Again, Mel Riasco, Julia Garcia Ruiz. Freshman versus experience. That is the battle here.
It's 3 first sets again. Courts 3, 2, 3, and 5. Homa first sets on 1 and 6. She goes righty.
Riasco.
That's just a
No
great tennis.
way.
The physicality. That's what we talked about. Riasco moving that ball
Yes.
around the court, forcing Garcia deep into those corners. That's what it's all about here. 2-1.
Again, we love to see Mel Riasco really playing good indoor tennis because imagine that ball outside in the wind. I'm just thinking, if I was against that wind playing that Riasco forehand, oh gosh, send help. 2-1, Riasco leads in this breaker. Again, this tiebreak 2-7, so Riasco 5 points away from taking this first set.
By the way, you're about to see her run on court. Who has worked her way now over to court number 4 for this first set breaker? It's Oklahoma head coach Audra Cohen. And these new coaches are, these Oklahoma coaches, excuse me, constantly jumping around.
I mean, Audra Cohen in sneakers for a reason, right?
Yeah.
She's ready to run.
Oh, she's ready to say, "Give me the racket. I got this."
Yes,
Yeah,
she's
sub
also
me
ready
in.
for that. Yes, fantastic player in her own right.
Mhm.
There it is. Garcia Ruiz just stepping up to this occasion, taking on Mel Riasco. Look at that forehand winner down the line.
Was that a winner, though, or did they call a let?
What? They called a let?
Something happened there. Yeah, because I think they're replaying the point. Something must have rolled. I don't know what I
Maybe a
missed.
ball rolled in.
Yeah, I think we missed it.
That is too bad.
Meanwhile, Oklahoma's making some second set pushes. And we're going to get to those second sets momentarily.
Garcia Ruiz, just check it out. She was looking for that same forehand as the point before that unfortunately did not count for her. Looks like she missed that a little bit wide, that forehand inside out. So 4-1, Riasco leads.
Yeah, not bad. Not too bad at all for the senior.
This is really going to be a flex of Riasco's experience in this.
No, this is it. I mean, honest to God, this is a microcosm of this match. You just feel like, again, Georgia gets this. Maybe they seize momentum. Actually, maybe not. Westhoff, I need you to work the 3 box. Keep 4 as your center stage screen, but can you give me courts 3 and 6 as well, please? Courts 3 and 6 here on this changeover. So 4-2 at the turn. That was a big push there for Garcia Ruiz. But again, we want to introduce that triple box now as things are heating up. And this first set has taken about an hour. You can tell the battle that this one is. The momentum seized here on court 4. Riasco gets this set. You could see a world where maybe she pulls away 6-1, 6-2 in the second. But as we get ready to work the triple box here, look at Oklahoma. Sasha Pisareva, 6-1, 4-1 lead at 6. And then, again, I don't know who called this, but I know someone on this broadcast was saying that they would be shocked if Donna Guzman didn't come back and win a lopsided set herself at 3.
Some scholars actually
Some
said
scholars
that.
are arguing that
Right.
was always going to happen. And the scholars seem to see that as correct as, again, it's a 5-1 lead for Donna Guzman. You just knew that match had another act to it.
Yes.
It just felt like, let's just go to the third. Come on.
So Donna Guzman is a fighter.
That's what I'm saying. We should have just started in the third and been like, let's acknowledge one of us is going to win the first. The other's going to be pissed, come back, win the second.
Let's just play a doubles, like just 1 set to 6, knowing that we both won the first set.
Okay, it's just like, yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, Pisareva down
closer.
break points, but yeah, very, very close. That's just the steadier, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, you can't see it, but right now a lot of scoreboard watching going on with these coaches. They feel this inflection point moment. Georgia winning the first hour. But man, this second hour has, I don't want to say belonged to the Sooners, but they've won it. I think they take this second round 10-8, if they can take this set.
Well, you know what? The Sooners do take the second round, right? Because they're still here. They're still fighting. So I say yes. I say Sooners take second round, and now we have Riasco just 3 points away.
Super producer Daniel Westhoff, by the way, as Pisareva's got deuce point game point chance for 5-1. He wants me to ask you, as a callback from yesterday, if you're Donna Guzman, do you throw this game to avoid the curse of 6-1?
Oh no, not the 6-1 curse
Look,
again.
It's a good question. No, it only applies to first sets. That's why. Yeah.
I don't think you throw this game.
Yeah.
Actually, well, it is now 4-2, so.
She heard you, Westhoff.
Yes. I guess we'll avoid having to see that question.
They're just grinding on 4. Mel Riasco is showing off the athleticism.
Riasco is all over the court.
In and out of corners right now. And
Yes.
again, credit to Garcia Ruiz. This reminds me, you know what it reminds me of? Stamel versus Kavlikova on this same court yesterday, where Stamel did the majority of the dictating, but much like Garcia Ruiz is, but Kavlikova, much like Riasco, the physicality, the defense to offense improvisation. I mean, again, it's an either or. It's much like that Stamel match. Like this has been a brawl.
You know, we talk about the clinch energy on these courts.
Sure.
This is kind of like the grind energy.
Yeah,
on
Forrest
this
got
court.
that 7-6 energy.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's 7-6 energy.
I hope someone in life comes up to me someday and says, Alex, you just have that 7-6 energy. I'm like, thanks.
I mean, yeah.
You get me.
It's like an aura.
You know who has that 7-6 energy?
Who?
Hungry Chickens.
Yes, 100%.
I'm going to assume, I don't want to say he or she because you don't want to make the assumption, but Hungry Chickens, you have 7-6 energy.
There we go. Well said.
Jason Leone yesterday.
Jason,
7-6 energy.
7-6
energy.
Multiple times predicted the future of this indoor nationals.
Daniel Westhoff, 5-set energy, not just 7-6 energy. He's got
Daniel
best of
Westhoff
five energy.
has John Isner versus Mahut energy.
3-3.
For those of you who are listening, that is the longest match in the history of this sport.
It's really funny. Good response from Garcia Ruiz. To her credit, she'll keep swinging. Bailey shining 2-2 energy.
Bailey Shinen, questionable energy. Bailey Shinen, we will see energy.
Bailey shining, much like Nick Ruskin. Good 6-4 first set energy, but they lost the set, so 6-2 in the second.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
By the way, set point Guzman on 3. No, and it's set points now for Riasco. So we have set points coming up. It's a split for Donna Guzman. 6-1. She takes it on court 3. We're going the distance. Let's go full on 4. Set points for Riasco. Meanwhile, it's a 5-3 lead for Carmen Corley on 2. 4-1 lead in the second set for Staker after she dropped the first on 5. Emma Staker, third set taker. Welcome back. But man, this is like, if you're Riasco, you take this set. Georgia almost needs it now to just stop this Oklahoma run, because that's what we're in.
Right.
This is the Oklahoma run.
This is the Oklahoma run. Not so fast, though. We see Garcia Ruiz looking for that big forehand winner.
Mm-hmm.
That was an inside out this time. Beautiful. Well, Riasco now with the chance to serve for the set. We'll have to see. I mean, Riasco, Alex, a lefty. I would say she slices out wide, even though this is a lefty versus lefty battle. I still say she slices this first serve out wide here
and
to
again,
give herself.
Given that court 3's had to do a third, might have 2 other matches on courts 2 and 5.
She gets it.
Yeah, so first set, Mel Riasco, 7-6. Can we go split screens, courts 2 and 5, please? Courts 2 and 5, because Georgia now takes 4 first sets. They get doubles and first sets on courts 2, 3, 4, and 5. So the heart of the lineup belongs to Georgia, and yet right now we're going to check in on that heart of the lineup because Carmen Corley is 3 points away from the second set on 2, and Emma Staker's 2 games away from the second set on 5. And again, this is the Oklahoma script. This is the team we saw throughout the course of last season. They never quit. They just find ways.
Yes. And as you said about this Oklahoma team, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And I completely agree, because on paper, looking at Georgia, I mean, stacked, right? So I love the energy that Oklahoma has really brought into the singles.
Oh, you're kidding me. Gosh, be in the Nova. The full stretch backhand line. Just a freak athletically. I'm in. I've pushed the chips in a lot. I don't know how
You've
many
pushed
times
the
I can go
chips
all in.
completely in. I don't know if it's more possible for you to be.
I'm all in on a lot. Well, I don't half-ass it.
No,
If I'm
you
in, I'm
don't.
in.
No, I like that. That's what we like to see.
You can ask Jay over the years. Some camps I regret. There's no doubt.
Well, right now with the way that Vidmanova is playing, I don't think
but no,
we're
that's
going
what,
to regret this camp. And
that's the ace.
There we
T
go.
as well. So the backhand pass combined with the ace T. Just looking to just ask the question. Meanwhile, again, credit to Staker, who's just gotten loose. Found her rhythm.
right, and Staker, I mean, has started to not only find her rhythm, but hit the ball where she wants, which is in her strike zone. And so watch her feet and watch the distance where she is to the ball. I really like that because first set Staker was stretching a little bit. Hurdle was able to step in and take advantage. But yeah, second set Staker getting the footwork together, getting her feet set for each ball.
That's Staker forehand.
There we
She's
go.
locked in.
So clean. You can just tell.
Yeah. Although, again, I really like the game of Hurdle. I love how she's moved in. I love how aggressive she was in that first set. Seems like that's changed a little bit here in set two. And credit to Staker for taking that forehand a little bit earlier, a little bit more aggressively. But again, man, Hurdle has weapons.
I know. We saw that in the first set. Perhaps Hurdle has more weapons.
I just can't believe this is a 5 singles. And it's a testament to this year. I know we say this every match, every day, but it's like Staker and Hurdle has no business in any college tennis season being played at 5 singles.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, yeah.
And I do think when we look back, obviously with COVID, extra year of eligibility for all these athletes, as we see 5-4, we're going to... Actually, can you quickly make court 2, court 6? Or if you want to just work in the 3-box West stuff, 2, 5, 6, please, as we've got a bunch of sets coming down to the end on 2, 5, and 6. But I do think when we look back 5 years from now, God willing, I'll be retired by then. No, I'm just kidding. But I think when we look back 5 years from now, we're going to remember this as the
Alex,
Apex.
with the way that Crack Rackets is going, you might be retired by then.
No, please.
Crack Rackets on the rise.
Yeah.
On the rise.
Yeah, no, I'll be a ripe old age of 32. No, not planning to retire yet.
This job ages us. We might be.
True. Yeah, you know, Mike Cation's actually still 22. Yeah, don't tell anyone. No, but I just think this is the apex. The amount of talent, the depth, the buy-in for all these teams, the continuity. Obviously, again, the extra year of eligibility helps. But I'm telling you, I've studied it, and I just don't think we've ever had 16 teams, let alone the 25 teams this year that are this good.
And by good, you mean by this deep?
No, like Georgia in 2017, if you put this 2023 team into 2017, it's not even like close that they're the favorites. Like with all due respect to Stanford, but you're just like, Stanford doesn't have this depth.
That's wild.
Now, I think that Stanford team would still be at the top, but it's like only the top teams, the very, very top teams.
I see what you're saying. I could get on board with that. I get that. Yeah.
Last tangent is the tennis is really good here, and Staker misses that, but is 2 points away from the set. Last tangent, I was doing this thought exercise because this is what I do in my off hours.
Of course.
How would because we talked about the 2018 Wake Forest team yesterday.
Yes.
I don't remember why we did so frequently, but we did. And I was thinking, how would they be the favorites at this national indoors? Because like that team was really good. Gojo, Fisokos, Mansouri. But like I looked at their 4, 5, 6, and I think they were a little thin, like compared to.
That's interesting. I do think they were a little thin.
Because like Serafim was okay. Gajev was okay.
I don't think they compared to the depth of the UNC.
Yeah, Kungu was okay. Botzer at 4 was a joke.
Right.
But like, I don't know. I would like to see the matchups.
Interesting.
So I think the very best hold up, but it's like some of the other teams less so.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Again, Alex Gruskin, the walking dictionary of college tennis.
This is me debating
I
eras.
will keep on saying that.
And
yes.
guys, it's only hour 2. Wait till we're talking. Wait till we open up the booze and we start doing 2010s Virginia teams.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Killed it at the bar when I go through the best Virginia players.
Yeah, everyone just crowds around you.
Why Drew Courtney is quietly underrated in the hierarchy of Virginia men's tennis
That's
history.
the crowd pleaser.
Say that for next week as we see again. Set points coming up for Staker. Pisareva's 1 game away. And Carmen Corley's in a little trouble serving for this. That break point chances back for Viadmanova at 5-4. Staker. Second set, taker.
And we're going to a third on court 5. Emma Staker on your hurdle.
6-1 to the sophomore. So let's go to the split screen. He beat me to it.
Westhoff on my mood here as well.
Yeah, by the way, it's been 1-0 now for an hour and a half. Speaks to the physicality in each and every match. We said we had a bunch of 2-hour matches on our hands, and that's precisely the script we're seeing unfold right now.
Absolutely.
That's it again. Break point number 2 coming up here for Carmen. For Dasha Viadmanova. Viadmanova there. That's too good from Carmen Corley, and it's a deuce point, set point chance. Coming up here. Can we get that set point graphic, Westhoff? I just like it so much. Hey. Left side of your screen is that set point. And the way things are trending right now for Georgia, they need Viadmanova to get off the straights.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's huge. And let's go full screen on 6. Dasha Viadmanova extending the set to 5-all. But again, Georgia took 4 first sets. They've already dropped second sets on courts 3 and 5. So they need 2 to get off. They just need something to get off court. Viadmanova right now, the only one with a clean pathway to do so is, again, Riasco, Garcia, Ruiz aren't going anywhere.
No. I mean, this is going to be a long match and a good tennis too.
And by the way, we said it an hour ago. Second quarterfinal, 12 o'clock match isn't starting on time.
No. I mean, I don't think we're going to be close.
And Westhoff, give me the slow clap for the first time here today. Match points in singles for Sasha Pisareva.
The chance to put 1 on the Sooner scoreboard. There it is.
Sasha Pisareva, 6-1, 6-3. It's 1-all overall with a marathon to go here in our first quarterfinal. So it's early everywhere right now. Let's go back to court number 2. We're going to get ready to go to the 3 box. And let's keep 2 as your center stage action. Haven't checked in on 3 in a while. So let's do courts 1, 2, and 3. Let's just look at the top dogs here. 1 and 2 on this, 1 and 3 on the side. Keep 2 as your center stage. And again, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin, Perry Shinen, Georgia takes doubles, 4 first sets, but Oklahoma owned the 10 o'clock hour.
100%. And I mean, now that's how we find ourselves here, tied at 1, with really, Alex, no precise reason that this match should go either way at this moment. I mean, we're pretty deadlocked here.
There's no clear-cut pathways. It's third sets on 3 and 5, just getting underway. Meg Kowalski, though, is up 2-love in the third at 3 for Georgia. Mel Riasco took a 7-6 first set at 4, but Julia Garcia-Ruiz, the freshman, 2-love up early in that third set. So
yes,
it's anyone's match right now. Meanwhile, over at the Seattle Tennis Club, how about this? 5 first sets for the University of San Diego. It's 1-all overall. Abby Desiatnikov actually about to make it 2-1 San Diego. McBride at 6, up 7-6, 4-0. So there's point number 3. The question is, who will point number 4 be? It's too soon to tell, but guess what? Our quarterfinal match, that's supposed to be noon, Seattle Tennis Club. We can announce that now. A&M, Ohio State, delayed.
Delayed.
Yeah.
I feel like we are the predictors of delayed tennis.
Yeah, that's welcome to the ITA National Indoors. Our glorified chaperones.
Yes. Welcome to really any college tennis setting in which there have to be 2 matches consecutively.
But the real shout out needs to go to Justin, Cody, Zach. I mean, every member of this ITA team.
Of course.
Tolerate our nonsense. Again, poor Justin. 4 straight days, all he fields is complaints.
Yeah.
Justin Cerny, such a kind man.
Yes.
Too good to our Cracked Racquets team, doing an excellent job running this event.
Absolutely.
Corbin Corley's had an overhead on every point.
Carmen Corley hits a ton of overheads, and she hits them well.
Well, in this match in particular.
Yes.
She's just saying, because Villanova will give it to her.
Well, you know, on a broader scale, that's really where this doubles work in college really helps your singles game. I mean, we see this with these girls' overheads really just developing as they continue to step in, but it's so much more confidence when you can come to net knowing that you have a good overhead. Oh my gosh, it changes the game.
So now, 40-30 point chances to Villanova. Drop shot, no good. Corley moving forward too confidently, too fluidly right now, and so deuce point coming up.
Oh my gosh.
And this is Oklahoma magic. This is what they did all 2022. Corley breaks right back, 6-5 here on court number 2.
I love that serve return. Was that intentional? It was so late, but it was so well hit.
So let's make 1 in the bright spot, please. Change out court number 1 and 2. We're going to get to court number 3 in a second because we have not spent enough time with Guzman and Kowalski.
Correct.
And that match is really good.
There are a lot of matches here that I just feel like really we're just going the distance.
Yeah, we got time. That's the luxury here.
Yes.
Sleep is everywhere, but that's a really tough volley because that high backhand volley,
there it is, as we've talked about.
So difficult. Great strength from Ma there.
Yes.
Deuce point coming up.
Wow. Leah Ma. Huge point there to go up 3-1 in the second set. Now look at how Ma really stepped in now. As I alluded to earlier, Sleeth probably the more aggressive player at the end of the day, but Ma was just realizing that she has to play good indoor tennis here, and that means stepping up, taking the time away from Sleeth like she just did there. Sleeth serving to get herself out of a 2-game hole here.
Meanwhile, Kowalski with the 3-love lead. It's just a single break, but God, does Georgia need it?
Yeah. Georgia needs everything they can get right now.
No, you wondered, again, is this a case of Oklahoma built themselves too big of a hole to climb out of? Dug themselves, excuse me.
Right.
They had to fight so hard to work their way back in. Can they sustain this level now for another hour?
Good point.
That's the question.
Absolutely.
By the way, again, for those of you who missed day 1, round of 16 matches, I've been told by super producer Daniel Westhoff that the podcast is published. So head over to the Great Shot podcast feed. Myself, Perry, our dear friend John Parsons, breaking down all of yesterday's action.
Daniel Westhoff, such a quick turnaround.
I know.
Amazing.
And it's multiple things.
He's not just the producer. He is the super producer, the wizard producer.
So again, Sleeth right now. Can we switch 1 and 2? I know we've been locked in on this Corley Villanueva match, but Dasha Villanueva now, of course, has built herself an opportunity to break right back. Expect anything different.
Second serve here for Carmen Corley. Up 6-5, but down quadruple break point in this second set.
No, she doubles.
Wow.
So it's going to be a breaker to decide things on 2. Meanwhile, Donna Guzman, 30-love up. She needs this game. She just needs to get things rolling because, again, it's 1-all overall. Third set's underway on courts 3 and 5. Oklahoma took the first set at 1. Georgia took the first set at 4. Sent that wide, didn't she?
Yeah, I think just missed it.
Little swing happy. Great attempt again. I love what Carmen Corley has done from a game plan perspective.
I agree. I mean, again, Carmen Corley, just another experienced fighter out there.
We just heard something rare, folks. A rare Emma Staker roar. That's how you know it's crunch time.
That's how you know. I mean, again, this match tied at 1, but that is not
Hurdle has gotten so much more animated on court 5 as well. Just everyone's bringing it now.
Yeah.
Guzman gets on the board. Meanwhile, Sleeth does hold court 2-3. Will you replace court 1 with court 5, please? Court 1 with court 5. And these were all first sets that went to Georgia. 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Corley, so smart. So smart. Now look, Alex, this is almost a reversal of what we saw when this match opened up with Villanueva pushing Corley back and then getting her with the drop shot. Now it's the reverse. I mean, Corley's been able to just dictate by absorbing the Vidmanova pace and then giving it right back to her and adding some variety. I mean, both these women just so versatile.
It also just feels like no one's been able to be the front runner in this second set.
Yes.
The moment you take a 2-game lead, other player makes a push. The moment you have that 30-love lead, it's 30-all 2 points later.
A bit of a tight return there from Corley, but it's all right. We're tied at 2 now. 6-all, 2-all.
He's there. Great.
Oh my gosh.
From Carmen Corley. And honestly, if I'm Dasha Vidmanova, that drop shot's, it's in the trash now. She's done that a couple of times here in the second set, and that's just not the test, in my opinion. Don't make Corley move forward. I think she's got a great first step vertically. I think the key is get her laterally moving, get her stretched in the outer third. That's where she gets a little, dare I say, slap happy.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point. I feel like Corley's actually one of the few college players, at least, that I know that are more comfortable moving up and back than side to side.
Well said.
Hardly ever happens in women's tennis.
Very well said. Overcooked it.
Jeez.
3-all as we make the turn. You see 3-1 over on 3. Again, credit to Anya Hurdle, who has moved forward, who has been aggressive, put all sorts of pressure on Emma Staker today.
Absolutely.
It's a really fun. All these matches, no one's playing bad.
No.
And again, we said at the start, the only lopsided match was Pisareva from the start.
Absolutely.
Everything else, we're 2 hours in, very little movement.
Check out this forehand cross rally. Vidmanova trying to change direction here. Oh, Corley just beats her to it.
She's done that from the start.
Yep.
Win or lose, she's going down swinging today. Carmen Corley. Have to respect it. 4-3 on serve. Second set breaker. 1-all overall. It's too close to call. Too close to call. Meanwhile, it is 2-1 San Diego. Looks like it's about to be 3-1 San Diego. The third set's at the top 2 courts. It looks like courts 1 and 2. Arsenal versus Colling and Ansari versus De La Harris. It looks like it's going to be those 2 matches to decide things.
Ansari De La Harris.
It's a really good match.
Yeah.
They're all good.
Yeah. But especially Ansari after coming back yesterday. And again, a player that did not lose yesterday, and not losing is again a strength and can give you momentum heading into the next day of college tennis.
How about Ariana Arsenault drops a really tough 7-6 first set to Salimar Colling, 5-2 lead right now in set number 2. Looks like she's about to force a third. That's a nice bounce back.
Nice one
for the former Georgia transfer. This is not fair. Again, when I watch Dasha Vidmanova play, talk about someone, it's just like a thing of Play-Doh, where you're just like, what do I want to do with this? There's so much skill, so many different things to craft in her game.
Speaking of Play-Doh, how much...
Where's this going? Yeah.
Speaking of, Alex,
yeah.
How much do you think a coach molds a player when they come to college? What is your take on that?
It's a great question. It depends. It really does. I think the more athletic you are, the more your coach will try to implement things. I think a lot of players from a structural standpoint, stroke production, that stays pretty constant in college. A coach isn't going to say we're rebuilding your forehand because, you're not. You got there a certain way. You're not going to try to reimagine everything. But every coach gets excited when you see players and you just see them. Again, I think it's more about the patterns and finding the best version of yourself.
Strategy.
What rhythm brings out the best in your game? Is it 2 cross, 1 line? Is it 3 cross, 1 short angle? All these different things. They help you problem solve. I think that's the big thing a college coach does.
Interesting.
And they teach you to believe in yourself. That's obviously the real big thing, as we see. Speaking of that belief, Donna Guzman, 2-3 now, back on serve on court number 3.
Meanwhile,
Let's go full on 2.
Yeah.
It's 5 all time. Set points, Carmen Corley. Set point, singular.
Carmen Corley, again, if she gets this point, she deserved the set. She played to win here, and I mean, she had to play, I feel like, her best aggressive tennis here to even put herself in the position to take a set off Vietnamova.
By the way, set point. Huge serve. And you ready for this score update? Third set's already underway on 3 and 5. 4-1 lead for Julia Garcia's Ruiz on 4 after she dropped the 7-6 first set. 4-2 lead for Leah Ma of Georgia on 1 after she dropped the 7-5 first set. There's a world where we have 5 3-setters to decide this quarterfinal.
Yes, correct.
Wouldn't have it any other way. At least at this hour of the day.
Of course not.
Ask me again at 7.
Ask us again at 10:30. The other 10:30, the PM.
Yeah, exactly. So it's match points, Vietnamova. And again, 1-all overall. You just want to get a point on the board. At this point, if you're Georgia, desperate to get something off court. And the only singles victory belongs to Sasha Pisareva. It's 6-7, by the way. You can ignore that scoreboard.
Too
now
good.
It's 7-all.
That was a tough volley from Corley, too. Let's take a minute to acknowledge the fact that she hit that near her shoes.
And she did perfectly.
Yes. Dropped it right over. Carmen Corley just overcooks it a little, overturns, over-rotates a little on her forehand.
So give me the slow clap. It's match point. And the drop shot should not go in the trash can.
That's crazy.
That one's the killer. And it gives Viedmanova a 6-2, 7-6 victory, 2-1 Bulldogs. But I know we don't have the quad box. Let's go triples. Let's go 3, 4, 5. Heart of the lineup. Separates the adults from the children. That center of your team. And right now it's battles everywhere. Let's just do it in order. 3 in the big spot, 4 and 5 on the wings. The reason we have 4 in the center spot right now is because Garcia Ruiz has that 5-1 lead. As she looks to force a third set. Again, your 2 singles victories to straight set win for Oklahoma at 6. Again, a dramatic, albeit straight set victory for Viedmanova at 2. She was great, wasn't she?
She was great. And let's talk about the importance of drop shots in that match, right? I mean, crazy. Both girls just employing the drop shot as a way to get their opponent off balance after being so aggressive from the baseline. Kowalski Guzman now 3-all in the third set. Now we see 2 pretty one-sided scores here in the first set, 6-0 for Kowalski in the first, 6-1 for Guzman in the second. It's interesting to take a look at that.
Yeah, you know it's going to be 7-6 in the third.
Exactly.
Come on,
that's exactly what's going to happen. Second serve here for Meg Kowalski. Guzman just pulls that a little bit wide on the backhand side. So Kowalski, 8-0 so far this spring on the singles court.
Not too shabby, right?
Not too shabby now. We're waiting a minute for the score to be updated here on Play Site. They up 30-15. Kowalski leads. Oh, great defense. Great defense from Guzman, but not good enough. Kowalski with the serve +1 combination gives her game points now to go up 4-3 in the third set.
I like the steadiness. From 3-love up to 3-all, undeterred.
It's like the phrase that is impossible in tennis that people like to tell you to play. They like to tell you to play consistently aggressive.
Yeah.
I'm like, how can I be consistent and aggressive?
Exactly,
But
that's not a thing.
actually, ask Meg Kowalski. She'll tell you.
Yeah, sure. She does hold 4-4-3 here on court number 3. Let's see, Leah Ma serving up 4-3 in the second set on 1. Let's make court number 1 court number 3. Yeah, let's just do a straight substitution there.
Absolutely.
We'll leave our 2 matches happening on the side. Court number 1 will be our center court of action now is, again, Leah Ma looking to make it 3 3-set matches.
Now, Leah Ma just pushing here in the second set, pushing to get a lead. Shouldn't use the word pushing. She's hitting the tar off the ball.
That's funny.
More like pressing to get a lead.
There we go. As you see, 5-2, by the way, court 4 for Garcia Ruiz. She looks to force a third set. Coming on the change over Westhoff. It's game points here for Hurdle here at 40-30. But we'll keep our eye. As soon as one of these spaces open up, we'll go back to court number 3. 5-3 Liama. It's a good hold from the Georgia senior, who earned a spectacular clinching 3-set win over Connie Ma yesterday.
You've got to think, if you're Leah Ma, you've got that confidence heading into this match, knowing that it might yet again come down to you.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Meanwhile, it is 3-2 now over at the Seattle Tennis Club. Third sets to decide things there. Auburn, San Diego taking on. It's 2-0 Auburn leads in the third on 1, 4-3 on serve in the third on 2. All right, Auburn ain't done. And you probably, given the experience, Arsenault and Sari.
I like those two.
Yeah.
Lane Sleeth saying, "Not so fast, to Ma." Screaming back in down the line winner there.
No, she's got her right where she wants her. Come on now. 4-3. Ooh. If Liama gets the set point, can we throw out, as we see Staker, by the way, takes the 3-2 break lead. Staker doing her thing. Can we make court number 3 court 1 and make court, put 3 in the big box and change out court 5 with court 1, please? Westhoff knew what I meant.
Westhoff, can you do the thing? He's like, yeah, sure.
He's like, oh, you want 6? Sure. Yeah, because here's why. Kowalski's in strike zone. By the way, ooh.
Oh my gosh, the defense.
Love it. That ball goes long.
Meg
Westhoff,
Kowalski.
can you go a quick full-on 4? A quick full-on 4, because we've got set points coming up for Julia Garcia Ruiz. And again, she earns the split here. Yes, Georgia's got the 2-1 lead. And as we talked about all day yesterday, today, on a recap podcast now available on the Great Shot podcast feed, wherever you listen to your shows, finding 4 singles victories against any of these teams feels downright impossible. Can Oklahoma pull that off today?
Now Garcia Ruiz. 3 game points. Wow, that was in. That grabs the line.
Really?
Garcia Ruiz sending this one to another third set.
Wouldn't have it any other way, and we get right back to our 3 box. Again, Alex Gluskin, Perry shining here. 4-3, Kowalski leads from above 30, though. Guzman's got us back to 30 all. Meanwhile, Ma's at 5-3 as she looks to make it 4 3-set matches. Of course, court number 5 now on your screen, where and Staker, 30-15, 3-2 in the third, up a break, serving on the near side. By the way, I know the uniforms are tricky. Oklahoma in the all black. Georgia's got black top, white bottom. Although credit to our friends at PlaySite, of course, official broadcast live streaming partner of the ITA. Camera feeds are killing it today.
Yeah. Everything is very clear.
Very clear.
And we're coming up now on hour 2.5 this match. That is thanks to Rolex, the official timepiece of the ITA. What a point on 3. What a point.
And it sets up a break point chance. 2 of them now for Meg Kowalski. To your point, again, everything lit up so beautifully. Shout out to Sports Interiors, the official lighting, and as we learned, that valuable ceiling liner of the ITA. Didn't know what I've been doing in life without a ceiling liner thought
Of course.
prior to this week. So shout out to Sports Interiors.
Every single overhead these girls hit, they see the ceiling liner.
Just a more complete man now. And so
Yes.
now, again, break point chances here for Kowalski. Set point chances for Ma.
The depth from Kowalski. Oh, dropper.
Oh, she gets there. Oh, Meg Kowalski, the wheels.
Wow.
So 5-3 Kowalski. 1 game away from the set. Meanwhile, Staker deuce point coming up 3-2. Oh my goodness.
Now we see the score overall 2-1 Bulldogs lead, but does that mean anything? Not sure.
Third set now at
TBD.
4. Third set coming up on 1. Emma Staker. Dart of the forehand. Inside in. 4-2 lead. Sooners on 5. Yeah, let's stay full here on 3. And Kowalski, the 5th year. Serving. Give Georgia a 3-1 lead. First point Dogs.
Wow. Guzman just turning on that forehand. Head coach Audra Cohen is there for it. All right, 15-all. 5-3 Kowalski leads. 3 points away from adding yet another point to the Bulldog scoreboard. Something I really like about Dana Guzman is not just her no-quit attitude, but it's the way that she keeps on trying to step in. She's trying to keep on rushing Kowalski, who is so tough on the singles court.
Two in the net, though. So a couple of unforced errors.
Wow.
Yeah, this is good.
Threading the needle. Threading the
This
needle.
is very, very good tennis in first of 4 quarterfinals here on the day.
2 points away for Kowalski.
Oh, it leaks on her.
Oh my gosh.
And so it's match points Kowalski.
Again, though, credit to Guzman trying to come in. I would say, just like a little bit late on that backhand volley. I felt that pain there. But gives Kowalski match point. Her first one of this match.
We head to the 3 box. 3 matches to go as Meg Kowalski, 6-love, 1-6, 6-3. Georgia 1 match away from the semifinals. Now, how are they going to get there? That's the million-dollar question. And you look at the 3 matches we've got left. We'll go court 5 in the center box. It's closest to the finish line. Emma Staker, the sophomore, up a break 4-3. Third set on court number 5. Meanwhile, third set just getting underway on court 1. Literally first game of the third set. Court number 4, it's Julia Garcia Ruiz. Up 1-love on serve in the third set. Alex Gruskin, Perry Shinen here. Obviously, you'd rather be Georgia. Simply put, you want 3 points on the board versus 1.
Absolutely.
But again, if you're just joining us, the first hour of this match belonged to Georgia. They took a fairly comfortable doubles point. I know Sleeth Pisareva got the win at 2, but Georgia dominated at the 1 and 3 spots from the start. They then take 4 first sets. But hour number 2 of this match belonged to Oklahoma, and it was slowly with Pisareva, Staker, Sleeth, Guzman. They just all made this collective push. And now the question becomes again, did they dig themselves too big of a hole to emerge out of? You see the scoreboards there. All these third set matches still too close to call. You'd rather be Staker on 5 as she's up that break 4-3, but it's anyone's match, isn't it, Perry?
Absolutely. And what I was going to add is that bad bounces are sometimes a thing, in junior tennis at least, coming up to the college ranks. But thanks to California Sports Surfaces, the official court surface of the ITA, no bad bounces here at Nordstrom Tennis Center.
Appreciate that. That's why there's Nordstrom Tennis Center, one of our preferred facilities. Of course, Ground Rule is the preferred facility services agency of the ITA. Help us figure out where to play, when to play, how to play. Right now, Emma Staker's trying to remember that match clinching form we saw so frequently from her last season. The sophomore clinched 10 matches as a freshman. 10! What have you done 10 times to clinch?
Literally.
Anything? I think I've eaten the last slice of pizza 10 times in my life.
I've done that more than 10 times.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. That's what I'm saying. That's my
I'm the defending champion of that.
Yeah.
Emma Staker, though, 2 games away from making this a 3-2 match.
It's a long 2, isn't it?
It's a long 2, especially against someone like Hurdle, who, as you said, Alex, has played really well this match, just very aggressive.
Meanwhile, how about this? Game point chances for Riasco as she's grinding. They're resetting the scoreboard right now on court number 1. Give us a second there.
There we go. Talk about aggressive play. On your Hurdle serve, +1, just rips that forehand. We're tied, 15-all.
Or no, that's Staker. That's Staker on the far. I think that was Staker.
Was that Staker?
Yeah, so 30-love.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a big +1 because she's on that far side serving. Yeah.
Oh,
black.
true.
Yeah.
True.
Fair though. Great down the line ball.
There we go.
That's the Hurdle money.
Yes.
Yeah. It's an early, massive deuce point on 4. As you see, by the way, Leamont did hold 4-1-love. Is Leamont going to clinch again? For
She
these
might.
Georgia Bulldogs?
She might, looking at how this is all playing out. Wow. Wait, was that it? Court 5?
I think it was. So Staker now 40-15.
That's wild.
She's just comfortable
Yeah.
in these positions.
I mean, again, you talked about clinching 10 times. That momentum from 1 clinch, it's just so memorable that perhaps it was kind of like a domino effect for her last season, I feel like, with those 10 clinches. But to have the timing work out, to even have the chance to clinch 10 times. It's also crazy. 40-30 now, Staker leads, court 5. She has 2 chances now to take a 5-3 lead in the 3rd set for Oklahoma. Oh, is that out? Did she miss
Overruled.
that? Oh my goodness.
So there it is, 5-3 lead now for the Oklahoma Sooners on 5. We'll keep that as our main court. Meanwhile, again, it's 1-love, but 4 breakpoint chances early for Leah Ma on court number 1. Meanwhile, 1-all, 3rd set. Garcia Ruiz taking on Riasco. We've got lefties on court number 4. All right, let's have ourselves a day.
I mean, let's do it. This is why we're here, right? Is to see matches like this.
Very, very true. Oh, this is really dumb, but they just showed the graphic on PlaySite. The 16-all, 16-point controversy, that wasn't total points. That was how many points they'd won on serve.
Oh!
Which makes sense, because it's no ad scoring. So if you have 4 games, you're going to win 16 points each.
That's also a great stat.
That's what I'm saying. They just showed us the overall total service points.
I see. But still, shout out to Hungry Chickens for doing the math.
Shout out to Hungry Chickens for the math, indeed. Shout out, of course, to our friends at Wilson, official ball, racket, accessory brand. As well.
And we couldn't see without JMC Lighting, the official outdoor lighting partner of the ITA. Even though we're indoors, we still can see because of JMC Lighting.
That's true. So again, that one was wide for Staker. Hurdle serving to say alive is the senior. Well, again, Lane Sleeth facing break points.
Now Anya Hurdle from Georgia just battling back on the 5 spot. She sees that 3 in the Bulldog scoreboard. She knows she can find a way. Claw back in this 3rd set. She has a chance of being that decider for the Georgia Bulldogs.
Or more than anything, just stay alive.
Right, that's true too.
You're playing right next to Leah Ma, who's up that early 2-love break. You feel like with the sophomore Riasco, playing at that 4 spot, you always feel good about that.
Right.
So again, the value of staying alive. Hurdle does exactly that. Still, Emma Staker will serve for the match. 5-4 on court number 5. Let's switch 1 and 5 as soon as Staker starts that service game last off. Obviously, we'll put that back in the big box, but let's go 1 on the center for now. Yesterday, Leah Ma, the senior, from a set and 4-3 down, clinches the match for her Georgia Bulldogs as they knocked out NCAA finalists Connie Ma and Stanford. Sleep yesterday, a straight set loss. Meanwhile, to Chloe Beck of Duke.
That was a rip.
I was playing loose.
Yeah.
Playing free.
You know, something I like about Ma's forehand is just how simple her strokes are. She's so simple. It's just right to the ball, turn, unload. We see that on the forehand there.
Very casual.
Not much can go wrong when you have strokes like Leah Ma.
100%.
There it is, that forehand again.
Wow, break point chances for Riasco. I apologize. Can we go 5 back in that center screen, though, as Emma Staker's about to serve for it over on court number 5. Meanwhile, tell me you just saw that from Julia Garcia Ruiz. Serves and volleys down break point. That is,
What a flex to be able to do that and pull it off.
the word is gumption. That is gumption
Yes.
from the freshman.
Leave it up to Alex Gruskin.
Yeah,
Dictionary of College Tennis to come up with the word gumption.
that's the word.
It is. I agree. Emma Staker now 3 points away from making this a 3-2 match. Now, Alex, I don't know about you, but we just felt the tension rise in the Nordstrom Tennis Center. I'm hearing all the cheers, all the kind of fourth wave of energy coming through these two teams.
Staker 2 points away. That deuce point on 4 is delightful. You're kidding me, Mel Riasco.
Mel Riasco.
Put that volley away. That's just not appropriate.
We've called her experienced this entire match, but she's only a sophomore. That's just because she's had so much experience because she plays so many matches for this Georgia Bulldogs team, and we see why.
That was nuts. And that's obviously rookie Racquets from Tennis Center. I apologize. I know that's in the small left box, but oh my God, in person, that volley was ridiculous.
Crazy.
You would rather be Georgia, no doubt. 3-love lead for Liama at 1, 2-1 break lead on course for Staker. And send just a little dagger, perhaps, to those Georgia faithful right now.
Staker with 4 chances to make it 3-2.
No, I think they screwed up the scoreboard there.
Oh, did she miss that down the line?
I think it's 30-all.
Oh, 30-all.
It's not your fault, Westlaw. Yeah, now it's match point.
Jeez.
Now it's 40-30. Now we ask for the slope clap, please. We have a war. Absolute war.
And I know exactly what Emma Staker was trying to do at that point. I know exactly. She was trying to just bait Hurdle to go for a little bit too much. But Hurdle, too tough.
Nope. We play on.
Staker just a bit too tentative there.
We go back to the triple box. Yeah, that's tough, isn't it, Perry?
Tough. It's tough to watch that in person. I'm just cringing a little bit for Staker, who I know how much she wants this right now.
Boy, could her team have used it. 3-1 overall for the record. Ariana Arsenault, 6-love, third set over Salamar, excuse me. So it's 3-all at the Seattle Tennis Club. 6-all in the third set on Sari versus Harris, third set breaker to decide it.
Not surprised by that, Alex.
No, exactly.
Two absolute fighters, two dogs from yesterday.
Will I get yelled at if I throw a 2-box up on the screen? If I say, super producer Daniel Westoff, can we put that 4-2 court number 2 at the San Diego Tennis Center? If it's possible, can we put that on half the screen? We'll leave court number 5 here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center on that other half as well. But if we can show the end of that, it's a third set thriller. Breaker to decide it.
You can see it on the right.
If we can, super producer Daniel Westoff, again, I apologize for continuing to talk to all of you fans, but can we do the Seattle Tennis Center court number 2 split screen with Nordstrom court 5? That Dillas Harris Ansari match, 4-2, third set breaker, 3-all overall. That's why if we can, we want to show that to you now. Ansari, Dillas Harris, we'll throw that in the screen somewhere. There we go. Here again, working into the split screen. Staker right back, of course, love 30.
Emma Staker just relentless. I mean, that shows a really, really good player to be able to come back from having those 2 match points and not playing your best points on them, now being able to take an early lead in that 5-all game. Third set.
Here you see it. Ansari right now, from 4-2 down, she's now up 5-4.
We knew this about Ansari.
Yeah.
I believe in her out there.
And now I think it's 6-4. I think it's match point Ansari. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
It is indeed. From 4-2 down, 4 straight to Carolyn Ansari. Sets up a match point.
I mean, we saw that yesterday, right? I mean, her no-die attitude and her willingness to
we go to
adjust.
court 1 at Nordstrom. I apologize. It's a huge deuce point. 3 love right now. Leah Ma leads Lane Sleeth. Sleeth at deuce point in her love 3 service game. She needs it. Simply put, absolutely has to have this one. Dillas Harris. Carolyn Ansari from 3-1 down. And Auburn comes back 4-3. You see the huddle. That is survival at its finest. And you see the hug. She was 4-2 down in the third set breaker. The team dropped 5 first sets in singles. Huge
Crazy
win.
fight.
Huge win.
Crazy fight.
For the Auburn Tigers, let's go back court number 5 here, and we'll get to that triple box again. It's 3-2. Riasco's up a break for Georgia on 4. 3-1. Leah Maas up a break for Georgia on 1. But right now, Emma Staker serving for the match for a second time. She's trying to send her team, trying to make it 2-3. Just keep her team energetic in the mix.
Absolutely. I mean, you have a player like Emma Staker who has been in this position so many times before, but each one is slightly different, so nothing is ever a given. coach of mine once said, every time that you step out on the court, you have to prove yourself. And Emma Staker is a prime example of that, trying to prove herself today.
Man, tip of the cap to Carolyn Ansari.
I mean, talk about proving yourself.
Yeah, I don't to take, because you're 100% right. I agree with everything you said, Perry. But then I also just need to say that's freaking nuts.
Insane. I mean, Ansari, we also saw yesterday, we kind of talked about how she's reached the potential of her game in college tennis. And I truly believe that she's used all of what she has. And that's what we saw today.
Survival. 4-3. Auburn. Consolation winners. They await the winner of just lowly Pepperdine versus Virginia. Not the worst way to wrap your
It only gets easier, right, Alex?
Yeah, not the worst way to wrap your national indoor experience. Meanwhile, again, 3-1. Liama is up. Meanwhile, Staker finds herself down love 30 on court number 5. And you see super producer Daniel Westoff getting all these courts back up on your screen. We go back to the triple box now.
Big forehands here from Staker, trying to take advantage of this point.
Court number 1, you might be wondering what's going on. Lane Sleep broke her laces.
Oh my gosh.
An equipment issue on one. She broke the laces of her shoes.
That's what happens when you just ball
Freaking
so hard.
athlete. I couldn't agree more. I'm so
Ball so hard.
She literally was balling too hard for her shoes.
Her shoes couldn't hang.
Yeah. Her shoes were like, sorry, I don't got it in me. Meanwhile, by the way, look very, very subtly. We're just going to point to it. We're not ready to get excited about it. Love 30. Julia Garcia Ruiz looking to get a break back there. Again, none of that will matter if Hurdle can overcome this deficit. By the way, we have an official, I'll ask Justin here, official start time for quarterfinal number 2. I'm going to guess 12:35. Yeah, waiting for official confirmation. Tentative 12:35 Ohio State A&M start. It's coming out for Garcia Ruiz. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Alex, you said it all.
I mean,
I'm speechless. I have nothing to say.
Let the record show.
How can you say something when it's your job?
3 hours ago, scholars were arguing, is it going to come down to sleep and ma? When you know, you know. Staker called wide. So there is a linesman right there. Now that ball is directly beneath our broadcast booth. I feel justified saying, hold, it wasn't close.
Alex, I was too short to see it, so you have to tell me.
Really, really close. Now here's the thing. You all see it on your screen. There is a lines person right there. Right on that line. Chair deferred to the lines person, saw it wide as well. It was freaking close. But it's a deuce point match point now for Staker. Oh my God. Emma Staker. And I'm not going to repeat what Coach Jeff Wallace just said to the chair, but it was some choice words. You see the interaction there. Of course, Hurdle's going to say, come on. But I'll tell you what, and I agree with Staker, there is a lines person right on that line. Right on that line. I don't know what else to tell you.
It's tough. Oh my gosh, it's tough. It's tough for both players.
So 3-2 now, overall. And by the way, Garcia Ruiz ultimately, well, they're resetting the scoreboard, but I think it's 3-all there now in the third, or it might be 4-3 Garcia Ruiz. It's unclear to me. But we have an official start time, 12:25. 12:25 start for quarterfinal number 2. Now the question is, will quarterfinal number 1 be done by then? I don't know.
We are thinking likely not. Maybe. We'll see.
Maybe not.
Again, Leah Ma just seeing if she can get some distance from Sleeth in this third set.
4-1 lead now in the third for Leah Ma. It is just a single break, though. Just a single break deficit. Meanwhile, again, they're resetting the scoreboard here on court number 4. I'm pretty sure it's 3-all. In fact, I'm going to bet all the money in my pocket that it is. And in fact,
good thing you can
keep
all
that
your
money in my pocket. Although for what it's worth, my wallet is on the table. Yeah.
Well, 40-15. 3-all, 40-15. So we'll be 3-all.
15-40, I believe, even. So it's actually break point chances here for Riasco.
Not surprised by that. Mel Riasco just grinding. Garcia Ruiz, the freshman.
Three, 2 overall. We enter hour number 4 of this match. And she's back out in front. Now Riasco, 4-3 break of serve lead. Georgia is 2 games away in 2 places now. Again, a 4-3 break of serve lead for Riasco on 4. It's currently 4-1 break of serve lead for Leah Ma on 1. Of course, we'll go split screen as soon as we have action again on each of those courts. If you're just joining, Alex Gruskin, Perry Shinen here. 12:25 start. Ohio State A&M over at the Seattle Tennis Club. Yeah,
there's that forehand rip.
When she's hitting this well, there's nothing you can do.
I agree.
And indoors, it's a bad matchup for Sleeth.
It is.
Just again, everything is right in that Ma strike zone.
And I mean, you're seeing also Ma's height come into play here. I mean, we're here in person seeing Ma just take these balls that would be high for most girls. She's really taking them at chest level and feeling good about it.
It's just like a slingshot. Talk about the loose arm.
Yes. I like that. It is like a slingshot, like a rubber band, just unloading. Huge point here, 15-all, 4-1. Leah Ma leads. Lane Sleeth just trying to keep it in it.
Honestly, that Riasco Garcia Ruiz match is going 7-6 in the third. It just is.
I do feel that.
It's been that sort of match.
If Ma's not able to close this out, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Leah Ma, though, if she's moving forward, send help. It's too good.
Send help. That's funny.
30-15, Ma leads.
Ball from Riasco. I will say, watching the body language of Garcia Ruiz, she looks fine during the point. A little hobbly in between.
I wonder if it's injury related or cramps.
No, it's pure fatigue. You can
Yeah.
tell. It's just, I'm tired. It's been 3 hours.
And that's the thing. I mean, in junior tennis, we all play so many matches and oftentimes 2-3 matches in a day, but there is nothing like college tennis. There is nothing like the emotional pressure that makes you physically more tired. And you're right, we are seeing that a little bit with Garcia Ruiz right now. Again, Sleeth trying to hang in for the Sooners. 30-all on serve.
Oh, get out of here, Mel Riasco. Sneaker up the line. Coaching staff goes crazy. 30-15 now.
All right, game point. Leah Ma, the chance to break Lane Sleeth and take a 5-1 lead here in the third set. That would put her 1 game away from sending Georgia to the semifinals of this event. Sleeth just playing goalie here.
She is so athletic.
She is.
They're just fluid. The movement is crazy. The casual slides, first step. No disrespect to Garcia Ruiz, Riasco, who are balling on their own, and you see Mel Riasco game point chances for 5-3. She's trying to say Leah who? Now deuce point coming up on 1. It's a juicy one. Dare I say a de facto match point.
Leah Ma, watch for the forehand on this point. Oh, too good from Ma. Too good.
Too good from Riasco. So the Bulldogs, 1 game away on 2 different courts. It'll be Ma serving for the match, up 5-1. Riasco 5-3 up on 4 for the first time, I don't know, since 9 o'clock. We feel like we might know which way this first quarterfinal is headed. Alex Gruskin, Perry Scheinen here. University of Georgia takes doubles. 4 first sets, but man, did Oklahoma fight. And credit Sasha Pisareva at 6, Emma Staker at 5. Put 2 points on the board, but again, it's the pressure from the start. Georgia's been ahead for roughly the entirety of this 3-hour, 14-minute match. Never more so pronounced than now. Georgia's 1 game away on 2 courts.
Right, and I mean, talk about all 4 of the players left on this court. Pressure for all of them in different ways, and it really comes down to mental toughness. And Apeak, the official mental training app of the ITA. Shout out to Apeak for providing player support mentally. All right, the Bulldogs take the first point on each court. Again, 1 game away. Who, if either, will get it first? Make that 2 for Mel Riasco. And 2 for Leah Ma. 2 points away, my friends, 2 points away. Garcia Ruiz saying, not so fast. I'm still here. I'm a freshman, but I'm still here. Riasco up 30-15. Meanwhile, Ma. Can we go full screen on Ma? No, don't go full screen on Ma. Back to double box. Perfect. Because we saw that quick point. We have Ma now. 3 more chances to take this. Mel Riasco fighting for a 40-15 opportunity. She gets it. So which Bulldog will clinch for Georgia to head to the semifinals of the ITA Indoor Nationals? Oh, Lane Sleeth, the athleticism, the wheels on that backhand side. You know, moving to your left is so tough. Lane Sleeth makes it look like it's easy. Gets that backhand side, keeps Ma on the court for another point. Ma with another chance to take it. Meanwhile, Mel Riasco, 3 points. 3 points she has. She has to win 1 of these 3 points. Doesn't get the first one. And we're still playing here at Nordstrom Tennis Center. Ma with another chance to take it.
It's the double match point moment.
Doesn't get it. Deuce point. Lane Sleeth just battling for the Sooners. Battling.
Double deuce, double match point.
Garcia Ruiz. I mean, Sooners hanging on by a thread, but hanging on.
There it is. University of Georgia headed back to the National Indoor Semifinals. 4-2 winners. They knock out Oklahoma. Here's the question. Is it going to be 4-2 or 5-2? Respect to Sleeth and Ma. They're going to finish the point. They've both been working way too hard.
Racket head speed slowing down a little bit for both players. Huge point. Oh my gosh.
It lands good.
Oh my gosh.
Well, there's a little extra one for the highlight reel, but ultimately it is the Georgia Bulldogs team. 4-2 winners, dogs, back to the semifinals here in Washington, where they await the winner now of Texas and Iowa State. 3+ hour battle, Perry. That's as good as it gets.
Yep, and you called it. You said 4-2 or 4-3. I agree.
Yeah.
And, of course, we all agree now, 4-2. The Bulldogs take it. Semifinals of the ITA National Indoors.
4-2 is that magic number. All right, folks. Well, with that said, that's quarterfinal number 1 in the books. Now, obviously, quarterfinal 2 about 5 minutes away. We're going to get all of our cameras set, make sure we're ready to roll. We will be back, though, with more action as day 2 rolls on. Alex Gruska and Perry Shinen here as we continue our Cracked Racquets coverage of these 2023 ITA National Women's Division I Team Indoor Championships.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing Apeak Tennis and Apeak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that Apeak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate Apeak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use Apeak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate Apeak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net. It's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing Apeak Tennis and Apeak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that Apeak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate Apeak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use Apeak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate Apeak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net. It's easier.
Welcome back in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of these 2023 ITA Division I National Women's Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin joined, of course, by the great Harry Sheinin as we enter quarterfinal number 2 on the day. Of course, if you're just joining us, boy, was that a fun one. 3+ hours it takes for the Georgia Bulldogs to ultimately secure a 4-2 victory over Oklahoma, a match that looked very much like a national quarterfinal should. Meanwhile, now we move back to the Seattle Tennis Center, home to quarterfinal number 2. And here's a fun one. A&M Ohio State. Of course, the Buckeyes men's team earned another massive victory. Sans Cannon Kingsley, they go on the road today, 4-1 win over over Virginia in Charlottesville. So we know how good the men might just be this year. You're pretty clear-cut favorites entering Chicago. On the women's side, though, the story of the season has been these Ohio State women. They knock off Oklahoma, Oklahoma State, Tennessee, a dominant victory over Georgia that saw them win 5 first sets in Columbus just 10-plus days ago. Now this Ohio State team, 4-0 winners over Auburn yesterday. They're taking on an A&M squad that's lost twice in the last 15 months. Both of those losses coming indoors last season, National Indoor Round of 16, NCAA quarterfinals to Oklahoma. But guess what? They brought back the gang of characters. Brandstein, Goldsmith, Stoyana. Of course, you add in the new players, Kupris, Smetnikov, USC All-American, Selma Ewing. A lot of pieces to enjoy in this matchup. Again, I don't want to say blue bloods, but you know Ohio State A&M are always going to be finishing top 12. Obviously, in their best seasons, they're going to be top 8, top 5 in that national championship conversation, a place each of these schools very likely consider themselves in now. And you see, again, early action here on court number 1. This is a fun pairing. It's the senior All-American, Irina Cantos-Siemers, partnered with sophomore Sydney Ratliff. Taking on a fun duo. I'm not sure exactly the qualification for Carson Brandstein. I know it's her second year at A&M. But again, she's been around for a while. She's partnered with the sophomore, Mary Stoyana.
So the story is you told me supported that alcohol. It was weird. It became like, and I guess it was this. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it says deuce point. Obviously, that scoreboard's a hair behind. It'll get refreshing in a second here. Again, we'll wait for that scoreboard to get updated here. Otherwise, we'll just move over to our other courts where the scoreboards do seem to be firing right now here. There we go. Ratliff Contos did hold 4-1 love. And that's just too easy for Irina Contos. Always love a good lefty-righty combination. Forehands on the inside just makes it that much easier for each of these players, right, to cross, assert themselves with their forehand volleys.
Correct. And I mean, crossing is just so important in doubles.
We saw that in the Georgia-Oklahoma point.
Exactly. And that really stems from energy and your ability to move fresh off the bat.
All right, scoreboard on 1 is down at the moment. They're going to get that fixed momentarily. So, again, while things stay a little confusing here, I'll tell you where it's not confusing. Can we put court 1 on the top left? Obviously, we're going to stay triple box here for the duration of the doubles point. Again, Alex Gruskin, Perry Shinan, steering the ship here for quarterfinal number 2. But let's introduce everyone. Again, it's Stoyana and Brandstein at that number 1 spot versus Ratliff, Kontos here at the number 2 spot. A couple of veterans in their final years, 5th years. JC Goldsmith, Selma Ewing. I believe, according to Coach Mark Weaver, spent some time playing together in the juniors back in the day.
Correct. And we have a number of girls in college that ended up playing together, both in juniors and currently. And I think that's so special. Shout out to Lily Jones and Julia Fliegner at Michigan. Also played doubles together in juniors. And again, this is really a test of 2 teams that have established themselves to be contenders this year. I mean, Ohio State, the breakout Big Ten team of the year, besides Michigan, of course.
So there you go.
Big serve down the tee right there.
Just trying to get on the board here.
Right.
Shaban, Isabel Boulay. Boulay, excellent yesterday.
Absolutely. And Bond, the grad transfer from Columbia. Ivy to Big Ten pipeline. Here we go.
I like it. Did you ever play her?
Never played Akancha. She was a little too high in the lineup for me. I liked watching her play, though. She was a heck of a player.
No doubt about that. And again, on this court alone, Boulay, an All-American, I believe.
Yes,
certainly
Boulay
her and Coley Allen have had some success over the years in doubles, but yeah, JC Goldsmith, who's ranked number 1 in the country, with Tatiana Makarova, the lefty, on the ad side. Meanwhile, All-American Selma Ewing, how about that backhand cross pass? Makes it 3-love Aggies, all A&M here on the number 2 doubles position. Let's make 3 our big box now. Mia Kupris, superstar freshman for A&M. She's partnered with Gianna Pilette, a sophomore. Got a ton of match reps last year, but again, this team got even deeper over the course of the offseason. So Pilette will be fighting with Kupris, others for that final lineup spot. They're taking on a couple of 5th-year veterans, Coley Allen, Danielle Wilson. And look, Allen and Wilson both going to play in the bottom half of this Buckeye singles lineup, but give me 2 5th-years at the number 3 doubles position every day of the week, Perry.
I mean, give me a break. Also, Danielle Wilson, a standout at USC.
Yeah.
I mean, a standout. And funny story about Danielle Wilson. I practiced with her in junior tennis, and I feel like it was interesting because she was always a really hard hitter, had a lot of power, didn't have a ton of movement, and made a few errors. And then comes to USC and absolutely dominates, cleans up the errors, and also improves as a mover so much. We talked about this yesterday, Alex. Danielle Wilson, I mean, she can move out there. She can move out there well, and she has the wingspan too, so has a lot of weapons out there for the Buckeyes.
Also, I'm going to throw it out while I have the roster in front of me. You look at Jordan Zabo, former men's standout. He was solid, no doubt, for A&M. Doesn't he just look like J.J. Watt?
Yes.
They're the same person.
That's so iconic, yes.
Yeah, associate head coach Jordan Zabo.
J.J. Watt, who grabbed a win over TFO yesterday.
Zabo, by the way, a more handsome J.J. Watt, in case the Zabo family is
Of course.
To be clear, J.J. Watt looks like Jordan, is what I should say.
Of course.
I know his Halloween costume for the next few years. Meanwhile, again, Wilson Allen of the early break here. 2-1 on court number 3. Looks like they're resetting that scoreboard on 1. So as soon as we know what the score is there, we'll get you to it. The break leads right now. Double break for the all-white Aggies. Again, Goldsmith, Ewing in that all-white uni. It's the all-black look for one of the Buckeyes here. You love a good black and white contrast.
I was about to say, it's really nice. This is our first match, Alex, where we can truly differentiate.
It's true.
Team and team.
That sails long off the racket. Believe that's Wilson at the net. Typically, Wilson rocks the visor game.
Yes, she does.
Allen goes with the headband.
That's of course coming from her roots in California.
Of course. We had my high school. We had a buddy who used to always, our high school coach used to always joke and say, "You play like you're wearing a visor." He's like, "This isn't the country club. Take the visor off." It's a little different on this side.
You play like you're wearing a visor?
Yeah, he's like, you walk around like you're playing in a visor.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a mindset.
Right, it is a mindset.
Oh, that's a look right there.
That's fun,
The talent,
doubles.
the athleticism, the movement, Pilette on that ad side, rocking the backwards cap. But meanwhile, how about there, freshman Mia Kupras? And that's exactly what head coach Mark Weaver was promising us. He said it's a name we're all going to get to know by the end of these national indoors, and just the speed, the explosiveness. It makes sense. You get it.
I mean, we saw Mia Kupras yesterday, and you and I, we were waiting for that moment, that spark when we were like, okay, she's the thing.
Yeah.
And we saw it. We saw the explosiveness. That's what I'm seeing from Mia Kupras. Huge serve there down the tee for Kupras. Yep, that sets up the rest of the point. So we have Ohio State up 2-1 on the number 3 double spot. 30 all here. Well, it's wrong side to be serving 30 all. 30-40. 30-40. Ohio State has a break point here. And there we go. Or rather, that was a point to hold, and now we are at 3-1. Danielle Wilson and Coley Allen at 3 doubles. Wow, down the middle solves the riddle. That really opened up that forehand down the line. You know, there's a lot of pressure on a doubles team when you're going down the middle for that doubles team to defend against that. Because the net player can't really move, and the baseline player is trapped there and opening up the angle. So there's not a ton you can do when someone is going down the middle. Here we are. 15 love, Wilson and Allen. $15 all now. The score will be updated momentarily. Mia Kupras. Mia Kupras setting up Pillay at the net. Pillay not able to finish on that one.
I do like her hands, though. She's constantly fidgeting and just, I like Pilette's activity, right? It just feels like she's a willing volley or a willing crosser.
Yes. Well, she's fearless. I mean,
yeah,
she just is fearless up there.
And I do think we have that scoreboard fixed, by the way, on 1. Right now, Brandstein, Stoyana on serve, 2-3. 4-0 Goldsmith Ewing. Obviously, the 3-1 scoreboard you see here.
All right. Court 3, it's a battle.
And you look right now at the scoreboard again, Ohio State 3-2 lead on serve at 1, the break lead on 3. Again, it's all Aggies right now on 2. Doing the match calculus, it just feels like one of those days. I don't think we're going to see a single team get to 4 singles victories. I really don't. Too much depth.
I agree. Yep.
Too many strengths everywhere.
There we go. Cooper's in play. Staying in it. Down 3-2 at 3 doubles.
So we go over now to court number 2 on your center screen. Court number 2. 4-0 deuce point. It's essentially a match point now for Goldsmith and Ewing as they look to take a 5-love lead. Here again in our quarterfinal number 2. So it's 4-1 Ewing, Bon Boulay. Do get that break of serve, or do get that hold of serve to at least get on the board. And we saw a lot of 4-1 deficits overcome yesterday.
Right. 4-1 means nothing.
Yeah.
In the double set.
But we've started to slowly learn.
Again, we're only playing to 6 here, so 4-1 is definitely a hefty lead, but doesn't mean much. Again, we're close on 1, 2, and 3 doubles. Tied at 3 at 1 dubs. Texas A&M leads 4-1 on 2 and on 3. Ohio State up 3-2. Speaking of USC, Selma Ewing also coming to Texas A&M.
Her and Carson Brandstein, longtime friends.
Mm-hmm. And JC Goldsmith also in that friend group.
Yeah, it's a fun friend group.
It is.
What an overhead there. Decisive from Boulay. And I believe that's Boulay in the red.
Correct. That's Boulay in the red.
The red hat. You see head coach Melissa Schaub, a few words for her team. Again, just stay alive. Stay on court. No early exits.
Melissa Schaub, a legendary face for Ohio State.
Not supposed to play favorites. One of my favorites. Ooh, good turn, good rip. Just just long, though, from Boulay.
Good eye there from Goldsmith and Ewing.
Yeah, good leave.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, again, you always like a good righty-lefty combo.
Of course.
Texas A&M responds with their own at this number 2 spot. 10 years of college tennis between the two of them now. Not the worst.
No.
Of course, both of these teams yesterday, 4-0 victories, albeit wasn't the most comfortable for either. Ohio State raced out to a huge lead.
Right. Here we go. I really like Ohio State's movement at net, just really trying to stay in there, but trying to hang in there by playing aggressive, and that's what you have to do in doubles. It looks different than singles. You see sometimes when you're playing a singles match and you want to stay in it, you're just putting a lot of balls in, taking a step back from the baseline, playing more conservative. But in doubles, when you want to stay in it, sometimes you have to step up. And that's what we're seeing this Ohio State team do. They have a few points to try to break here.
That goes
And
long,
they do.
so they get that break back for 2 still. Texas A&M with the lead here on court number 2. Ratliff Contos up 4-3 on serve on 1. It's that 4-2 Buckeye lead on 3. Let's go back to, no, you know what? Let's stay here. Let's keep this arrangement for a while. 2-4, Isabel Boulay, I believe, now to serve here for this Ohio State team. Again, Buckeyes yesterday took the tightly fought doubles point, but pretty comfortable, I would say.
Yep. Wow. Quick hands there from this Texas A&M team at number 2 doubles. That's Goldsmith and Ewing. And of course, as we said, 10 years combined college tennis experience. So not surprised by those reflexes up there. They've done that a few times.
No, and I mean, again, yesterday you look for this Buckeye team. It was courts 1 and 3. Ratliff Contos earning a 6-4 win over that number 8 duo of Arsenault and Ansari. 6-1 was it for Wilson and Allen, so it's great to see them continue that fast pace.
Absolutely.
If you're a Buckeye fan here.
Nice serve from Boulais. And again, from watching Bon a lot in person, her movement at net is very deceiving because she doesn't make huge gestures. She's not in your face, but she's always moving.
Sure.
And so I like to see that. And Bon also not the tallest player out there. You can see Boulais is much taller in person, but I like Bon on the court. I like her movement.
That's crazy.
That's really good defense.
The hands from Goldsmith. And again, that right there is a tutorial. When in doubt, keep your hands up. And just block, block, block.
At Brown Women's Tennis, we used to call them hands volleys. Shout out to the Bears, who beat Penn for love yesterday. 2nd seed in the ECACs. Have to give my Bears a little shout out. It's ECAC weekend in the Ivy League, where Bon was last year and for many years prior. Second serve, Boulais. Nice movement from Bon.
Again, right now, Ohio State holding on to 2 tentative leads. As the move is being made at the number 3 spot by Cooperson Pilette. Brandstein Stoyana on serve 3-4 at 1 for A&M, but I suppose Buckeyes still up on the scoreboard there. If they can flip things here again, now it's 4-3 everywhere.
Right.
Now you've got yourself a new match.
Absolutely.
Boulay, Bon.
It's the Bees.
It's the Bees. Bees hold 4-3-4 still. Goldsmith Ewing, the tenures, going to have that opportunity to stay up in front. They're up a break on 2. Let's put 1 into the bright spot. We now have a scoreboard that's working, which we appreciate, of course. Brandstein Stoyana serving 3-4, 40-30. Head coach Mark Weaver, a few words of wisdom. As you do see, actually, the hold 4-4 all. It's right there thin. This is what we expected.
I mean, of course.
Here we go.
Of course.
We're
I mean,
back.
a doubles point like this, as you said, we're back.
Yeah.
I feel like today's the kind of day where things are just going to come down to the wire because The quarterfinals, this is no joke.
No, it took me 30 minutes, I would say, to even realize we're mid-match. And then I looked at the scoreboard. I was like, oh, yeah, we're mid-match. And here we go. We're rolling. Once again, Alex Gruskin, Perry shining here. I just got a big adrenaline boost. I think it was the excitement. I was like, oh, my God. Like, this next 10 minutes matter.
Yes. Well, I mean, this next 10 minutes could determine, it could determine the outcome of this match.
I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. I just don't see a team winning 4 singles matches in this match. I think someone's going to win 3. I'll tell you that much.
Agreed.
I just don't see anyone winning 4. And so these next 10 minutes, that might be the match. Again, yes, there's still 6 singles matches to go. And, of course, big picture, it's just one of 7 points on the day. But I'm telling you, right, Perry? Am I crazy?
No, you're not.
Like, I swear to God, Georgia going up 1-0 in doubles in our first quarterfinal, just being up that first hour, that was ultimately the difference.
I mean, and honestly, this carries over to yesterday as well with Stanford, Georgia, right? I mean, it's hard. These teams, it's hard. If you don't get the doubles point, it's tough to come out with a win. The overhead is long.
Okay.
Make him hit an overhead. That's what we like to say here at Crack Rackets this weekend.
That's what we say. No doubt about that. And, of course, it makes it easier when you've got those beautiful official lighting and ceiling liners from our friends at Sports Interiors, the official lighting and ceiling liner of the ITA.
And, of course, if this match was outdoors, we would have JMC Lighting, the official outdoor lighting partner of the ITA.
Like the ITA, it's like we got indoor lights, we got outdoor lights. Sponsors for everything.
Right, of course. In the scheduling, Ground Rule, the preferred facility services agency of the ITA. So
Brandstein goes big, and she has that non-negotiable power. Gets into your face. Gets onto the body of Sydney Ratliff, who's ready. I don't think she didn't do anything poorly there, but
she didn't flinch, but that was still a little bit too much power.
Good loses to great. That's all that was.
Right.
It's a great shot from Carson Brandstein. It sets up breakpoint chances here for the Aggies, given, again, 5-3 Wilson and Allen for Ohio State on 3. Goldsmith Ewing up a break on 2. Aggies can make it 2 break leads and potential to serve for the doubles point simultaneously. And there is the break.
Yes.
A little action from Brandstein.
Coming. I knew it was coming because Mary Stoyana, just so much energy before that second serve.
A little hippity-hoppity. I agree. It definitely got a little kinetic out there. And so 5-4. A&M's going to serve for the set on 1. Let's go over to 2. 2 on the center screen. Goldsmith Ewing, game point chance here to make it 5-3. Consolidate their break lead once again. And they do it. 5-3. Goldsmith Ewing leading on court number 2. So we're 1 game away everywhere. It's 3-5. Excuse me, it's 5-3 Wilson Allen, who were 6-1 winners yesterday. The seniors continue to do their job. Five-3 lead there again. 5-3 lead here on 2. 5-4 Brandstein Stoyana going to serve. But actually, serving for it trumps this. I apologize. So switch 2 and 1 once again, please, as we'll watch, see if I believe that's Carson Brandstein and recognize that service motion.
Of course.
Serving for the set on 1. It's a great volley. It's great hands from Stoyana. Of course, Stoyana, one of your breakout players here early in this 2023 season. So 5-4, by the way, Wilson and Allen going to serve for it. Ooh, Goldsmith and Ewing are 2 points away. Westhoff, do you want to abandon court number 3 for a moment and just give me that split screen? 15 all on 1. Actually, if you haven't already done it, Westhoff, just leave this here. You're fine. (30-15). They're 2 points away here. Meanwhile, top left of your screen, it's a match point for Brandstein and for Goldsmith and Ewing, and they do it. All right, 6-3 set goes the way of Goldsmith and Ewing. Now, again, why did we not go split screen? Because I don't want to throw Wilson Allen out of here, but Wilson and Allen now.
Wilson and Allen only 3 points away now from making this a deciding doubles match at the 1 spot. Stoyana and Brandstein. Stoyana and Brandstein now with the chance to be 2 points away from claiming the doubles point for the Aggies.
Oh, and Ratliff goes a little long. So there it is. Doubles point A&M. Aggies get a 6-3 decision from the veterans, Goldsmith and Ewing, at the number 2 spot, and then the big hitting Stoyana Brandstein pairing. 6-4 at the number 1 spot. For what it's worth, Buckeyes were up 5-4, 2 points away from the match at 3. But that's a 1-0 lead for A&M, and we've talked about it all day long. With the depth all of these quarterfinals teams have remaining, finding 4 singles victories, it's going to be darn near impossible. With that said, we're actually going to need a minute because obviously we're waiting for singles, doubles to begin. We do have action here. Stanford taking on Duke here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Westhoff, if you'd like to throw court number 1 on our screen, you're more than welcome to do so, but we're going to step away from us for a second. We got to make sure our cameras are set. We are having a couple difficulties over at the Seattle Tennis Center. We want to ensure we have the best possible coverage of these quarterfinal matches here today moving forward. So, again, going to take about 5 to 10 minutes, make sure everything is set. But, folks, don't go anywhere. Maybe now's the time. Stretch those legs, take that bathroom break, grab your lunch as our coverage continues. Things roll on. You're watching day 2 of the 2023 ITA National Women's Division I Team Indoor Championships.
right here. Come on. Pressure on it currently.
Welcome back in, everyone. to our Cracked Racquets coverage of these 2023 Division I Women's National Team Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin here, joined by the great Harry Sheinin. Obviously was a thriller of a first quarterfinal. Oklahoma fought tooth and nail, but ultimately it's the Georgia Bulldogs back to the National Indoor Semifinal. I believe it's the first time since 2019, when they were last here in Seattle, that they've reached that semifinal round. Of course, now we turn our attention to quarterfinal number 2. And got to give all sorts of credit to the Texas A&M Aggies. Goldsmith Ewing raced out to that early lead to the two veterans at that number 2 spot, and then it was the power tennis of Carson Brandstein, Mary Stoyana, powered them to a 6-4 set at 1, and ultimately that 1-0 lead. And now the fun begins. We get into our 6 singles battles. Buckle up, folks. Tell you what, though, here at number 1, you're going to have a fine display of power tennis, right? As it's Carson Brandstein, listed as a senior. She could have anywhere between 4 and 7 years of eligibility left.
Remaining, correct.
Yeah, for all I know. She's taken on the sophomore Sydney Ratliff. Ratliff, one of the rapid risers in all of college tennis, had a massive fall, did the sophomore. What appeals to you about this matchup, Perry?
I like Brandstein. I like how, as you said, Alex, she wears her emotions on her sleeve, but she rips. And I feel like what we saw in doubles a little bit with Sydney Ratliff can get overwhelmed by power at times. And so I feel like if Ratliff is able to adjust and take a step back from the baseline and not get burned with drop shots or angles, I think Ratliff will be able to hang in there. But I do think Brandstein has the power and does have the upper hand in this one. And I also think with Ratliff in general, I mean, I've seen her play some great matches against Michigan and against other Big Ten teams. And so she definitely has the capability to play up, to play to that next level that Brandstein brings. And Ratliff, quite a player as well. I mean, we have a number of matches here that not only could go either way, but on paper, maybe A&M is favored, but Ohio State is having a breakout year. Ohio State just going on a tear at the start of the spring, and we saw them play Michigan at an early kickoff event. I mean, that was a high level of tennis. That was maybe top 6, top 7 in the country level tennis. Maybe even top 5 by the end of the year. We will see, but huge for the Big Ten. Huge for the Big Ten. A huge step forward for Michigan and Ohio State this year. So we see here today Ohio State seeing if they can get a huge ranked win over the Aggies of Texas A&M. Texas A&M ranked 3 in the country.
Well, you do feel like for both of these teams, they just want to firmly ensconce themselves in that top tier of the national championship conversation.
Right. I mean, it helps the Big Ten.
Yeah, for sure. I just think for both of these teams, it's the belief. Get to a national semifinal. It's been a while for both of these groups. You know, last year, A&M had all sorts of momentum and only one loss. Heading into the NCAA quarterfinals, they lose a 4-3 thriller to eventual finalist Oklahoma. Again, there's a difference between going to the final site and getting wins at the final site. And I do think for this A&M team to get that win yesterday, that's one. But you get to the semifinals, it's a whole other caliber.
Whole other caliber.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's now you can actually see the title in your grasp. I always say the toughest match of a tournament, it's not the final, it's the semifinal. Because once you're in the final, roll the balls out, let's play.
That's interesting.
But the nerves of getting to the final itself.
That's very interesting. Are you saying from a team perspective, you mean?
Yeah, in general, team or individual. I just think the semifinals is the one where, again, that's the one I would always think about. It's like, all right, if we get through this, now we're playing for the title. But we got to get through this first.
Interesting.
We had a funny kid on our team who would always say, you can't win a tournament in round number 1, but you can definitely lose it. It's good wisdom.
I mean, the first rounds is really usually that's the time for the plucking. That's what my family would always say if I would play a player that was highly ranked. Unlike myself, who would say, now is the time for the plucking.
That's funny.
They are ripe for the plucking. That is what we would say, but it's true.
And again, just for each of these teams, you get to a Final Four, get to see the best of the best. Just legitimizes the start to your season, certainly.
Absolutely.
Not that this Ohio State team, again, needs any more legitimacy. I think we know how good they might be.
Correct. And so does head coach Melissa Schaub.
Yeah. Oh, love that move from Ratliff.
Yes.
Good pass from Brandstein to keep that low. So 1-1 here, court number 1. Of course, we'll keep our eye on this one, but let's jump around and introduce everyone. And again, why was that doubles point so important? Because it's going to be hard to find 3 singles victories, let alone 4 that the Buckeyes need now. And, you know, certainly as we head to the number 2 single spot, it's strength on strength. Mary Soyana, quarterfinalist at the All-Americans this fall, quarterfinalist at the ITA Fall Nats this fall, one of the clear-cut 20 best players in college tennis to start this season. She's at the number 2 singles position. She's taken on former All-American in Irina Kontos. Kontos, the 4th year, down an early break, 2-love. And again, Buckeyes in the all-black unis. It's A&M on the far side in the all-white.
And of course, I would recognize Irina Kontos forehand anywhere. That lefty with
so distinct.
Yes, very distinct.
That ability to get outside the ball, work the angles. Again, it's an interesting match because of the power tennis on display. Or, excuse me, because typically at the top of the lineup, you see a ton of power tennis on display. I don't think that's this match. I think this is the crafty one.
I see what you're saying. I do agree. I think, especially with Stoyana, I did grow up with Stoyana in New England, and seeing her really develop that variety from an early age. A great family, just always prioritizing the all-court game. And we see Stoyana going to college with that all-court game and really thriving. Stoyana, a sophomore, having a standout sophomore year, and after having a standout freshman year, Stoyana, number 8 in the country, 4-0 this spring, 18-3 overall. So the sophomore now taking an early 2-love lead here over Irina Kontos of Ohio State. Something else I like about Stoyana is just her ability to anticipate. Anticipation is so important on the doubles court, but we're seeing it carry over to singles with Stoyana. And the energy that she brings in doubles. In between every serve, she's bouncing, she's ready to go, regardless of the score. And so we're seeing that now in singles as well. And Stoyana with the early lead, again, 2-love the first set.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I mean, again, it's the action on the ball. It jumps through the court for Mary Stoyana.
Right. I mean, we see she overcooked that a little, getting a little frustrated at the back of the court, but it is early on in this singles match, and Stoyana did take the doubles at number 1 double, 6-4 with Carson Brandstein. So she has no reason to worry at this point, at least in her individual performance in this match. Irina Kontos, a no name in the Big Ten by now.
No name across the country, no doubt.
Absolutely.
And, of course, yesterday for Kontos was a tougher day at the office. She was down 7-6, 5-3, albeit to Carolyn Ansari, who, of course, pulled off the dramatic 7-6 in the third win to help Auburn.
Absolutely.
Come back from a 3-1 deficit on a 4-3 lead, 4-3 win, earlier today in their consolation match against San Diego. Meanwhile, energy in the building here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Stanford, Duke going to head-to-head right now. Duke in control at the doubles point. Let you know if anything too prevalent is going on there. She had the pass she wanted, but it's really hard right now for Kontos to hit through Stoyana. You feel like Stoyana's taking everything early, everything on the rise. 3-love lead for the Aggies here on court number 2. Let's go to 3 now as we introduce everything going on here at the Seattle Tennis Center. course, Matt, thank you to our friends at PlaySite, official live streaming partner of the ITA. A thank you to our friends here, Track Tennis. You see on your screen another live streaming partner of the ITA. You see Selma Ewing here. She's got a 2-1 lead on serve early, taking on a fellow veteran, Isabelle Boulay. Boulay, the super senior. Shout out to her brother, Justin Boulay. Justin, a massive 3-set victory over Chris Rodesh today. Boulay and the Buckeyes going to Charlottesville, knocking off defending NCAA champs, University of Virginia. So a good day so far for Ohio State tennis. Could be a great one.
Absolutely.
The Buckeyes managed to pull off a comeback here today.
Again, Alex Gruskin, your information on the college tennis world.
Yeah, there it is. There's your live score update. By the way, they won that match without Cannon Kingsley. They're All-Americans still out. I think it's an ankle injury holding him back. They lost the doubles too. And I'm just telling you, right now, Robert Cash is playing like the best number 6 singles player in the country.
That is what I've heard.
Yeah.
Rumor has it.
The serve, the volleys. Anyways.
Yes.
Ewing into the net there. Look, Boulay had a massive start to her national indoor weekend, a 4-2 win over freshman DJ Bennett yesterday of Auburn. It was just a much-needed win for Boulay, who did not play much in the fall, was nursing a couple of different nagging injuries. Started the year, she shuffled between the 2-3 single spots. Seemed to have finally found her rhythm yesterday, right, Perry?
Absolutely. And I like the way she plays, too. I mean, the way that she turns on the ball and she just unloads. Exactly. Mm-hmm. She's looking to move forward, and we'll see if she can do that today.
No doubt. And she's one of the top-rated players in all the country. Of course, those ratings now come exclusively via the ITF World Tennis Number. ITF World Tennis Number, the exclusive official rating of the ITA and college tennis. The World Tennis Number provides a global rating standard for tennis players using a 40-to-1 scale, with 40 being a beginner, such as super producer Daniel Westhoff, 1 being an elite professional, such as Perry Shinen, to my right. Of course, the scale is for all players, regardless of age, gender, or ability. Players will have separate world tennis numbers for singles and doubles. 152 countries have agreed to become part of the WTN rating system, which now has 1.4 million player profiles on worldtennisnumber.com. To learn more about the World Tennis Number or to see where college players stand in the current WTN ratings, just check out the ITA's wearecollegetennis.com website. World Tennis Number, exclusive official rating of the ITA and college tennis.
And WTA is Women's Tennis Association, which is the
sure
professional sphere of the sport. So that's only one letter away. WTN.
I like it. It's a World Tennis Number, or just what's the number?
That's WTN. Great too.
What's
WTN.
The number? Yeah, tell me your number. WTN.
What the number?
You got to say it with that tone. Yeah, WTN. What's your number? As we see the 2-all here again, Selma Ewing, the All-American, coming over from USC. She was a late addition to this roster, announced early December that Ewing would be coming over.
Head coach Mark Weaver said the plan was to bring her in earlier, but that did not pan out. And of course, you can find a drama like that on the Cracked Interviews podcast and all Cracked Rackets podcasts.
No, and you know, Selma Ewing was a hot commodity on the transfer portal. So many knew she had that additional year left. They were wondering, would she return to USC? Would she just go right out onto the pro tour? I know a couple schools, Oklahoma being one of them, were very much in the mix, but ultimately chooses to head to the Aggies.
And again, a very different culture than USC down in Texas, but it's a new world. It's cool.
Equally outside.
Absolutely.
So 2-all again. Still earliest stages of this opening sets. Although, oh my goodness, for the second straight day, I apologize, folks. It's time for me to step up my game. Westhoff, let's go to court number 4. We got to do this. Let's just introduce everyone. And then you tell me if we have split screens, and we're going to have to go to them. But court number 4, I'd anticipate a battle. Coley Allen, as experienced as any college tennis player you will find in the country. 2-all, 30-all, Talk about the contrast here. The 5th year taking on Mia Kupris, who just screams talent, screams athleticism. Again, can do all sorts of different things around the court, but Coley's going to make her work. Again, this is a match you just could see, you anticipate being extraordinarily physical.
Mia Kupris has not, correct, she's not dropped a singles match.
Yeah.
So far this spring, and head coach Mark Weaver was very high on her, and we're starting to see why.
Effusive in his praise, no doubt.
Well, besides that double fault, she actually has very explosive serve, is what I was going to say.
Of course, again, here you see Allen rocking the all-black Buckeye uniform on that far side of your screen. Big opportunity here for Kupris, though, early. Oh, no, it goes wide. The slice forehand pass. I say it hasn't worked since the days of Ken Rosewall. And yet, with that wide, Mia Kupris 3-2 lead here, court number 4. The reason I was apologetic earlier, Perry, we missed a first set. 6-love.
I saw that, and I mean, I cannot believe that took about 10 minutes.
7 minutes.
7
as
minutes.
We go over to court number 5 now to, again, just show you what's going on here. JC Goldsmith, the 5th year, somehow at the number 5 singles spot. Of course, Goldsmith's been an All-American in doubles and been a staple of the top 4 of the lineup in singles for these Aggies throughout her career. But again, the depth, talent they brought in this offseason. I'm also pretty certain JC Goldsmith said, you know what, I'm fine with 4, or I'm fine with 5. Just let's go win.
Well, I mean, the thing about putting Goldsmith at 5 is we have talked about this all weekend. That's a joke at 5. I mean,
crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And I mean, maybe Coach Weaver did want that, right? I mean, to have a lock at a 5 singles position, each point counts for 1. So it doesn't matter where in the lineup you play.
Very well said. Point at 5 counts just as much as a point at 1. And so again, right now, okay, I was wondering what was going on. I imagine it's an extended bathroom break. The real thing is that Goldsmith did that to Shelly Brizniak, the sophomore from Israel, who has been the breakout star and maybe the reason these Buckeyes are where they are right now here early in this 2023 season. But 6-love Goldsmith waiting on 5's action to continue. So we go to 6 now, and I have to say, right now, it's all Aggies. 4-1 lead for Brandstein at 1, 3-1 lead Stoyana at 2, 6-love lead for Goldsmith at 5, and then freshman Daria Smetnikov, 4-1 break of serve lead. She's taken on the senior Lucia Marzal.
So we're seeing Marzal back in the lineup.
Yes. Marzal back in. Yesterday it was Danielle Wilson. Today it's Marzal.
And again, both of them just one heck of a number 6 spot for you.
Although Marzal struggled last season, 500-ish, just over that.
I see Marzal as a good competitor, though.
Yeah, and she struggled with health as well.
Mm-hmm.
The big thing, of course, for Marzal is that she's been healthy to start this season. She seems to have found that form. Let's not forget, it was during the 2021 season. She went 22-3 for this Buckeye team at the number 5 and 6 spots. So we know what's in her.
And Marzal now 3-1 this spring.
That ability to move her forehand around the court.
Correct.
Special.
Yes.
Especially at this flight.
Yes, and meanwhile we have right here on our screen Smetnikov up 4-1 against Lucia Marzal. English.
Sure. So deuce points coming up now. And Westhoff, if you have it ready, can we go courts 1, 2, and 6? Keep 6 on the big screen, but if we can work the 3 box, 1, 2, and 6. Right now, Brandstein and Stoyana are closing in on first sets for these Aggies. That would make it doubles and potentially 6 first sets. Excuse me, 6. Brain, wake up. 4 first sets for the Aggies. Meanwhile, it's Duke is 2 points away from taking the doubles point over Stanford. And again, one could argue that's as fascinating as any matchup you'll see on the day, that consolation battle happening at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. You can find individual links on wearecollegetennis.com. But let's work our first 3 box of this singles action while we flip to it. Of course, a shout out to our dear friends at California Sports Surfaces, the official sports surface of the ITA. Looks so good. We'll show it to you 3 times here on your screen.
And again, Texas A&M, an outdoor team, with JMC Lighting being the official outdoor lighting partner of the ITA. And it's 1:30, so that means it's time to check the time. Rolex, the official timepiece of the ITA. That was not the best transition ever. Tell me what is.
That was exceptional.
It is time
Absolutely
to check the time,
exceptional.
Alex.
So meanwhile, again, Brandstein up 5-1 in that top left portion of your screen. Sidney Ratliff serving to stay alive. Meanwhile, it's lefty Arena Contos serving 1-4 in the opening set. Now, for what it's worth, Contos went down a massive set in 4-1 in the kickoff weekend, was on the precipice of victory in that kickoff weekend. Ultimately, was went unfinished against Daria Kutzer.
I mean, the fighters on this Buckeye team. We'll see. I mean, they've dropped some early, but we'll see. Again, singles 1, Texas A&M leading 5-1. Singles 2, Texas A&M leading 4-1. Singles 3, Ohio State has a 4-2 advantage. 4 singles, it's nearly tied up, 3-2. Texas A&M leads, and 5 singles. JC Goldsmith, 6-0 in the first set in literally 7 minutes. Then singles 6, Spentanikov up 4-3. So we have some Texas A&M leads on most courts here in the first set after the Aggies take the doubles point. Meanwhile, Smetanikov 4-0 this spring.
So 4-3 here. Anyway, Duke takes the doubles point, so it's a 1-0 lead for the Blue Devils. Meanwhile, again, you saw...
Just a quick note about something that is not on your screen. Looking at the Stanford huddle right now, there is not much happiness going on in that space. And I get it. I mean, Stanford falls first round yesterday at indoors and now drops the doubles point to Duke. Again, falling to Georgia, and then playing Duke. This is what the indoors bring you. There are no easy matches here in Seattle. So we'll see if Stanford can rebound here in Nordstrom, but meanwhile, we head back to Seattle Tennis Center.
Of course, we're 6. Smetnikov from 4-1, now 4-3, 15 love. Again, that was a big lead for them. Only set on the board right now, JC Goldsmith, a quick 6 love first set at 5, although for what it's worth, Shelly Brizniak opens up with a break. And that feels very much like that Kowalski-Donna Guzman match where you're like, all right, but when's it actually starting?
As Alex aptly said, maybe we should just start in the third set. I like that. Start in the third. Assume that we'll split sets at some point today.
Meanwhile, again, Sidney Ratliff serving to stay alive, 1-5, 15-30. Actually, can we make court number 1 our center court, please? Move court number 1 to the center here, as you see. Arena Conto serving at 1-4, but Ratliff serving at 1-5. And it's 1-5-30 all now as well. So we're going to make that your center match. And it's quarterfinal number 2. It's a really good battle. Really, really fun one.
I mean, the fact that we're still in first sets, again,
yeah,
these girls are battling. It's going to be a battle.
Good volley, good speed, good close, sets up a game point chance here.
Again, that was a tough low slice that Sydney Ratliff was able to pick up, redirect. That low slice to the forehand side, I mean, now I guess this match scoreboard-wise is not necessarily close at the moment, so that's a ball that Ratliff would make at this point, but I would say, let's say that we do get to a third set. That's really a strategy, low slice to the forehand side. Against most girls in the country, just making them hit up on that, it's so uncomfortable.
And so now, again, see, by the way, on court 2, 5-1 for Stoyana. All right, that's a hold. 5-2, Carson Brandstein will serve for the set on court number 1. Let's make court number 2 our center action as Mary Stoyana is going to serve the set as well. Stoyana, 5-1 lead over All-American Irina Kontos. I mean, again, we saw it's very early, and it's tough to judge off of what we've seen, particularly in a lopsided scoreboard, but Kontos just isn't able to get that ball past. There's just not enough depth right now. There's not enough action. She's not able to get that ball past Stoyana.
I agree, and I mean, not an easy task on any day against Stoyana, but, you know, I see this matchup actually, even though Ohio State is an indoor team, I see this as a better outdoor matchup for Irina Kontos because she has a bit of a big backswing. And meanwhile, Mary Stoyana is just popping forward in the court. And so it's going to be hard to defend against that if you have that big lefty backswing that it looks pretty on Irina Kontos, but it does take a toll when you're playing indoor tennis.
Stoyana 3 points away again. JC Goldsmith, a 6-love first set at 5. Brandstein's got 5-2 at 1. Stoyana's got 5-1 at 2. Smetnikov should be taking a 5-3 lead at 6. And even Mia Kupras up a break, 4-2 right now at 4. So it is all Aggies putting together one of the more comprehensive performances, particularly for an Aggies team that kind of stumbled through the finish line yesterday, right? Win comfortable matches, doubles, 1-6. JC Goldsmith up a set 5-2. Goldsmith let that lead dissipate, and all of a sudden they're in 4 3-set matches. Now they get off the court 4-0, but you might think that's the best case scenario, right, for Coach Weaver, because you can say, look, we won, but we were terrible for that second hour.
Right. I also think that, as you said with comprehensive, Alex has famously said there are 4 acts in a college tennis match, and to be good...
I don't know about famously.
Well, I say famously. Don't worry, Alex. It will be famously.
Okay, I appreciate it.
In the process of being famously said, that there are 4 acts in a college tennis match, and it's very difficult to be fantastic for all 4 of them. And so perhaps Texas A&M has found a way to claim the first 2 acts of this college tennis match, but the third one is on the precipice here. We're on the brink of entering that third stage where's
the Buckeye fight?
Exactly, where's the Buckeye fight?
Well said indeed. Perry Scheinen, of course, joined me to recap all of our round of 16 action alongside John Parsons on today's Great Shot podcast. That podcast episode available wherever you listen to your shows. Meanwhile, Brandstein 2 points away now. Stoyana's obviously got the set point coming up here. So Westhoff, give me that graphic. A&M making their move. In fact, it's double set points right now as Brandstein's got 4 of them herself. Yeah, why not get aggressive? 5-1, 40-30.
Right.
Play to win the game.
And if we just take a moment to talk about presence on the court, I do feel like Texas A&M has had more of a presence today than Ohio State. And that's not a knock on Ohio State. It's perhaps just the energy. And again, we unfortunately are not at Seattle Tennis Center in person, so have not been able to experience the energy that the Aggies came out onto the court with today. But it seems like after kind of rolling through doubles, they're taking that energy and bringing the momentum into singles.
Absolutely. So it's a first set to Mary Stoyan. It's one that, again, you shake off if you're Irina Kanto. She's played bad sets before. There's no doubt that's happened, but that was rough.
Absolutely. Not Irina Kanto's cleanest set there, but again, could be credit to the pressure.
That's well framed. It was not clean.
No.
It was just everything was a little bit all over the place.
Right.
Meanwhile, again, set point here for Carson Brandstein. Sails that forehand. So now it's going to be a deuce point, set point chance. Let's see what side Ratliff elects to go to. If I'm Ratliff, I'm going deuce side. I think I'm going deuce. Perry, thoughts?
Add. I disagree. I think add.
Yeah, you're right. She's pretty explosive off both wings, both returns.
Yeah.
Pretty well-rounded game style.
I mean, I feel like I like the Sydney Ratliff backhand, but I do think that she's going to want a forehand on this deuce point. And Brandstein gets the forehand first.
6-2 first set, so that's 3 quick ones for these A&M Aggies. Again, we're about an hour 15 into this match. It started, what, 12:25?
Yep.
I guess was the official start time, so we're 80 minutes into this match. It has been all Texas A&M. First sets for the Aggies on courts 1, 2, and 5. Let's go full screen on court 6 now. Daria Smetnikov. She's got 2 points away from making it 4 for 4 now for the Aggies.
There we go.
So it's set point coming up.
One more left.
Give me that graphic, Westhoff.
Now the Buckeyes finding themselves in a bit of a hole now at this point in the match. Alex, if you were head coach Melissa Schaub, what would you say to the Buckeyes?
I would say, can we get a timeout? Can we call our first timeout, please? Because the energy level is just off. And again, it's a little tough because we can't hear what's going on in the Seattle Tennis Center. But the typical fight for these Buckeyes, the typical, you're going to hear Coley Allen. You're going to hear Isabelle Boulay. You're going to feel that energy that they each bring. And they've gotten up to such... The real thing for Ohio State is they've gotten up to such strong starts this year. 2 different matches. They won all 6 first sets in singles. They got 5 first sets when they played Georgia at home. I mean, they've already, for the first time this season, they dropped 3 first sets in singles, let alone 6, close to perhaps, by the way, 5. Westhoff, can we go, if you can get a split screen with courts 4 and 6 here, 4 and 6. Mia Coopers has set points. Obviously, Smetnikov's got another set point coming up as well, but man, that could be a quick 5 sets. There we go. Yeah, it's double first sets. In fact, court number 4 goes to Mia Coopers, 6-2. Coopers takes it over Coley Allen. So now it's Smetnikov the opportunity to make it 5 for 5. And she does it.
Rips that backhand down the line.
And now you're just playing with house money.
The more backhand down the lines I see, it makes me so happy. There's something so satisfying about hitting a backhand down the line.
Mm-hmm.
I could just watch that on repeat. I mean, that was beautiful.
Really, really well done. No doubt about that. And so now it's 5 first sets for the Aggies at the Seattle Tennis Center. Center or club? Club. Confirmation. Seattle Tennis Club. Excuse me. We'll just call it STC to keep things cleaner here. Let's go over to court number 4. We have not spent much... Excuse me, court number 5. I apologize. Court number 5. We've not spent much time with JC Goldsmith. It's because she's won 9 of her first 10 games. And she's done it in about an hour and a half.
Alex, the quick math as well.
Thank you.
Quick with the numbers.
Well, hour 23. She's done it in an hour. Again, that doubles point took about 25 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, you're looking at a CML champion. Arithmetic, counting on the hands, imagining multiplication, that's my strike zone.
Of course. Your strike zone.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah, and just Brizniak's misfiring. And, of
Right.
course, if you've watched Shelly Brizniak play, the righty sophomore from Israel, again, finally healthy this season, she works the angles.
I also feel like against Goldsmith, though, that's not easy to work the angles because Goldsmith is coming in, all guns blasting, moving forward. And so to be able to defend against that, it's not easy.
Is that I like that breakdown. And talk to me more about Goldsmith's game.
Yeah, I mean, Goldsmith is the type of player, I see Goldsmith as kind of a mini Brandstein in a way.
Interesting.
And we just saw her stepping into that. I mean, really, just watching this point, I feel like her racket does the talking here because, yeah, she wants to be on offense. She wants to step in, and if she's doing that and she's rushing her opponent, to be able to find, short angles, that's something that you do when you're stepping farther into the court. So I do feel like she's not really giving, oh my gosh, was that in or out?
That was stepping into the court. You can tell from Brizniak's body language that ball
was in.
somehow dropped good.
Somehow.
That's actually such a good point by you, though, Perry, because you're, especially indoors, and it's fascinating because, again, Goldsmith's only losses last year came indoors. Here today, yesterday, she's up a set in 5-2, cruising, and then all of a sudden the thread just broke.
Right. So, I mean, we do, of course, have to watch for that.
Well, that's what makes today so impressive, is that it's just like, no, we're not playing around today. I'm right back to business.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could spend an entire 48 hours on a broadcast with you, Alex, just talking specifically about closing, because closing a match is an art that I never mastered, but I have watched many girls master it, and it's a real privilege to be able to close out a tennis match. And so seeing today, let's see if JC Goldsmith, I'm actually interested to see if after yesterday she can bounce back from that and put herself in the same position and then, of course, close out the match, because you can be playing one way and then sometimes you have to actually change your game style when you're ahead, even though what you're doing is working, because people always say do the same thing. Ryan Harrison once told me, I asked him how to close a match and he told me just do the same thing. And Ryan, I'm a huge fan, but I disagree in some sense, because sometimes you don't have to do the same thing. Sometimes you have to change and you actually have to be more aggressive to finish out a match, because these girls aren't going to miss when they're down. Back against the wall, these balls are going in.
I can tell you this. You don't have to listen to Ryan Harrison.
Ryan was very kind to talk to me that day.
No.
And I had many questions about how he was so successful.
Who needs Ryan? No, Ryan Harrison's great. Really, really nice man. He's been kind enough to do some things with us here at Crack Racquets over the years. But I agree with you and disagree with him for what it's worth.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that you value my opinion over Ryan Harrison.
Without question. Only one of you played for Brown. He didn't play college tennis, did he?
No.
Yeah.
I hope he's not listening to this.
I hope he is. Yeah. I'd say all this to him. It's a deuce point. It honestly feels like a match point.
Yeah. I see the down the line. I smell it. Is she going to go for it? Keeping it cross. Keeping it nice and deep cross. Oh, wow.
That's the Shelly Brizniak we have seen all season long. Finding the angles, opening up the line. Brizniak gets one of the breaks back still. 6-0, 3-2 lead for JC Goldsmith here on court number 5. How quickly can we go to court 3? It's a set. No need to go to court 3 anymore. 6 first sets to Texas A&M as Selma Ewing makes it 6-4 for the Aggies. Let's go over to court number 2. Let's go split screens, actually. Let's go with the triple box. Court 2 on the main. We're going to watch Kontos take on Stoyana. Again, those are two players who have each been ranked inside the top 10 of the ITA rankings. So we'll turn to them now as our main match. Elsewhere, we'll keep court 5 in one corner. I'd say we go 2-4-5 West Up if we can. 2-4-5. Oh, you know what? 2-5-6 is fine too. Either way.
And Alex Gruskin able to make these decisions because of Tennis Ticker, the preferred live scoring provider of the ITA, and also his fantastic brain, which is the mind of college tennis, storing all of the stats.
Is that the official brain?
The official brain of the ITA is Alex Gruskin's.
Yeah. You hear that?
Can we add that?
Put that on the list.
Alex Gruskin, the official brain of the ITA.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Does that mean I can start cussing? That was just for Justin, who's, of course, our head tournament director here this weekend, having a little fun. 6 first sets for Texas A&M. Again, you just saw a roar there from Marina Contos. I need something. And I'm not trying to be rude, but, like, can I get a hook? Or just, like, something to get this team going? Like, I would just do so. If I'm Melissa Schaub, I'm saying, look, like, I don't care if you get overruled. Throw a fit. Like, just something for the energy of this team because they're flat. They're flat right now, Harry.
They are. They are. And, I mean, actually what you said is not totally incorrect, right? Yeah. I mean, if someone hooks you in pit off enough, that will change your game style.
I'm going to Coley Allen right now. I'm saying, Coley, be our senior. I'm just like, do what you need to do. Like, just get us going. Come on. Mm-hmm. And I'm not actually advocating for cheating someone. I'm just saying, again, get loud.
Of course.
Be in your opponent's face.
And there are chair umpires. So.
Yeah, exactly.
We are advocating for something to give the Buckeyes some more presence on the court. That's what we
need. A little more chutzpah. Just a little more. Like right there from Marina Contos. The swinging volley, the roar. That's what you need if you're Ohio State. Just anything.
Absolutely.
Anything you can attach to.
We see Melissa Schaub on the side there.
Yeah.
Supporting her player. Irina Contos, again, she's a tough out. Maybe not playing her best tennis today, but again, that's also where your back is against the wall, right?
Sure.
Because my coach, Lucy Schmidhauser at Brown, shout out to you, Lucy, one of my role models in life, has always told me that it's a 30-30-30 rule. 30% of the time, you are playing your best tennis. Nothing could go better. 30% of the time, it's neutral. And 30% of the time, 2 out of 3 times, 1 out of 3 times, I can do math. 1 out of 3 times that you step on the court, you're playing your worst tennis and you have to figure it out. And so we'll see if Irina Contos, playing perhaps not her best tennis, can figure out a way to push Mary Stoyana to at least a closer second set than the 6-1 score in the first. Again, Stoyana, one of the best players in the country. Comes in at number 8 currently. Beautiful hands from Stoyana. That's exactly how she plays. Just moving forward, not rushing it, being quick but not hurrying the point. And there we go. Forehand volley to the corner. Meanwhile, on 5, JC Goldsmith starting to struggle a bit against Berezniak, who is putting more balls in, putting more pressure on Goldsmith.
Brandstein also down a quick 2-love break to Sydney Ratliff. So to your point, it is Act 3. And it's now or never.
Entered Act 3.
Yeah, it's now or never.
Yes.
6 first sets. I've never seen a comeback of this magnitude.
Well,
it's today to the day.
There's a first for everything.
Beautiful. That's why Mary Stoyana has been on the rise.
Yes, Mary Stoyana is on the rise.
Mary Stoyana has been a top 10 player in college tennis this season. Stoyana, 6-1, 2-love. She gets the hold. Meanwhile, credit to Berezniak. She's leveled things at 3 apiece. Over on court number 5. Goldsmith serving on the near side of your screen there at 3-all. Meanwhile, Daria Smetnikov actually down an early break. The love 30 up. She takes on Lucia Marzal. Brandstein, by the way, breakpoint chances back at 1. So is this going to be the shortest Act 3 we've seen?
It might be. It might be. And again, though, when you drop all 6 first sets and the doubles point, timing is just what really, really could come into play here. I mean, we're looking at players that need to really turn this around quickly. Irina Contos making a move here. Let's see if she can sustain it. Stoyana just a little too tough today, a little too aggressive. And I mean, this is a good time to talk about the first 3 games in any set. It's so important, but especially after winning the first. Taking the first set, I mean, Stoyana coming out, firing again in the second, but looking around to her teammates, some of them who were early on in the first set, we see Ohio State, Boulez, one love in the second set, Salma Ewing. So if I was Salma, really trying to get these next 2 games, because that could be, as Alex says, it's not just a break point, match point, but it could be the match in there. If you're up 2-1 in the second set after winning the first set 6-4, all of your teammates are up a set. It make a difference.
I used to have a coach who back in the day with him, he would want to mess with us. I mean, whenever you're doing a drilling game, right, you're playing to 20, 25, whatever it is. It could be like 17-11, and you'll win a tough point for 12-17, and he'd go, that could be the turning point. And so, like, you're wondering for this Ohio State team, what could be the turning point? At this point, again, you're begging for anyone, just one set. Maybe it's Berezniak, who, by the way, 4-3 lead now on court number 5 as she breaks JC Goldsmith. We're going to move that match for the moment. Let's go to court number 1 in place of court number 5. And again, Mia Kupras right now in court number 4, 6-2-2-0. Mary Stoyana, 6-1-2-0, as you see on your screen. You take doubles in 6 first sets, you have every pathway. Literally,
Correct.
You name a permutation to 4, A&M can get there.
Mm-hmm. I was just mentally calculating those pathways, and as you said that, and I see a lot of options right now for this Aggies team, and I think it's not that the Buckeyes can't come back and make this a match. That's not the question. I guess the question is, after getting yourself in this hole, is it possible to get out of it?
No, absolutely. And, again, maybe if you're head coach Melissa Schaub, you say, hey, Irina, you lose this game, destroy that Wilson racket. Of course, Wilson, the official ball racket and accessory brand of the ITA, so they'll hook her up with a new one, but just something.
That was the best transition that we've had all weekend, Alex.
Informed by our tournament director, Irina Kantos, Sportsmanship Award winner. She really is also the sweetest girl in the world.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
But don't let that get in the way of a good Wilson plug.
Of course not.
Come on.
And, I mean, after all, it's Crack Rackets.
No, of course.
Simultaneous Wilson and Crack Rackets
Look,
plug.
at the USTA, we don't recommend that. We teach it the right way, of course. There's more tennis to play, skills to hone, and fun to be had. You don't want to be cracking your rackets. You want to go to USTA.com. Become a USTA member today. Maybe right now your world tennis number might be slightly higher than Kantos. That's just not true.
That's not true.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I don't know if she's at, what is it? It's 40-1, right, is the scale?
Yeah, I think Kantos is very close to a 1.
I was going to say, she's probably in the certainly top 10.
Yeah.
I was somewhere in the 6 to 8 range.
I would agree with that.
I don't know how the scale works exactly.
I was going to say it is early, but don't worry, everyone. Alex Ruskin will know everything about the WTN within days.
Well, I saw Dalton Thieneman was like a 12, and he sucks. And so, again, if he's a 12, then Arena's probably like a 6.
Well, his son plays for Northwestern.
No, brother. Yeah.
Plays for Northwestern.
Yes. But if Dalton's a 12, again, what were you? 14? Someone sent it to us.
Someone sent it 14.
I'm 100% sure you would beat Dalton.
I was thinking that I was going to be a 100 at this point.
That's Westall. As we see 6-1-3 love, I apologize. Lost the thread there as I was talking trash. Let's go to court number 5 back in our center screen. Again, it's the one bright spot for the Buckeyes. And if you're going to start a rally somewhere, start the rallying horn, the rally cry, the rally caps, whatever it is we do. If you're a Buckeye fan, your rally cap starts here with Berezniak, who just finally has woken up.
Right. And again, this is an Ohio State team that has started this spring on a fantastic note. So even if they drop this match, again, not a bad loss to number 3, Texas A&M.
Brittis found the range. And here's where I'm going to disagree with you. I agree. Individually, in a vacuum, it's one loss. It wouldn't matter. You're going to be pretty upset if you're Buckeye and you lose 6 first sets. You lose the doubles point, and there's just no fight in this match. Like, if they lose 3 straight set matches in singles, you're furious because they know they're better than that. They've proven it already this season.
That's interesting. So you're taking it from a scoreboard perspective.
Yeah, it would be a bad loss in the sense that I just didn't, meaning Melissa Schaub in this instance, wouldn't have liked the fight I'd seen from my team.
I get that.
I need a couple of second sets.
I understand that.
There's one thing to play a bad hour. It's another thing to play a bad match.
I get that. So I guess, what would you say, though, if Ohio State puts up a big fight and still drops the match today to the Aggies? Would you still be upset about that if you were Melissa?
No, I want the San Diego performance. Give me 4 3-setters. We could lose 4-0, but we fought and we saw 4 of 6 comebacks. And it's just like, look, we dug ourselves a huge hole, but that's how we fight from that hole. Next time, let's not do that the first 45 minutes, right?
Fair, absolutely fair.
And again, this is all hypothetical because Ohio State still can work their way back. Now, there are a couple lopsided scoreboards. 2 and 4 they're in trouble. Stoyana 6-1-3 love, Kupras 6-2-3 love. But everywhere else, it's still close.
It's still close, right. We're seeing Sydney Ratliff at number 1 for the Buckeyes, taking a 3-1 lead in the second set.
Well, this 5 feels huge. I feel like Beresniak could get the rally, again, the rally horn going. As we see again, the grind continue.
Look at this quality of tennis on number 5 singles.
Crazy. It's crazy. And again, the rally cry has begun. Shout out to Shelly Beresniak. It was a bad first set. And whatever she did in between those 2 sets left the court for a moment. She found her focus. She's regained her footing. 5-3 lead. She will now serve for the set. Excuse me. She will have the opportunity to serve for the set. Meanwhile, Mary Stoyana, 6-1-4 love over on court number 2. If you're Arena Contos, you gotta find something.
Again, this is the time, Alex, for Irina Kontos to not lose.
Yeah, I agree. Well said.
I feel like we're no longer in the can you win this match phase. I mean, never say never.
Yeah, sure.
We are most likely not there. But, yeah, I mean, if Irina Kontos can extend her match, if Coley Allen can extend her match against Mia Kupras, that's what they need to do. That's what it's time to take a step back from the baseline, put a few more balls in, get a bigger target, no matter where you are. If you're at 2 singles or 4 singles or 6, doesn't matter.
I think what's so fascinating to me right now, if you look for this Texas A&M team, it's the new faces that are having success. Stoyana, now a sophomore, but her, Kupras, Smetnikov, couldn't have drawn it up better.
Absolutely. And again, Alex, we have been inside since around 8 a.m. this morning. But thanks to Sports Interiors, the official lighting and ceiling liner of the ITA, we have a beautiful ceiling liner above us. Great roof going on here. Great roofage.
No doubt about that.
And we also have Duke Stanford going on right here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center.
Duke taking the doubles point, still first sets everywhere. Not particularly close to the finish line anywhere.
Emma Jackson, big serve, big forehand, playing 3 now for the Blue Devils today.
They did have a little bit of a switch. And again, that match available, individual links at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. We're going to lock in here, still at this quarterfinal. Focus on our main draw play as the action continues. Although, yes, you're right, that Stanford-Duke match, it's compelling. And it's a very, there is some tension here in the Nordstrom Tennis Center as both of these teams are just You can't go 0-2, right? If you're these two teams at the National Indoors. Brutal draws. I mean, you have your number 4 and 5 seeds playing a backdraw match right now.
Yes.
Speaks to the depth.
That's a great point.
As we see, by the way, Goldsmith serving again to stay alive on 5. Meanwhile, court number 1, Brandstein did get that break back. Still trailing 2-3 in set number 1. Westhoff, can we make our side courts, though? Can we make a full hockey switch? Let's go those side courts 2 and 4, please, as A&M is racing to the finish line. Mary Stoyana, 6-1 for love. Mia Cooper, 6-2 for love. So we'll throw those now onto the side of your screen. Again, Alex Gruskin, Perry Shinen will be here from first ball to last today. Each of your quarterfinal matches. Noel Alberto asks, will y'all be at the men's indoors next week? Y'all will not. I will. Very fortunate to be there. Do the Cracked Racquets. Sadly, I would never subject Perry to back-to-back weekends with me. So no, she will not be joining me in Chicago. I will be joined by another dear friend of ours here at Cracked Racquets, Mike Cation.
Of course, another wonderful broadcaster.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I agree. Yeah, not too shabby.
I look up to greatly.
Mike C. Oh, that's your mistake. I used to do the same. No, Mike's the greatest. Truly. It's been far too kind to our Cracked Racquets team, and so excited to be working with him next week, monitoring all the action.
Absolutely. And no worries, Noel. I will be tuning in from where I am based at my TV station in Virginia.
That's what we like to hear. WHSV.
Of course. Alex, let's go.
I got my 4 letters down. All right.
Yes.
Sorry, I apologize. Court 4, if we can, super producer Daniel Westhoff instead of court 3. I like 2 on our screen. As again, Mary Stoyana, 6-1 for love, 30-15. Yeah, that was lucky. I won't lie.
It was well done, though.
Fake it till you make it. That's what we've learned here at Cracked Racquets. Meanwhile, how about this? It's a deuce point. It's a set point. Again, it's got to be now. And it goes the way of Shelly Brizniak. So, Brizniak, from a set and 3-1 down?
A set and 3-1.
And it's the second time Goldsmith's had a lead like that. That's just something to keep in mind as we move forward, because eventually the Aggies might get stung. So let's put court 2 in the big screen and go 2, 4, 6. 8, who do we appreciate? Had to finish it. It just would have bothered me. 2, 4, 6, please. As those are our 3 matches closest to the finish line and the clearest cut pathway for these Aggies to reach the semifinals. You've got 6-1 for love. Breakpoint chances for Stoyana. She's got 3 of them to make it a commanding 5-love lead. Ditto for Mia Kupris, by the way, 6-2 for love. 6-3, 2-all in that Smetnikov Marzal second set, but actually you already see it. It is 6-1, 5-love for Mary Stoyana. And I think it's about to be the same on all of these courts, Westhoff. Let's see. Okay, Coley Allen and 4. Can you switch 4 and 2 for me, please? Coley Allen does fight off breakpoint chance number 1 still. Kupris has 2 more. And it almost feels like, can we say it? Is it when, not if?
It's when, not if, at this point. I agree.
Great on Brizniak to fight back the way that she did, but...
Right, because that is the clearest... Well, no. There are 3 matches now that...
Yeah, they're just in trouble.
They're in trouble.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. They're in trouble.
You think?
Not going to sugarcoat it.
Yeah. Again, a Buckeye push. We got about a 5-minute push from the Buckeyes, but that's a credit to A&M. Foot has been on the gas, and I think that's a direct message from Coach Mark Weaver saying we did not close the job well enough yesterday.
Right, because we did talk about closing, yes.
This is the thing I've seen most from this A&M team is it's been consistent, but it's also, can we say it? And I'm not trying to be rude. It's kind of been a beatdown. Like, it's just, no one sunk their teeth into this yet. Everything's been so lopsided.
Right. And I mean, that's okay to say because also we're seeing this the same way that you all are seeing this through our screen. And so I think it would be easier for us to make a more in-depth analysis
Sure.
if we were there in person, understanding and feeling the energy that is coming off of both of these teams. But from what we see here,
Yeah, that missed.
yeah,
6-2-5 love now for Kupras. Let's switch 2 and 4, please. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
no. I mean, you were right on it. I was just saying that I agree with the beatdown analysis.
Yeah, it's tough. It's certainly tough.
Meanwhile, here at Nordstrom, a potential 4-3 at some point today between these Blue Devils and the Cardinal. We have a lot of sets that are looking like they might split.
Yeah,
in terms of
feeling like a 3-3 split.
It's feeling like a 3-3 split.
Yeah.
It is.
Of course, Duke took the doubles point in that top 5 seed battle. Which, of course, consolation match number 2. Just a quick recap if you're just joining us. Earlier today, it was Georgia back to the National Indoor Semis. I believe the first time since 2019.
Yes.
Georgia, of course, winning the event. The last time it was held in Seattle back in 2019. So a place they're clearly comfortable competing at. Meanwhile, again, you see it. Stoyana's a game away. Kupras is a game away. Credit to Sydney Ratliff. Credit to Shelly Barizniak for forcing the second set at the third set at 5, but now Ewing's up a break at 3. Svetnikov still doing her thing at 6.
I mean, Alex, we could be 10 minutes away from the decision here.
Mm-hmm.
Could be, because we both know that if we say it is, then it will be 3 more hours. So it could be. It could be. We don't know.
And of course, we will stay with this match through the ending. Of course, coming up after that, we'll have our 3rd quarterfinal of the day. That's going to be at Nordstrom. And right now, with Duke and Stanford battling, I don't know if that match is going to start at 3:30 as expected. I would put that as a tentative 4 o'clock start.
I agree with that.
But of course, that's looking ahead. We still got to watch this match to go.
Of course. And
Mary Stoyana, 2 points away. Excuse me, match point Stoyana. So maybe we need that
full screen?
That graphic and full screen package.
Not yet. Not yet, Irina Kanto says to Mary Stoyana.
And maybe now is the moment.
You know what, Alex? It's never too late.
Yeah, now is the moment.
How many match points have we seen fought off this weekend or in general in college tennis?
Dozens.
Dozens. Was that in?
Yeah, she won't go away.
She won't go away. This is unbelievable.
That's incredible.
Deuce point, match point. Chance number 3 for Mary Stoyana to close out this match.
Very, very good. And so again, match point number 3. Meanwhile, Mia Kupras has match points on 4 Westhoff. I know the split might be tough this quick, but just worth noting. Well, we can go straight 2-4. It's 2-0 Aggies. Mary Stoyana. 6-1, 6 love. Meanwhile, it's now 3 love Aggies. Mia Kupras, 6-2, 6 love. And we got to go right over to court number 3. All the dominoes falling into place quickly for this Texas A&M team. Selma Ewing, the All-American transfer from USC, 6-4, 4-1 lead. We have talked about this. Texas A&M, the depth they have, the talent they have, the top-end superstars they have.
Absolutely.
This is a we can win a national championship type of performance. It's time to say it now because they've done it consecutively for 2 hours.
Yes.
I mean, I've seen the good teams over the years at this event. I've seen North Carolina the last 3 years. The one that stands out to me always is the 2021 Carolina team. That's the only team I've seen downright disrespect other teams on their way to a final, where it's just like, oh, that's cute. You think you're good? You're not.
Yeah.
And this is what the Aggies are sort of doing right now. And I say that with all affection, again, to make this Ohio State team, which has yet to lose a match, which has beaten Georgia badly, beaten Oklahoma State. And this is what the Aggies are doing to them?
I mean, it's insane. It really is.
It really is.
It's insane, and it also sets the stage even higher for the Texas A&M Aggies, currently ranked 3 in the country. So, of course, if we were to pick them now, I would say a very deep run in postseason play.
Of course, the Aggies are defending SEC champions. Again, lost just 2 matches last year. Round of 16, indoors to Cal 4-3. Hannah Moeller 7-6 in the third in that one. Of course, many will remember there were some tight calls down the stretch of that match. Certainly a match A&M fans would love to have back. But they're 3 good Selma Ewing points away from leaving all of that in the past.
Absolutely.
6-4, 5-1, 15 love, 3 points away.
Way to keep her moving. I like it.
You know what I'm going to say?
What?
Little Ariana Grande side to side.
Oh, no. We have reached that hour, Alex. The hour has been reached. Alex, have you heard that song?
Of course.
Okay, then you need to listen to other Ariana Grande songs so we can expand your repertoire.
I know more.
Ariana references.
I don't
You don't bring all the references?
No, I don't. That's the one I can really refer to.
That's fair. I get that.
I'll tell you what. I don't know if that's the Ariana Grande song. I think she's featured on it. What's the one that's like bang bang da 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 da? Isn't that an Ariana Grande?
Yeah, that's
I think it might just be called Bang Bang.
It
Anyways,
is.
Selma Ewing, Bang Bang down the line, 2 points away.
Okay, there we go. Hey.
That's what I was. Yeah, I was working my way there.
Yes. Is that with Jessie J?
That's exactly. And Nicki Minaj.
Let's go.
Now, Nicki Minaj references. Now we're talking my era.
I love Nicki. That's my era, too.
Okay.
She's all of our eras.
Yeah, exactly.
She's iconic.
I agree. All right, 30 all here now. Selma Ewing, who's just been rock solid from the baseline.
I mean, Selma winning the first set 6-4 and then not giving really, not giving any light of day. No chance in the second set. Goes down 1 love early, but then just keeps the pedal to the metal here. Yeah, that's beautiful.
And so, slow clap, graphic, match point, Aggies.
Match point, match point. It's double match point. Selma Ewing 1 point away from sending the Aggies to the semifinals of the ITA Indoor Nationals 2023 edition in Seattle. Oh my goodness. That's an insane lob. Wow. Isabelle Boulais saying, I'm still here against Selma Ewing. Selma now with a deuce point. So her second chance. We have no ad here in college tennis. Her second chance to send the Aggies to the semifinals.
We play on.
Those are two great points from Boulais.
Yeah, again, now we're seeing a little fight. It's just a little too late.
I agree.
And so 5-2 on the turn here. Court number 3. Let's go split screen with court 1. Or let's just go to court 1 right now. Again, JC Goldsmith down 2-1 in the third to Shelly Brisniak on serve, though. Lucia Marzal has actually made a little bit of a push. 4-2 lead for Marzal now. She's up a break in that second set on 6. But Carson Brandstein now. Set and 4 all up. Love 30 opportunity for her. Taking on again that sophomore, Sydney Ratliff. And ooh. Yeah, confirmed long. Ratliff knew it.
Brandstein, the wheels.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That might just be your tennis point moment of the day. Cut that clip, super producer Dana Westoff. Huge forehand from Brandstein. She will now serve for the match. So, again, to quote Jack Harlow, A&M's got options.
Alex, you're on it.
I know.
You're on it.
It's day 2. I got to flex the lines.
You're on it.
Figure out what works, what doesn't heading into next weekend. We go back. Let's go split screen. Or let's go to court 3. Selma Ewing again. Up a set in 5-2. She just had her match points. Wasn't able to convert, but West, yeah, there we go. I was going to say, leave that court 1, though, in the background so that when Brandstein gets out on court, we can watch her try to serve forward. Brandstein, a winner yesterday. Boy, they would love to see Carson get back-to-back wins here at the number 1 spot. Go to wins over Colling and Ratliff. That would be a heck of a start to the weekend.
Also would help her ranking a ton.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, you go from unranked, I didn't play in the fall.
Correct. Now, of course, Brandstein, that would be her 5th win.
Yeah, and I'm sure
5-0.
world tennis number 1, she's a beast.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. But all right, Brandstein to serve forward 5-4. Meanwhile, Ewing 5-2. Returning, obviously, as Boulais broke Ewing to stay alive. Meanwhile, for what it's worth, Brisniak looks like she's about to go up 3-1. If there is any silver lining, it's that Shelly Brisniak is that good.
Correct.
She is that player.
And I mean, Alex, you called it.
Yeah.
You said she was a little bit off in the first set, but then started to find her range. And once she did, I mean, stepping in was not an issue for Shelly Brisniak.
No, a little off is an understatement. It just was misfiring. It was just like, yeah, the calculus was off. And then something flipped. Maybe it was a switch to a Wilson racket. Of course, Wilson, the official ball, racket, and accessory brand of the ITA. I'm not sure what it was.
Right.
Maybe she caught herself on the PlaySite cameras. Official
Maybe.
live streaming partner of the ITA. Or maybe she's just a member of the USTA already and doesn't need to go to USTA.com because she knows there's more tennis to play, skills to hone, fun to be had
And I mean, if there's any time for Ohio State to come back, it's now. And Rolex, the official timepiece of the ITA.
All right, we're locked back in, folks. As you see, Carson Brandstein, let's go full screen on one. She's got match points. Goes long. A&M headed to the ITA National Indoor Semifinals. 4-0, Perry. 4-0. They take 6-4 sets, 3 straight set victories. That is as clean of a quarterfinal performance as you will see.
I mean, head coach Mark Weaver is going to say, I like it. I think he's going to say, I like it. So I don't know what else to say about that from his perspective. I think Melissa Schaub, Ohio State, a little disappointing, a lot disappointing from the Buckeyes. But again, if you're going to fall to any team for love, Texas A&M, number 3 in the country, you could choose worse.
Yeah, and to your point, Ohio State's going to have a chance to back things up tomorrow. And look, they're going to have a fantastic match. I believe they'll either play Michigan or UNC.
Exactly.
So,
and of course, all of us Big Ten fans eyeing the potential of that match. But
yeah, ready for that. No, we're ready for that one. No doubt about it. And look, again, given their start to the season, Ohio State is right where it wants to be. Here's the thing about A&M. They came into this season expecting to be in the national championship conversation. Well, guess what? Can't win a tournament in the first round. You can certainly lose in those first rounds. A&M has not done that so far. 2 4-0 victories. They're unscathed heading into the semifinals. There's a reason they were the number 3 seeds. And again, when the draws came out, we were wondering, what will this A&M team be made of? Well, they've shown it, and they have certainly played like a top contender plays.
Again, good for A&M. You know, good for them, because coming from an outdoor climate where you're usually playing outside to come in here and dominate, I mean, truly dominate in Ohio State like they did, playing great indoor tennis, outplaying Ohio State at their own game indoors. Very impressive.
Very, very impressive indeed. And you see some players walking out on court to get warm-ups in. Coming up next, Virginia Pepperdine over at the STC. They're going to reset the cameras there. So while they do that, let's come back to the Nordstrom Tennis Center for a moment. I want to update everything happening here, Stanford, Duke. Then we're going to leave it on a 3-box, allow super producer Daniel Osthoff to, I don't know, breathe, maybe get
magic.
some lunch. Yeah,
oh,
do the thing
lunch, right.
he loves to do. It is, or I guess dinner, as it's 5:30.
It is 5:30
over on the East Coast. But again, let's
maybe
go
take
over to the Nordstrom Tennis Center now. I'm sure that's in the book. Can we go over to Nordstrom? Osthoff, no one wants to see us. It's very kind of you, but let's go over to Nordstrom, please. As we see court number 1 here. Again, players walking out on court to get warm up. We're at Nordstrom. Let's just start at 1 and work our way around. I want to offer just an update from a scoreboard perspective where everything stands. And right now we've got a battle over on court number 1. Chloe Beck actually floated a high ball. Connie Ma had the high volley to put it away to hold her 5-0. She missed the volley in the net. And so it's 6-4 opening set to Chloe Beck, senior All-American at the number 1 singles position for Duke. Again, Beck gonna back. She's it's not the overwhelming weapons. Chloe Beck's just good at everything.
Well,
so well.
Also, a quick note though about Connie. I do feel like after yesterday, Connie up a set in 4-3 against Leah Ma from Georgia at the 1 single spot. Something flipped. Something flipped to make Connie more tentative, a little bit looser in the wrong way. Not looser in terms of swinging freely, but looser in terms of playing less clean tennis. And she did end up falling in the 3rd set in that clincher. And we saw that again today. Just Connie Ma was up early and not able to continue that dominant tennis. And I think it will be interesting, right, to see if she can come back against Chloe Beck, because it's hard when your level falls even a little bit and you're playing number 1 singles.
Yeah, it's a very fun battle indeed. So again, court number 1, you see they're walking out. 2nd set about to get underway. Beck, Ma, I would say 2 of the 10 best players we'll see in 100%. College tennis this season. Let's head over to court number 2 now. Court number 2, Alexandra Yepafanova got off to a very slow start yesterday, did the sophomore, but rocking and rolling right now is Yepafanova, 6-2, 2-1 lead. She's taking on Cam Mora. Mora, of course, the 5th year.
Yes.
Transferring down Tobacco Road is Mora, coming from, obviously, University of North Carolina. She's never lost a match. That loss yesterday, her first loss at this event in her career. Mora taking on Yepifanova. Mora getting some work on her right leg done again. Had that same work done yesterday by the trainer. So again, interesting to see early in the season, making sure everything's right with the body. We'll keep an eye on this one. Let's go over to court number 3. There was a roster lineup switch here for the Duke Blue Devils. You can understand why. Yesterday for Stanford, Angelica Blake, the senior, was just dominant in a straight set win over Mel Riasco at number 3. Now, Blake takes the first set 6-3. In her matchup, she's taken on big hitting sophomore Emma Jackson. Called wide. Overruled. Oh, Coach Ashworth doesn't like it. He's got a clear-cut spot in his mind.
That's wild. And Jackson with the early lead in the second set, just trying to grab some momentum here. That's going to hurt.
That's tough. Near sideline call. Coach Ashworth can give it a long look. I've never seen a chair umpire change their mind.
Me neither.
Not once.
No.
In this game. So again, point's going to go to Blake. She's up 6-3, but it is the sophomore Jackson with the 2-love break lead here in set number 2. Again, we're trying to introduce to you everything right now if you're keeping track at home. So far, first set-wise, Duke took first set at number 1. Stanford takes first set at 2 and 3. Let's go to court number 4 now. As we introduce a little bit of everything, Stanford's also taking the first set at court number 4. So this is a great response from this Stanford team. They dropped doubles again, and once again they find their way to 4 first sets in singles. Here it's the freshman, Alexa Blokina. Lefty versus lefty. Little crime on crime here as Blokina, the freshman, taking on Georgia Drummy, senior. 5th year now. Transfer over from Vanderbilt a few seasons ago. Let's fit in like a hand in a glove to this Blue Devil program. But again, lefty versus lefty. 7-5 first set goes to Blokina. 1-0 lead for Drummy here in set number 2. It's 3 first sets Stanford, 1 to the Duke Blue Devils. Let's go to 5 now, where it's 4 first sets for Stanford, 1 for the Duke Blue Devils. Here at that number 5 spot, Valencia Shu. Valencia, right? Annabelle's at Virginia.
Correct.
Valencia Shu.
Valencia Shu for Stanford. You got it. Yes.
Valencia Shu 6-4, 1-love lead. Shu grinding away
she was
yesterday.
Grinding yesterday.
She didn't
yes.
finish, but she was right near that finish line. I think she was at 5-4, I believe, in the third set.
Correct.
Taking on, who did she play? Hurdle? Anya Hurdle, right?
Yes.
For Georgia?
Yes.
And so, again, Shu continuing. Such consistent tennis.
I was going to say, I really like the way she plays.
Forehand's a little weird from a technique standpoint. Plays it kind of close to her body, and yet it works. She moves the ball really, really well.
Yes.
As you'll see here again, 6-4, 1-love. Let's watch 1 point here for Shu. Reminder of how she hits that forehand. Shu on the near side of your screen.
Boom. Yeah.
It's like, again, she keeps it a little closer to the body, right? So it's a little less predictable.
Well, it's interesting because she almost holds it. It's a little bit like Francis Tiafoe's forehand. You know what I mean?
Sure,
he holds it flat like a pancake right next to him.
Yeah.
If you watch Shu, you watch her forehand here. Maybe she'll hit one in the next point. And then she whips it. So as you said, Alex, exactly, it's very hard to read where that ball's going.
Mm-hmm. At the same time, you do wonder, Bradley Coleman plays with great pace. Will she be able to perhaps break that forehand down over time?
Right.
With pace into that body, again, you just don't make the contact right. Your timing's off.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's just a great return, but case in point there, I just think it's a little more difficult with that grip for Shu to hit that on the run forehand. But again, 6-4, one love here. Valencia Shu in control. It's 4 first sets for Stanford as they take the first on 2, 3, 4, and 5. Good news if you're a Duke fan, not only do you have doubles point, you have Chloe back at 1, you also have things breaking right for you at the number 6 spot after a struggle at that number 6 spot yesterday for Duke, overwhelmed pretty quickly by Sasha Pisareva and the Oklahoma Sooners there.
Meanwhile, eyes on singles 3, Emma Jackson taking an early 2-1 lead over Angelica Blake after dropping the first set 6-3. I mean, that's a match that I would keep my eye on, right? Because Emma Jackson, if she's on, she's on.
No doubt about that as we head to 6. Again, your final first set. This one belongs to Yulia Brizgalova, transfer from Penn. 6-2, 2-1, 40-15 lead. She's taken on Stanford veteran Sarah Choi. Choi, a good win yesterday over Georgia. Played great against Gigi, Jeremina Grant.
Absolutely.
Straight set win for Choi. And again, for Duke, they've got the corners. Doubles, 1-6. Heart of the lineup right now belongs to the Stanford Cardinal. Let's not forget, Stanford was literally in this scenario yesterday. They dropped doubles. I actually think they dropped, no, because Connie Ma took her first set. I was like, was it the corners as well? It was pretty close to it. But again, you look for this Stanford team. 4 first sets, 2 through 5 positions. They're down breaks in a couple of spots in some second sets. But in other words, this match is just still too close to call. Terry, your thoughts on this Duke-Stanford battle before we throw to a 3-box?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, too early to call. That's definitely true. I would like to be Duke right now over Stanford because of this doubles point, all the momentum that we've seen today from the doubles point. So it didn't necessarily, unlike some other matches that we've seen today, the doubles point has not translated right away into singles. But again, look up on the scoreboard. You see the 1 next to the Blue Devils. Doesn't mean nothing. And the Stanford Cardinal, again, coming off a disappointing loss where they also dropped the doubles point to Georgia yesterday. And as Alex aptly said, highway robbery. And that's what it was. So I feel like after dropping 2 doubles points, it will be tough for the Blue Devils. But I think they, I mean, tough for the Cardinals. Tough for the Cardinal, rather. I think, yeah,
So
I'd rather be the Blue Devils.
So then what we're going to do, let's go court number 1 in our center box, please. Here's where we're going to throw up this 3-box. We are going to allow super producer Daniel West stuff too. I don't know. Again, breathe, walk the dog.
Quavo.
Eat some dinner. Do all the things he loves to do. West stuff. I need courts 1, 4. You pick the third. What should be 2? Should be 3? They're both good options.
I say 1, 4, 3.
Okay, well, 1, 3, 4, just because I have terrible OCD, so I need to be in order. 1, 3, 4, please, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Give 1 the premier spot. Court number 4. That drummy Blokina battle. Court number 3, of course, I did the same thing. Jackson and Blake. So yeah, 1 on the big screen. We'll keep 3. We'll go 4 on the side as well. And what we're going to do, we're going to keep this on your screen. Now, the commentary is going to disappear for a moment. We're also not going to change around. We're going to keep these here, so we apologize. We're not going to be having the changeovers, or unfortunately, you're going to see some changeovers. But again, super producer Daniel Westhoff will be back with us. Make sure everything's set for when quarterfinal number 3 begins. Of course, that quarterfinal will start 30 minutes after this one ends. So we'll say tentatively right now 4 p.m., best case scenario.
That's best case.
Yeah, it's at least 45 minutes left in this one, so we're going to keep it on your screen, but we're going to pop off for a moment. So we appreciate all of you who have taken the time to join us here. Day 2 of this 2023 National Indoor Championships continue. Again, we will be back for the full setup for quarterfinal number 3. That battle, Texas taking on Iowa State, coming up in about an hour from now. With that said, before you sign up, Barry, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I would say keep your eye on the Blue Devils here. Keep your eye on the Cardinal and keep your eye on the Blue Devils because this is going to be a good one. Now, Alex and I think that the third quarterfinal should go on around 4. I personally am not so sure. Looking
think
at
later?
the score lines, I think a little later. I think we're in for a good one here at Nordstrom. So I would say, well, we're on that break. Don't go anywhere. Wait for us. We'll be back. And I think this match will also continue.
Perfectly said. Well, then, with that in mind, for the wonderful Harry Shannon, our super producer Daniel Westuff, and all of us here at Crack Rackets, I'm Alex Gruskin. You're watching our coverage of the 2023 ITA National Women's Division I Team Indoor Championships. right, here we go, folks. Match point for the match. Alex Gruskin back popping in as we see 5-4 deuce point for Cam Mora. Given where things are elsewhere, 4-3 leads for Stanford, 3-0 Duke overall. This is it. This is the moment for the Blue Devils.
What?
That's your tennis point shot of the day. Cut the clip immediately. Super producer Daniel Westoff. Forehand outside the alley. Curves back in. Stanford stays alive. Perry shot, and we picked the right moment to hop back on this broadcast.
I mean, are you kidding me? We just arrived. We've been here the whole time.
Yeah. We have been monitoring the action. Stepped away for the slightest of moments.
Also, to see this match in person is unbelievable.
Yeah.
The quality of tennis that's going on Court 2 here at Nordstrom Tennis Center in Seattle, Washington. I mean, be there. This is insane.
It is funny when you're doing these broadcasts, you're watching everything, right? And when you're watching everything, you're really watching nothing. We've had the opportunity over this past half hour to finally just step back, actually sit there, watch everything.
And be present in this world where, I mean, these are moments in time here. These are moments that Alex Gruskin will talk about in 5 years, and he'll remember the lineups.
This is the memory bank. This is
the memory bank. Yeah. The data is going into the Alex Gruskin bank.
Well, this
brain.
is just, again, that's the whole thing about this national indoors, right, Perry? It's finding out, roll out the balls, who's good, who's not.
Right.
Who's got it? Who's got that itch, that ability as a group to fight through. And, you know, again, I can't believe it. I can't believe that. 5-2 now.
Also, Yepifanova, don't forget, has defended 11 match points yesterday in her match before ultimately falling. But again, she knows how to play a match point when she's down.
Yeah, clearly.
All of a sudden, the momentum's starting to shift towards the Cardinal. We're seeing the Cardinal up 5-3 in the third set on Court 4. 4-all, 40 love, Court 3. And of course, here we are in the big match in your screen. Yepifanova. There it is, swing volley to go. 4 points. 4 points to go 6-5.
Of course, your fourth court right now still on is that number 5 singles match, Shu versus Coleman. It's 2-all in the third there. 3-0 Duke. They take doubles, get straight set wins. Chloe Beck played one heck of a match to knock off Connie Ma 4-3 in straight sets. At court number 6, Brizgalova bounces back after a tough loss yesterday. Brizgalova straight set winner on 6. Yepifanova now the 6-5 lead on 2. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, folks. Westoff, let's switch courts 2 and 4. Again, I know we have super producer Daniel Westoff back with us now. Shout out to him. Hopefully Quavo has been walked. All is well in CRHQ. We appreciate your patience, all of you who allowed us to step away for a moment. Hopefully you were still entertained by the 3 box we kept on your screen. Again, Lokina, who dropped... Did she finish her match yesterday?
Lokina
No, they didn't finish,
did
right?
not
At 4?
finish.
That was the
Correct.
one against...
Correct.
Against who did she play? She must have played... well, they played Georgia.
Was she Riasco?
No, she was the
No.
other one. Kowalski, she lost in
Kowalski.
straight. She did finish her match yesterday, so she's looking to bounce back here today. Kowalski got on that tight straight set match. Remember, ending of set 2, she didn't love the call. Kowalski was over a tentative handshake.
Again, we must always defer to the Alex Gruskin brain,
well,
the official brain of the ITA.
Yeah, the official. Sure. And so we see Drummy fights off match point number 1 again for Georgia Drummy, who's just not healthy to be on court. Has taken multiple medical timeouts for her back here today. This match got complicated real quick. Alessa Bokina, 7-5, 1-6, 6-3. Stanford gets on the board 3-1 now. And by the way, who would you rather be? I mean, Duke is the answer, but let's go court 2 now, back on the center stage. Make court number 2 court 5, please, as we have all of our matches remaining. Stanford's up 5-4 in the third on court 3. They're up 6-5 in the third on court 2. They are trailing by a break 3-2. Ellie Coleman leads on 5. Boy, if it comes down to Coleman on 5, sometimes you just wonder, what are we doing?
Literally.
What was the past 2 hours for? All this drama. So it's Love 30. Epifanova's 2 points away. What a turnaround from the superstar sophomore.
And again, talk about Yepifanova getting rewarded perhaps for her bravery and the ability to defend all these match points yesterday. Because she finds herself in the same position today. And look what happened.
Here's the other elephant in the room. In no world should Stanford's top 2 of Yepifanova and Connie Ma go 0-4 on the weekend. Never. And Ma's lost 2. Yepifanova lost yesterday as well. It's just like that should never happen. They're too talented. NCAA singles finalist. You see the size, the weapons, the pedigree of Yepifanova as well. Plenty of pro junior success. It just should never happen.
Right.
And so again, it's great to see her bounce back here today.
Absolutely.
And so it's match point Yepifanova. I can't believe it. From match points down, Alexandra Yepifanova makes it 3-2. And she earns a 6-2, 3-6, 7-5 victory.
That's unbelievable.
I mean, oh my God.
This is raw.
And now Angelica Blake is 2 points away. Again, Coleman's up a break in the third, but boy, the struggles at the national indoors continue for Cam Moore. Played a really good match. And I'm going to be honest, there was a match point she had. I'm fairly certain Yepifanova made an unforced error. And it was a far sideline call. Moore didn't make the call. Gentleman's call. Called it good. Usually the tennis gods reward that sort of sportsmanship.
Yes, they usually do.
So that's how you know Ellie Coleman's probably going to win this. 6-3 in the third.
That's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Duke ends up still. But, I mean, Stanford won 4 first sets. Courts 2, 3, 4, and 5. All 4 of those matches pushed to the third. And yet Stanford right now is still alive, and they've got all the momentum. And we got to go full screen. Court number 3. Angelica Blake, 5-4, 30-all. She wins this, and now it's 3-all.
I mean, talk about just changing a moment, right? I mean, Blue Devils up 3-love this match.
Up 3-love, and Moore's got
Moore had match points.
By the way, though, it's good news for you tennis fans who want things to start on time. Texas, Iowa State now have a full bank of courts to warm up. So that quarterfinal, I anticipate, will begin somewhere around 4:30. You want to stick with us, of course, through that for what it's worth over at the Seattle Tennis Center right now. Virginia taking on Pepperdine. Unfortunately, they turned off the cameras. They were having some serious Wi-Fi issues. Going to make sure we have that back up for our 6:30 quarterfinal. We will be taking another break following this Stanford-Duke match for at least as long until quarterfinal 3 begins. Meanwhile, it's match point Blake on a deciding point coming up. The quote, former USC coach Peter Smith, when college tennis is good, it's really, really good.
I love that.
We've got ourselves a battle on our hands. 3 all overall as Angelica Blake. 6-3, 2-6, 6-4. Duke had this match. We were ready to pack the bag, start the plane.
I know. And the thing is, the tough thing is that I feel like Mora's going to feel like this is on her if Duke doesn't get this, which is heartbreaking because the thing is, it's a team effort. But in moments like this, it feels like there's so much weight on that Mora match.
Really, really good point. And that was certainly the turning point in this one. Yepafanova fighting off multiple match points. She takes a 3-set win. Blokina earns a 3-set victory. Now it's Angelica Blake with the 3-set win. So it comes down to the battle of the sophomores. It's Valencia Shu competing on the far side of your screen for Stanford. She's taken on Duke sophomore Ellie Coleman. Coleman serving. Now break points here, but up 3-2.
Deuce point. Valencia Shu breaks Ellie Coleman. Now, looks like the surface marker is off. So if you ignore the little blue dot, then we have the correct score going on here. Valencia Shu makes it 3-all in the third set here at Nordstrom Tennis Center. There's a lot going on at the moment. Valencia Shu looking to make a crazy comeback for the Stanford Cardinals, down 3 love and match points in this match.
just that sort of day. Both these players, Coleman, Shu, played some of their best tennis in today's match. Certainly, you feel like Coleman, probably the slightly bigger weapons, more willing to move forward. But man, Shu moves the ball so well around the court.
Shu's the kind of player that dares you to miss in this situation.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like we'll be able to count, likely, on one hand, the amount of errors that Shu's going to make from here on out in this match.
Well said. Let's grind.
As I said, Valencia Shu wouldn't make an error. Also can attack. So we have a situation here.
It's good tennis.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. These sophomores doing battle here. And again, you look for this Stanford team. Drop doubles, win 4 first sets, yet still drop a 4-2 match yesterday to Georgia. You take 4 first again in singles, but all of a sudden, all 4 of those first sets, the matches end up going 3. You find yourself again on the precipice of defeat, down dual match points. This could be a season rally, a season turnaround. And I know it's only mid-February, but this is the sort of win you get as a team, and it just legitimizes everything. You have that belief now.
And again, the Stanford Cardinal down the last few years, but not out. The most legendary program, perhaps, in women's college tennis history. So if they're back, they're back.
Not perhaps.
Is.
I agree. I have number 2 to Brown.
Of course.
Yeah, duh.
I mean, as it should be. Love our Brown Bears. Coleman looking for a chance to break Valencia Shu, take a 4-3 lead in the 3rd set. Again, Valencia Shu is the one serving, not Ellie Coleman. Valencia Shu for Stanford University, SU. Ignore the little blue dot.
Yeah.
Yes, as it's commonly known.
No, she missed that wide. So that forehand, a couple of errors for Valencia Shu means it's breakpoint chances back for Coleman. All these teams now on the sideline.
That's long.
So the break back to Coleman, 4-3 now. Duke leads here in the final set. All coaches, all players, all the fans here in this Nordstrom Tennis Center crowded around this court number 5 here in Seattle, Washington. Alex Gruskin, Perry Shinen. We're 2 quarterfinals in. Now the third one about, I'd say, 25 minutes away. As soon as this match is over, each team's going to get 15 minutes to spread out amongst these 3 courts. Now they're already warming up for part number 1, but each team will get all 3 courts for 15 minutes as per the ITA regulation. So I'd say the third quarterfinal will start about it will start 15 minutes after this match concludes. We'll have coverage first ball to last of that. Inevitably, that will overlap with quarterfinal number 4, UNC Michigan, happening over at the Seattle Tennis Center Of course, that will be our focus here of our evening session, 4:03 p.m. Pacific time, 7:03 on the East Coast. Good evening to all of you joining us.
And of course, what time is it? Rolex.
Rolex time. It's
Rolex
true.
time, the official timepiece of the ITA.
Absolutely.
And shout out to our friends at Tennis Channel. Anyone who's watched Tennis Channel, we have seen the Rolex commercials, gorgeous commercials of legendary tennis players. Shout out to Rolex.
We'll do a mock Rolex commercial, you and I, at some point.
Can we please? I mean, I don't have one though, so can we just pretend?
Nor
perfect.
do I.
Okay, yeah, that looks good.
Yeah. Perfect. First point coming up here. Janelle Coleman, sophomore for Duke, serving on the near side of your screen.
Ooh, the angle.
Oh, she did all the hard work.
Oh, that backhand is so tough too, though. Oh, I feel that.
So it's Sales. It's great point construction, but just a few too many errors right now from sophomore Valencia Shu. That's it. Again, that's the right miss.
Right.
Just gotta execute that.
That was
the
just
sophomore.
a little bit lack of racket head speed there.
Sure. Whew.
Valencia Shu. That is more like Valencia Shu. That's more like her game style. Shu and Coleman now tied neck and neck. Coleman, the 4-3 advantage, 15-all in this game. Shu again. The right move. But sometimes it's better to just put a few more balls in and maybe press Coleman a little bit more from the baseline, because that's more Shu's game. So if I was Shu, I'd almost like to see myself playing a little bit more within myself in these moments. But, you know, it's easy for Shu to do that. It's easy for Shu to press because all the girls are on the sideline. Now, you can see a little bit in the corner of our screen, all the girls lined up, but the amount of pressure that puts on this match. I mean, you can hear a pin drop here during the point at Nordstrom Tennis Center. Shu just staying aggressive. Stanford head coach Lele Faroud on the sideline, not saying much at the moment. Letting Valencia Shu, the sophomore, use her one season already under her belt of experience here for the Cardinal. All here. Coleman needs to hold. Again, the Blue Devils 3-love overall in this match with match points on the court from Cameron Mora. Was not able to convert. Wow. That's a statement from Coleman. Pretty good lob from Shu, too. Coleman on her back foot. Let's see if Ellie Coleman can make it 2 points in a row. Here to take this game, go 5-3 up in the third set for the Blue Devils. That'll do it. A serve and volley from Ellie Coleman. The battle of the sophomores. Coleman stepping up. Coleman takes the 5-3 lead in the third set here. Now again, to clarify, this is now Valencia Shu serving for the Cardinal, not Ellie Coleman. And SU is Stanford University. Again, that's Valencia Shu, so just ignore that little blue dot there.
What's been so fascinating to me, I actually think Shu's probably liked the construct of the points she's played. Like this right here. We've seen a ton of that.
We have.
Shu has the approach. She's hit the ball she wants to hit. It's that finishing volley, that finishing overhead.
Right, and I mean, Shu is playing, quote-unquote, the right way. If you open up the book of tennis, and you say, how do you play on a big point? Well, you want to put pressure on your opponent. Shu is doing that. Now let's see, can she convert in that transition game, in that period of time between the approach shot and the put away? Wow, what a get from Coleman. Up, great overhead.
That's exactly it. And it's the confidence from Shu to keep pressing forward that's impressed me the most.
Absolutely. And I would not say that Shu is playing fearless necessarily. I feel like she's playing smart. She's trying to pressure Coleman because she knows that if she doesn't do that, Coleman's going to do it first. And it's really this third set. This is a number 5 singles match, but they're playing more aggressive than a number 5 singles match would normally play with a match like this on the line. Shu now having to defend a second serve, down 5-3 in the third set to Ellie Coleman. Again, 2 sophomores battling with the match on the line. We're tied at 3-all, Duke Stanford. This is a consolation match, believe it or not.
Yeah, versus the 4 and 5 seeds.
That's a joke. Wow. We're seeing that beautiful short angle forehand from Shu. She can just really just whip that thing off the court. Again, there's a lot of racket head speed on that, even though it's a short angle. Very difficult shot to hit. Another second serve. Shu probably wishing that she could put a few more first serves in right now, just to take that pressure off that second serve. Ugh. Yeah. That's tough, you see. Shu just lacking a little bit of depth on that backhand side. Coleman immediately taking advantage. All now. Coleman, 2 points away from taking the entire match for the Blue Devils. Flip cord. Oh my gosh. A bit lucky from the shoe side. Nice hustle there from Coleman. Sets up game point for shoe to hold again. Not break, to hold.
Has to be fairly satisfied. All right, if you're just joining us, Alex Gruskin here, joined by Perry Shine in 3-all consolation battle. Again, we're picking this one up here on our broadcast as we wait for the start of quarterfinal number 3. 15 minutes after this one ends. Texas taking on Iowa State. Right now, Duke was up 3-0 in this match. 3 3-setters go the way of the Cardinal. But right now, Ellie...
Oh, Coleman, hands at net. You know, she did a great job of just making her volley there. Coleman, 3 points away. So if I was Ellie Coleman, I would think, just got to keep on attacking. Got to keep on attacking Valencia Shoe. This has really been a first strike match, which is, believe it or not, 5 singles. We're seeing 1 through 5 through the lineup now, playing aggressive tennis. This is a change. This is an evolution in college tennis. That's 2. Ellie Coleman now 2 points away. What? Ellie Coleman in the green, almost. Literally in the court.
So give me the slow clap. Give me the graphic. 3 hours later, it's match point.
It was relief. I thought you were going to say it was ecstasy. I was like, not really.
No.
It was just relief to just not go 0-2 so far. So Duke takes the 4-3 lead, 4-3 win rather, over Stanford.
So what we're going to do in the meantime, we just got official corroboration. I think that's the word from our head official here on site, Andrew. 4:40 start, 4:40 p.m. So 7:40 p.m. Eastern time, 4:40 p.m. Pacific. 20 minutes from now, that's when we'll start. That's when we will start. Excuse me. No, we're not live.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
Introducing Apeak Tennis and Apeak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that Apeak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate Apeak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use Apeak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate Apeak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the great...
And welcome back, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of these 2023 ITA National Indoor Team Championships. Alex Gruskin, Perry Shinen here. Just a quick little update on some match times for all of you tennis fans tuning in. We're going to have the start of Texas, Iowa State, 4:40 p.m. Pacific time, 7:40 p.m. Eastern. We'll have that match for you coming up in 12 minutes. First ball to last coverage here on our Cracked Racquets YouTube channel. Of course, for now, we're going to leave you in this 3-box where Pepperdine takes a 1-0 lead after taking the doubles point over the University of Virginia. Now, it does feel worth noting Virginia transferred Julia Adams back in action today. She's at the number 1 spot. Virginia was missing her in the lineup yesterday. Meanwhile, same lineup, same fashion for this Pepperdine squad here today. The only difference being Janice Chen, Savannah Brodus go out and get a W at the number 1 spot. 6-4 win there, 6-2 win at the number 2 spot. So again, we're going to leave you in this triple box 1, 2, 3 on your screen. Before we go, Perry, thoughts on this consolation match?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the second thing in a row that I've said today. I cannot believe this is a consolation match.
It's a joke.
Virginia Pepperdine, that's a joke.
Yeah.
Also, Julia Adams back in the lineup. We'll be interested to see how she's feeling, if she's doing better. Janice Chen, a tough first round after having to not play yesterday. So I feel like for Julia Adams, this will be a test for her mentally and physically. So I'm excited to see how she responds. And obviously, Subash, Zar, another good one. Just keep your eye on this duo because I feel like these are two very different game styles. We have Lisa Zar, super athletic, Natasha Subash, also very athletic, looking to attack a little bit more than Zar. So I'm curious to see those top two.
My big question is the bottom of the lineup for Virginia. They got outplayed yesterday. You see Ziodato Chervinsky switching spots, I believe, in that lineup. Now, the notable thing is someone who won yesterday, Melody Collard, at that number 6 spot. She's not listed for Virginia today. And you see right now their early break leaked for Virginia on courts 3, 4, 5, and 6. Coach Sarah O'Leary prides herself on the bottom of her lineup this season. She thinks she has unmatched depth in her program's history. Yes, Emma Navarro is gone, but she feels very confident about this group. It's going to be a fun one. And again, we're going to keep it on your screen for now, happening over at the Seattle Tennis Center, Virginia. Pepperdine consolation action, of course, coming up in 10 minutes. We'll have quarterfinal number 3, University of Texas, taking on Iowa State. But for now, for Perry Shining and our super producer, Daniel Westup, I'm Alex Gruskin. You are watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 ITA Division I Women's National Indoor Championships.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing Apeak Tennis and Apeak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that Apeak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate Apeak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use Apeak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct...
And welcome back in, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of day number 2 of these 2023 ITA Division I Women's National Team Indoor Championships. Alex Gruskin joined, as I've been all weekend long, by Perry Shinen as we take in quarterfinal number 3 on the day. Now, our bottom half is set. We know it'll be Georgia advancing out of the bottom left. It will be Ohio State 4-0 today. Texas A&M advancing out of the top right. But, of course, who will be advancing beyond there? That remains to be found out. And Alex Gruskin here with Perry Shinen as we take in quarterfinal number 3. It's 2-time defending NCAA champions, University of Texas, who, for what it's worth, they've never captured the national team indoor championship during this run for head coach Howard Joffe and the Longhorns over the past few seasons. But I'll tell you what, they got tested in round number 1, didn't they?
Yes, and 2 national titles under their name the last 2 years. So University of Texas never counting them out. And again, playing without Peyton Stearns, who would be a fantastic indoor player, has obviously proven herself to be a fantastic indoor player. But we're also seeing this next generation of Texas players step up. I mean, Charlotte Shavadapon, great indoor player, did not play in the lineup yesterday for singles, but we're seeing her right now playing with Nicole Kieran.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You see it across the board. Again, it's funny because this Texas team, they're the number 1 seeds. They're the 2-time defending NCAA champions. To your point, Iowa State, the more experienced of the 2 rosters. And again, we want to introduce all of these doubles matchups to those of you just joining us in case it's your first college tennis match, how this doubles point works. 3 sets played simultaneously. Each set played to 6. Tiebreaker at 6-all. No ad scoring team that can take 2 out of the 3 sets, going to go with a 1-0 lead into our 6 singles matches. Again, yesterday, Texas 4-0 winners over Vanderbilt, their conference foes, Iowa State, at the National Indoors for the first time in program history. What do? Time number 1 here, they get a 4-3 victory in tournament number 1 as they knock out Vanderbilt 4-3. Again, lineups the same across the board as yesterday. So here at the number 1 spot for this Texas Longhorn team is the junior Charlotte Shavathappan, partnered with, as I refer to her, Nicole number 1. Or the Nicole you will see at the number 1 singles position, Nicole Kieran, partnered with Charlotte Shavathappan. Taking on Tessapon Naklau. Super Pete Kurum. Pete Kurum, the sophomore, Naklau, the senior, both out of Thailand.
It's going to be really important here for Iowa State to establish themselves as a contender in this match, because the University of Texas, they walk in here and the air changes. I mean, they are a confident team and they're a unified team, and you can just tell by the way they walk, by the way they warm up, all of the color coordination all the time with this team. University of Texas. One all here at number 1 doubles. Well, nice get from Charlotte at net, deflecting that backhand overhead.
It was interesting when we watched this Iowa State team play yesterday. Tactically, it's not that they do anything special. It's not that they do anything out of the ordinary. They just, when I watch this team play, it's the energy they bring. I think that's their biggest strength in doubles. What would you say?
Absolutely. I mean, we saw that yesterday, right? Energy. It carries into singles. It gives you this advantage that other teams just don't have. Now, with Texas, I guess my question to you, Alex, is even if Texas can't match the Iowa State energy, is the skill delta too much? So much that Iowa State couldn't catch up. Now, I guess we'll have to see.
No, that's exactly the question to ask, because this Texas team is just, again, there's overwhelming amounts of talent and overwhelming amounts of firepower spewing out of each and every player. And, you know, again, that will be the interesting test here. Just that firepower versus energy, the unstoppable force, the immovable object. Break point chances early for Iowa State on 1.
And they break. A double fault from Nicole Kieran.
So the Cyclones take a 2-1 early lead here on court number 1. Let's switch out 1 with 2. Again, we want to introduce all of our athletes competing right now here on screen. Over on court number 2, Apeak Galeva, third-year player, transferring over, of course, from Pepperdine.
As Alex says, if you can't beat them, join them.
I didn't say that.
Was it you?
No, it probably was. It sounds
probably
like
was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It was either you or Jay Parsons.
I think it was him. That sounds like
Jay?
him. That sounds like something snarky.
Shout out Jay.
Yeah,
Love the little snark.
He's snarky. I'm sarcastic. There's a difference.
That's fair. And I agree with that.
Yeah, exactly. But no, you see again, early breaks now for Iowa State. They did this exact same thing yesterday, and this is the energy they need to play with, by the way. You're the challenger, the upstart, looking to upend a Texas team that, let's be perfectly clear as well, they got outplayed for parts of yesterday. Like, Washington was probably, it was a 2.5, 3 hour match. Washington played them evenly for an hour, played them maybe even maybe like evenly for an hour and a half, and we're honestly better than them for 30 minutes as well. Like, Washington took 4 first sets in singles yesterday.
Was the doubles energy not palpable that Washington brought? I mean, it was. And again, Texas survived the onslaught. Now, was it as clean as the Longhorns wanted? No, not at all. But they survived. Again, for love on paper, not necessarily in person.
Yeah, and right now, super producer Daniel Westhoff, just so you know, that bottom left, that's also the court number 2. And I know you're working on it, but just a heads up in case you didn't see it. That bottom left is court number 2 right now. Great cross. Good energy.
Yep.
It's a 3-love double break lead here on court number 2. And for this Iowa State team, arguably their top player right now, Obi Kajir, sophomore out of Tokyo, Japan, 1-0 winner yesterday at the number 2 single spot. Talking to some other coaches, as much as they respect Naklo, actually a bunch of them turned to Obi and said that might be the best player on this Iowa State roster. She's partnered with a freshman, Shin-Yi Nong, of Wenshan, China. Again, they're taking on the duo junior Taya Pachkaleva, freshman Nicole 5, a.k.a. Nicole Rivkin. Rio lead. Iowa State nursing on court number 2. And you see court number 3. We'll make that the big screen now. I apologize. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, I know I'm making you work here. Probably more than needed, but we go to court number 3 now on our center stage. And this number 3 battle, Marley Zane, 5th-year transfer from the University of Florida. She's partnered with sophomore Sabina Zainalova.
Wow.
I heard in warm-ups today, Zainalova being referred to as Sebi by her teammates.
Interesting. Okay, interesting.
Checks out.
Yes.
Anything to call someone by anything but their name. Yeah, by anything but their birth
That is
name.
so college tennis.
Yeah, I know. I remember. I mean, again, not that it's the same, but I know my dad would always be like, "Is anyone calling you Alex?" And I was like, "No, not really. There's a lot of Alexes."
What were your nicknames?
I mean, always Gruskin, and
Okay.
I don't think anyone has called me by my first name.
Boring.
Westhoff once called me Alex, and I was like, "Dude, are you okay?" I was like, "Am I in trouble?"
Well, you two call each other by your last names.
Yeah.
And of course, now I
Stop.
call super producer Daniel Westhoff by Westhoff as well.
Yeah, Stoff. My dad makes it a point to call him Daniel. He's like, "How's Daniel?" I was like, "Stoff's fine."
Oh, that's so formal.
Yeah, I was like, "It's adorable." As we see again, Zane partner with Zainalova here on court number 3. They're taking on the duo Kadlikova, junior out of Slovakia. She's partnered with Sophie Kabizis, junior out of Venezuela. There's a hold for 2 all on 3. So again, this is what Iowa State does, right? They come out so hot, and they've got the 2 early breaks that they need on courts 1 and 2. And worth noting, these 2 teams obviously faced off plenty of times over the years, including, of course, last year in conference play. Iowa State played a lot of teams close last year in conference play. Texas was not one of them. Texas got them 4-0 in the conference tournament, 6-1 when they came to Ames, Iowa.
Now, just looking right here, being in person with this Texas doubles team on court 3, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that Iowa State has as much of an advantage on the scoreboard as they do in real life. I'm not sure. I just still see so much. It's just pop. It's just that this University of Texas team pops.
That's so perfectly put. Everyone's got weapons. The ball it's a completely different sound, as you know I like to listen to.
Yes.
They all have that pro sounding ball where it's just like, oh, so you're really good at this sport.
Correct. I mean, a lot of these Texas players are players that have had success on the pro level either before or during their college careers. $15 here, 2-all, 15-all. We're deadlocked on the 3rd double set.
Big swing.
Again, Marley Zane a little bit impatient from the baseline there. We see the Cyclones starting to break away.
Well, that's what they do, and you put this so perfectly yesterday. They just stick around. Like, that's what, if you're asking me what is the Iowa State strategy, it's make you play for 3 hours. And it's just like, we bet you are not as fit as we are.
Right, but and they're not defensive. That's the thing, is they're able to keep these points neutral through good depth.
And they're active in doubles.
And of course, the double's a different animal. You have to attack.
Great overhead.
Wow.
It's really well done. So Kadlikova, Kabaya's.
And I would say maybe we make court 2 our big screen here.
Yeah, good call by you. As we see again, the game point chances coming up, break point chances, excuse me, on 3. Oh, excuse me, game point chances, not break point chances. At that number 3 spot, but
correct. Kajirder and Nung still with the advantage in this match. Pachkalev and Rivkin are up against a wall a bit. They have to really hold if they want to stay in this set.
Rivkin goes wide, and we saw Rivkin yesterday, ultimately 3 sets unfinished in her match. Again, did she play soccer?
Rivkin, yes.
Yeah. She played the Columbia transfer yesterday in singles. They went unfinished, but again, you could tell the forehand looked great.
Kajirder and Nung.
Right now, again, Iowa State 4-1 lead at 1, on serve at 3, and right now you look at this number 2 spot. Kajirder and Nung have played well, and Pachkalev and Rivkin have played tentative. It just feels like Texas is the one to act at the baseline.
I agree. And you know what? It's not just the energy delta, it's the tennis delta here.
Yeah.
Iowa State just really stepping up in this moment.
I don't think Texas, I agree with you. I wouldn't say Texas is playing poorly. Iowa State, though, is playing free.
And again, we talk about indoor tennis, right?
Yeah.
Iowa State coming in playing good indoor tennis. I'm not so sure that Texas is necessarily at that point, and obviously in postseason they likely won't have to be, but this is still a huge tournament here in indoor nationals.
And look, it's also worth noting the mental side of this match, right? Because you look at you look for this Texas team, and you know, on paper, of course, they are the 2-time defending champ. On paper, of course, this group is the number 1 seed. They've accomplished so much, but in reality, as we see Iowa State breaking 4-4-1, and we'll make court number 1 our center screen now, this Iowa State team is far more experienced. Again, you have the 1 freshman in right now in this Iowa State doubles lineup. Everyone else has not only played, but they've played Texas before in their careers, and they will have that Texas gun side, you know, the huge Texas target on their wall. You know, somewhere in the locker room, it's, you know, make the indoors, beat Texas, beat Oklahoma, win the conference. It goes in that order, obviously, for this Iowa State team. And they're proving it right now. 5-1. I mean, you have to come out with energy, and they've done that here, Perry.
I mean, and you know what? This is crazy. The leads that I was discussing before, saying, oh, it's just on paper. No, it's actually real now. I feel like the momentum is really with the Cyclones. I mean, oh my gosh.
No, it's the second time consecutively, right? It's the second time we've seen Iowa State now back-to-back come out with energy, with aggression. And by the way, they've got break points now on 3, the 5-1 lead on 1, 4-1 lead on 2. I'm going to go ahead and assume we're seeing Charlotte Shabbat in singles today. I'm going to go ahead and make that assumption following the doubles results here now, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah.
I would say yes.
Oh, God, that's a little better there. And there's Nicole Kieran showing off the goods, and you see it's the new assistant coach. Of course, was the volunteer last year, but Justin Butch taking over. The volunteer assistant, I didn't realize Julian Zilabinski, who is a former player, I believe, for Texas. I was like,
yes.
Zilabinski. I was like, why do I know that name? I was like, didn't we used to analyze? I was like, why are you all becoming coaches now? I was like, this is no fun.
I mean, we're really seeing that, right? These former players who, a lot of them just standouts and then stay in the college tennis world.
You fall in love with it.
Right.
How could you not? It's the energy. It's the excitement.
It's hard not to, Alex. I'm still here.
Yeah. Amen. As we see again, right now it is Kieran serving on that near side of your screen. Kieran, the freshman, Shabbat junior, Naklo, the senior, Apeak Kurum, sophomore as well. So I think we have a ball. Senior, junior, sophomore, freshman.
Let's go. All classes,
accounted for.
classes.
Yeah, exactly. All
classes, non-fifth year or redshirt seniors.
No, Justin Butch is eligible. He's the 5th year on court.
Of course, of course.
Dropper. Jitter.
Nasty.
Double fault. All right, Iowa State's 2 points away on 1. And I mean, can we be honest here? I don't even know if Iowa State's playing well. They're just winning. Like, have you seen anything outstanding from this Iowa State team so far?
That's the thing, Alex. We had this literal conversation yesterday. It's what is it about Iowa State? That's the question.
I'm literally trying to figure it out. And as I'm watching these 3 courts, it's just very balanced. It's very easy. And, you know, again, that's what's so remarkable is how in rhythm this has been. And I don't think Texas is playing particularly well, but I don't think they're playing particularly poorly either. They're just getting whooped.
Again, Iowa State just
match points on 1.
Roll it. I mean, the Cyclones are making a storm. They're storming.
Let's say the match started at 4:42 to be generous.
To be generous, Alex. I mean, this has been about 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's literally been under 30 minutes. And I'm still trying to process watching all 3 of these courts. Yes, Iowa State's crossing. They're making returns. They're playing aggressive. They are playing so within themselves.
Yes, there it is. Yes. You know, that's one of my favorite sayings in college tennis, but yes.
So now, again, deuce point, match point coming up on 1. It's 5-1 Cyclones on 1, 5-1 Cyclones on 2, 4-2 Cyclones with game points right now coming up for 5-2 on 3. This is an old school, old-fashioned beatdown. But Texas does escape with the hold on 1. So let's make court number 2 our center screen, please, super producer Daniel Westoff. Of course, we'll keep our eye on everything. 15:30 coming up, 2 points away. This is duo now, Jirder Nung. For what it's worth, Texas won the doubles point in each of the team's matchups last season. Again, it was 2 different teams.
Of course,
3 different teams, I should say, for this Texas group, so nothing really, no overlap.
Right. I agree with that. And I also feel like just this Iowa State team, they haven't really made many errors. I mean, I'm just watching, well, I guess there's one on court 1, but I've seen more of Texas pressing than I have of Iowa State. This is very fun, how perplexing it is, really. Because Texas is the shiny team. Texas is the one that I said when they step on the court, you say, oh my gosh, it's Texas.
Yeah.
Iowa State doesn't have that aura, but they're certainly playing like it.
For sure. Of course, the burnt orange is particularly noticeable as well for these Texas Longhorns. It's not a color you see that frequently. Meanwhile, again, 30 all coming up here. That scoreboard's actually behind. It's 40-30 game point chances here for Patrick Aleva, the junior serving on the near side of your screen. Good eyes.
Wow.
From Nicole 5, Nicole Rivkin. 2-5 now. Still, it is all Iowa State on 1 and 2. Let's, again, move the big boys back to court number 1. I appreciate it, super producer Daniel Westoff. On the 1s and 2s. Once again, of course, the cameras you see on your screen brought to you by our friends at PlaySite. PlaySite, an official live streaming partner of the ITA. Doing the math in my head, we have 12 players on court right now. I see 6 Wilson Racquets. Wilson, the official ball racket accessory brand of the ITA. Understand why. Breakpoint opportunities here. Again, that's why you build a 5-2 lead if you're Naklos with a Pete Curum, but if you're Texas, just get something going, right?
Right.
(5-2) right now leads on courts 1 and 2 for the Cyclones.
Now, one thing that we saw, Alex, yesterday was perhaps Marley Zane getting mad. So watch, if Marley Zane gets mad, she starts playing really well. We saw this in her singles match, dropping the first at 7-6. And she was almost going to win the third, but won the second one 6-1. When she gets mad, she starts stepping in.
So we see it, Texas down on court 1. It's Naklo and Supapete Curum for Iowa State, 6-2. They take it on court 1. We'll go split screen now. For what it's worth, Texas has fought their way back on court number 3. But man, looks like it's going to come down to court number 2. We're again on court for the Cyclones. It's Obi Kajirder, sophomore, who, again, you talk to enough coaches, they like Obi more than just about any player on this Iowa State roster. Of course, she's partnered with the freshman Shun Yi Nung. Oh. Splits the middle. I mean, this Iowa State team is playing aggressive.
Yeah. Good ball striking, too. I mean, just hearing the ball come off the racket. We can hear it through our headphones.
3 words. Nothing to lose.
Uh-huh.
That's what this is right now. I almost swore again, but it's one of those, forget it.
I'm proud of you, Alex. We're at
leave
0
it loose.
swears. I think we're at 0
I know.
swears.
Well, I get them out in between.
Okay.
In between matches, as you know.
Yeah, I do.
But it's one of those, it's one of those, screw it. Let's go big.
Right.
Let's play free. What's the worst case that happens? We lose to Texas again?
Right, again, Texas, the #1 team in the country, 2-time NCAA champions.
Defending,
correct. That too.
I think they've won 4 in program history, just for what it's worth.
Alex?
I know they have.
The official brain of the ITA.
We're not going to do that, but there are only a couple teams with multiple titles. They're
Yeah.
one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Also one of just 3 programs to have won consecutive titles.
I believe Florida is also in there.
But here it is, match points again coming up for Kajirder and Nong. Is Iowa State going to take the doubles point?
Well, it looks like it. Let's see.
Missed wide. Iowa State 1-0 lead. Upset Bruin here in quarterfinal number 3 at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Wow. Cyclones 6-2 decisions on courts 1 and 3. That doubles point took 30 minutes.
That was not that close. I mean, that was not that close. And again, Iowa State, we question what they do that is so special. Again, they were solid, but not spectacular. And again, now is a great time as we get ready for singles to remind you of the World Tennis Number. ITF World Tennis Number is the exclusive official rating of the ITA and college tennis. The World Tennis Number provides a global rating standard for tennis players using a 40-to-1 scale, with 40 being a beginner and 1 being an elite professional. The scale is for all players, regardless of age, gender, or ability. Players will have separate ITF World Tennis Numbers for singles and doubles. Now listen to this. Guess how many countries have agreed to become part of the WTN rating system?
I'm going to go with 612.
Alex, that's a very generous guess. 152 countries.
Still impressive.
That is still very impressive. And WTN now has 1.4 million player profiles on worldtennisnumber.com. All college tennis players are assigned to WTN as the ITA shares college match results with the ITF. You can find WTNs for college players on the ITA's wearecollegetennis.com website.
I like that. Now I know in life when people said, hey, you're like a 2, a 3.5. I'm like, oh, you're talking about my world tennis number. I get it now. That's what you've been referring to all these years.
That is a great one.
Yeah, that'll be my new comeback.
One. Absolutely. Right. I mean, and that doesn't necessarily apply
I'm
with
trying to think if it
with a pro, right? I mean, a pro would be
if someone's in 8 overall, are they better looking or better at tennis? Like, what's more valuable, the 8 in the world tennis scale or the 8 in the look scale? We'll have to do some numbers.
I feel
we'll have
like
to do some crunching.
Some numbers.
Yeah.
Because also though, if you tell someone they're a 1, they're going to be offended. But then if you say no, your world tennis number, then they're a professional tennis player.
Very well said. Very, very well said. Well, again, right now it's 1-0 Iowa State overall. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, how quickly, or is it possible, I'm asking you, for us to head over to the Seattle Tennis Club where, of course, things have flipped around. Chen Brodus about to put Pepperdine in position for a 3-love lead. But guess what? Virginia won first sets on each of the 4 other courts. Got a battle on our hands in the consolation. If you do want to pop over quickly, court number 3, super producer Daniel Westhoff at that Seattle Tennis Club where Savannah Brodus 6-4-5 love. If we can't do that, no worries. I did just want to offer you all an update. 2-love lead for Pepperdine. They take doubles. Then Janice Chen, great bounce back from yesterday. 2-2 win for Chen over the transfer Julia Adams. But right now, Virginia, first sets from Natasha Subash at 2, Elaine Chervinsky at 4, Annabelle Shu at 5, and then Heba Sheikh with a first set at 6 as well. Again, Savannah Brodus was down early to Sarah Ziodato, but as only Savannah Brodus can. 6-4 first set, now 5-love lead as well.
And Savannah Brodus, as you said, Alex, earlier today, really has a huge upside in college tennis. I mean, Savannah Brodus has WTA potential to really become a top player in the professional sphere. Brodus, standout singles and doubles player for Pepperdine.
I've been having this debate with coaches here throughout the weekend because what else is there to do in
course.
your off time?
Of course.
Who are the players with the most pro upside? Who are the players you want to coach? And to a T, Savannah Brodus is one of the first 3 names you'll hear.
I mean, just seeing her on the court, you can see why, right? I mean, between the hype and the energy that she brings to each point, and then just
that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm really glad you brought up the energy first, because the tennis is extraordinary. That is something every coach would say as well, is they love, just again, not only is she an electric talent, but they feel like she's someone who brings everyone around her up as well.
Correct.
And again, that's very high praise. Very, very high praise, certainly.
Absolutely. And Savannah Brodus here. We are seeing Brodus.
Just a game away.
One game away.
And it would be a 3-0 lead for Pepperdine, but for the first time maybe ever, yes, Pepperdine's up 3-0. You might prefer to be Virginia at that point, because Virginia would have taken first sets again at 2, 4, 5, and 6. And they're actually nursing leads still on all 4 of those courts. Again, it's nice to have 3 points on the board, but Virginia's not in a bad position right now, are they?
Right, they're not in a bad position. And I also like how in a lot of these matches, we're seeing the score a certain way in the overall match score, but that does not at all reflect what's happening in the individual singles matches. And that's where tennis, a team sport in college tennis.
Very, very well said. Of course, again, at the Seattle Tennis Club, not Center, as I've been referring to, Seattle Tennis Club. Coming up next, we'll have our final quarterfinal match, Michigan-UNC. You like state schools? You like public schools? That's what we've got for you here. 2 of the biggest.
Absolutely. Best academic and athletic in the country.
Yeah, North Carolina's not bad either.
No.
So again, here we go. Savannah Brodus. 2 points away here. Meanwhile, we do have action, players out on court in Nordstrom. We'll get there. Let's finish this game. Again, that Nordstrom match isn't going anywhere. We'll jump from court to court. We do have a lineup change, 1 lineup switch for this Texas team. Get there in a moment.
See if Brodus can add a 3 to the Pepperdine scoreboard.
Well, she's 1 point away from doing exactly that. And again, Virginia could still very well win this match 4-3. In fact, they're probably even favored if you were to do the match calculus, taking the 4 other first sets, even across the board right now. But boy, does that become a lot of pressure on the backs of Pepperdine.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me, on the backs of Virginia.
Well, both. I actually like the first thing that you went with, right?
Sure.
I mean, being up 3-love, that's pressure on whoever has the chance to win that match. As we saw earlier with... And not yet.
Not yet. So 6-4, 5-1. Let's put this on the left side of our screen. We'll hold here for now. We'll just watch this for a moment, but let's bring back our match here at Nordstrom. You can start us on court number 1. Super producer Daniel Westhoff. As you do that, now feels like a good time to tell all of you about the opportunities provided by U.S. Sports Camps. U.S. Sports Camps provide opportunities for coaches and their assistants to make great supplemental income, create jobs. Isn't that what it's all about? U.S. Sports Camp handles the administrative portion of running camps so coaches can focus on the tennis. To learn more, just visit the wearecollegetennis.com website. Feel free to hop on U.S. Sports Camps on the Google machine.
And of course, it's me with the time check, 5:21 p.m. Pacific time. Of course, that's 3 hours later, East Coast time. Rolex, the official timepiece of the ITA. And we're well lit tonight. JMC
I'm
lighting.
pretty sure they gave out free Rolexes to all the kids. That was the welcome gift. The ITA.
That's
Shout out to
really
them.
fun. I think they forgot about the 2 of us.
Oh no, they were all fake. Let's be clear, fake Rolexes.
Oh, gotcha.
No.
Love that.
So cool to have Rolex obviously as part of the team. See them supporting college tennis. That's what it's all about. All right, we're back to the split screen here. Again, we're going to stay split as Savannah Brodus looks to serve out the match, give her team a 3-love lead. Again, right now, Virginia's upset in breaks on 2 of the 5 remaining courts. They're upsets on 4 of the 5 remaining courts. I'm telling you, I think I'd rather be them.
That's so wild. Oh, gosh. I don't know. I'm going to still say Pepperdine.
Yeah.
But tentatively.
I like it. Tentative on the waves.
Savannah Brodus. 2 points away.
Of course, it's a game point. Tassaporn Naklau, senior on 1 for Iowa State. We'll start introducing all those players to you shortly. It's now match point Brodus, though, on court number 3. You want to just go full screen there? Super producer Daniel Westhoff, let's go full on 3 in Seattle. Again, we'll move this match to the side momentarily. No, she missed it wide.
Wow.
All right, let's try this again. Throw that graphic up on the screen, please. Super producer Daniel Westhoff. It's match point number 2 for Savannah Brodus.
I like the fight here from Ziodato. I like it. Oh, Brodus. Set up that point beautifully.
So we play on, and I almost wonder if you're Pepperdine, does it help to have Brodus still on court? Tim Chiwat's 4-all now in the second. Campana's up 4-3 in the second. Redelic 3-all in the second. Given Subash has kind of separated herself from Lisa Czar.
Right.
I don't know. Again, it's just a weird match, and so we'll keep our eye on that Seattle Tennis Club, not center.
Correct.
Tennis Club.
Tennis Club. Yes, and speaking of tennis clubs, the place to play junior tennis tournaments, in New England at least, or any cold weather place, is junior tennis clubs that are, these tournaments are often sponsored by the USTA. There's more tennis to play, skills to hone, and fun to be had. Go to USTA.com to become a USTA member.
So here we go. Let's set the scene now. Court number 1 here, Iowa State raced out to the doubles point. I mean, I don't even think we have a take or a takeaway. Do you? Like, it just
well, our
kind of
takeaway
happened.
is what happened.
Yeah, the takeaway is Iowa State won. That's the take.
Iowa State won the doubles point. I mean, my take is the same as our take was yesterday.
Yeah.
Sometimes in this sport, being solid but not spectacular is enough, and that's what they've done both days.
It sounds like a slight to say Iowa State was ready, Texas was not. It's not a slight. It's just a fact. Iowa State came out ready, fit, prepared. They executed well.
I agree with execution. Actually, that's maybe our take, right? It's execution, because I feel like if any of the coaches said to an Iowa State player, hit this ball deep cross court, they would do it.
Exactly. They had a game plan. Texas was aimless.
Yes, agreed.
They were trying to out athleticism then. And, again, that's going to be really tough to do for any team, but in particular when you're facing a team as experienced as these Iowa State Cyclones. And right away, it's an early deciding point. Tassaporn Naklau, senior out of Thailand, taking on Nicole One, a.k.a. Kieran, freshman out of Israel. Kieran, one of the highest touted recruits in the nation.
Absolutely.
Top 10 newcomer, according to the Tennis Point ITA rankings. Sailed on Naklau, so 1-all here on court number 1. We'll keep our eye on it. Again, we want to introduce everything here early. Someone we did not get to see yesterday, one of the final connective threads. Oh, no, excuse me. No. This is court 3, Westhoff. It's the doubles, court number 2. But if we can, let's go to court number 2 singles now. We'll come back to court number 3. course, you can see here it's a strong start for Texas on 3. Sabina Zainalova, superstar sophomore. Taking on Kurum. We'll get back to that match in a moment. But again, who did we not see yesterday? Charlotte Shavattapan, who, by the way, is serving right now. Up 40 love, so unfortunately, serving marker incorrect for the moment. Don't worry. We know it's our job to keep track of all of that for you. Shavattapan, 1 loss for freshman year.
Yes.
Really slow start last season, but slowly but surely found her way back to that 2/3-ish win percentage by the end of the year, playing primarily the 3-4 positions. Now she has to be at 2. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. She is the most experienced member, at least at the University of Texas, of this Texas roster. She's probably the de facto leader, the person they turn to say, tell us some stories. Like,
tell
you
us some
guys
stories of the 2 last times that we won the
exactly.
NCAA championship.
Like, talk to me about this historic 2021 Texas team that lost 1 match and wins the first national championship in 20-odd years for the program.
Absolutely.
Tell me about young Howard. What was he like?
Young Howard. A few years ago, Howard.
Exactly.
How has he evolved?
Exactly.
Well, no, Charlotte, lovely person on and off the court. Had the privilege of having her on the Rise podcast, our Tennis Channel podcast about women's college tennis. And Charlotte has been on the podcast and really talking about the importance of the Texas fight and of her passion for the school. I mean, no one is a better ambassador for Texas women's tennis than Charlotte Shavattapan or Peyton Stearns. Any of these big names at the top of the lineup do not have enough good things to say about the Longhorns program.
The Taratis.
Of course.
Yeah, Ganana Tarati, of course. Obviously, Kylie Collins follows her former assistant Taylor Fogelman to LSU, but there's a reason Coach Fogelman got the head coaching job coming off of an impressive stint as the associate head coach here at Texas.
Of course.
And look, those are the weapons right there for Charlotte Shavattapan. That big backhand line. Can't fake her size. Can't fake that firepower, the fluidity. Again, she's right up there with the Yepafinovas, the Villanovas, and the the wingspan team, the power team. Her backhand in particular, you'll see, so captivating. I'm in on Shavattapan. Have been for a while.
Have been for a while. You know, watching her in person, it's just so captivating. These number 2 singles. So the way that we're positioned is to our left is the number 2 singles court.
Sure.
And we've seen some unbelievably talented athletes coming through this number 2 singles court. And I mean, as Alex alluded to, I know he loves the wingspan. I mean, I'm down for it too, because a lot of number 2 singles players are these tall, lanky girls who just have these loose arms and just whip the ball. And we're seeing that again and again.
Also needs to be worth mentioning right now, 45 degrees outside here in Seattle. Frigid in this Nordstrom Tennis Center?
I mean, it's definitely less than 45 degrees currently where we're standing. I would maybe put it in the high 30s, but again, Alex and I both from cold weather climates, but are both cold right now.
No,
so
I'd say it's like, that's
did you just lick your finger?
That's the Midwest test to do the weather. You haven't done that?
Never. What to see if it
It's like the breeze. Yeah, it's like feel the breeze. I don't know. That was a thing.
I've never heard of that in my life.
It was a thing. Okay.
Well, wasn't like that in New England, Alex.
We commoners did. I think the first time that was done was in New England.
Oh, really?
Pretty sure as Paul Revere was riding and the British were coming, he was like, well, "What's the weather?" And he did a little one finger in the air. And they thought that was 2 candles, and so they're like, "Is that a candle?" No, it's his finger. False alarm. False alarm. Yeah.
I can't. Well, Alex,
anyways,
I'm sure you're right.
The point is, I would say it's more like 45 in here. Yeah, it feels,
Okay.
it is frigid. And just the point I bring that up is on court, it's cold. It's slow. It's been difficult for these players to hit through the court, right?
Well, I've heard that these courts play very gritty and they play a little bit slower for indoor tennis. So that is something that will help actually the Texas team who is accustomed to playing outdoor tennis.
And you see we're on court number 2 where Shavattapan leads 2-1. We're going to head over to court number 3 momentarily. Of course, super producer Daniel Westhoff on the 1s and 2s, killing it, as he always does.
As always.
Over on court number 3, it is Sabina Zainalova, superstar sophomore for this Texas team. Kiev, Ukraine, obviously for her to have the season that she did last year, given everything going on in her home country, her family, all of her loved ones back home. So impressive
Absolutely.
was Zainalova. That much more so, considering she went 23-1 last season.
I mean,
in
talk
singles.
about representing your country during that time. That's incredible.
It's unbelievable.
It is. Yep.
And whatever the it is in college tennis, you watch her play enough, she's got it. Just like that ability to. I always say that it factor to me is you're one shot better than your opponent.
Yes.
She's one of those players where it's not gaudy power, it's not the feel, it's just she's just a tennis player, and she's one shot better than you.
I like that. And also just talk about the ball striking ability
sure.
for Zainalova. I mean, again, one of those players, I kind of put her in the Emma Jackson box of when she's on, the ball just rips off her racket.
Interesting. See, interesting. I'll have to think about that. You know, we'll lock in as we watch her here, of course. Zainalova, the sophomore, taking on Apeak Kiram. Apeak Kiram, sophomore out of Thailand. Good players came out of Thailand to play.
I know.
Priska Nugroho, I believe.
Absolutely.
Obviously, Om Shanta.
Yeah.
Another one. So Apeak Kiram, not too shabby. One of the many Iowa State Cyclones who won between 60-70% of their singles matches last season. And that's the thing. This Cyclones team didn't have any clear pathway to 4. They had many pathways to 4. You never knew who it was going to be. And talking to Coach Boomer Saya, it's both burden and blessing for this group.
Yes. That's a great question that you have been asking the coaches leading up to this event is it a burden or a blessing to have all of these different pathways to 4 points? I mean, I think it's interesting when a coach says both because you have gotten that a few times.
Yeah.
To me, if I was a coach, I would say, oh, it's a blessing.
No.
But I can see how it can be a burden sometimes because you're not quite sure how it's all going to piece together.
If anyone says it's not a burden, they're just lying to you. Because if you talk to any coach off the record, but get them serious, they'll say, 1, 4, 6 and dubs. Or like they'll give you immediately what they think their paths are. Because it's math. That's all this game is. It's math. First to 4. Find your 4. Yeah, there's some tennis that goes along with the math. I hear you thinking like you're an idiot, Alex. But no, I'm not. I'm ahead of my time.
Always have ahead of your time.
Yeah.
Of course.
The Galileo of tennis. Turning it into math.
Yes.
As we see, it is all Zainalova. And again, Zainalova, 2 comfortable wins last year when these two teams faced off. I mean, everything they did last year was comfortable. But Zainalova wins last year over Kadlikova, 4-2 at the number 3 spot. Actually split sets in matchup number 2 against the Cyclones. Fairly lopsided here on 3. We'll stick here through the rest of this game. Huh. Okay, so Apeak Kiram, that's a little better. Game points here for Kiram looking to get on the board at this number 3 spot. Still very early here in quarterfinal number 3. Iowa State, the 1-0 lead. The dominant doubles point. Not dominant. But not dominant either.
I agree.
Definitive.
Yeah. Well, something about this Iowa State team that we're seeing carry into singles here is just they are hanging around, right? Except for number 3 singles. Well, 3 and 5 singles are the only ones with truly definitive scores.
I thought of something stupid, but is Iowa State the best hang in college tennis? Because literally that's what they do. They hang out. They
I
just
love that. The best hang. It's the best hang where most teams can't hang.
Yeah.
Teams can't hang with their hang.
They just hang.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
And it's worth noting as we see game point chance here again for Sopapikiram.
You know what Iowa State reminds me of? Like when you have a really good practice on the court, and you're just feeling the ball really well, and you feel super solid, like you could do more if you needed to, but you feel ready to go. It's kind of like that last match, that last practice before a match is what Iowa State feels like in a match.
Yeah, they're working.
Yeah.
Constantly working as we see the deuce point, deciding point coming up here at 3. It's worth noting we have a coaching switch for this Texas Longhorns team. Howard Jaffe, who yesterday worked courts 1, 3, 5, he's on 2, 4, 6 today. So new assistant Justin Butch gets the odd number assignment. He and new volunteer assistant Julian Zalabinski.
Justin Butch, as we alluded to yesterday, was the Peyton Stearns whisperer of the Texas Longhorns team. Peyton Stearns.
Dude, and Zelob has some history with Texas too. He's been around the block.
That is true. That is true. Texas seems like a kind of program that would bring in Texas people.
For sure. Keep it in the family as we see 5 love here for Zainalova. She continues to cruise. Well, let's go over to court number 4. Yesterday, I don't want to say the hero because that's too hyperbolic. But certainly one of the standout performers had to be the junior you're about to see on your screen here at the number 4 position here for this Iowa State team. It's Miska Kadlikova.
Yeah.
Junior, a 3-set winner yesterday. Thrilling match against Vanderbilt freshman, one of the top newcomers in the country, Bridget Stammel. Kadlikova again in rock solid year last season. Won just over 2/3 of her matches. She's taken on one of the rare veterans. Player's been in and out of the lineup, but has been around for everything these past 2 years. That, of course, is Malika Rapalou, junior, for this Texas team. What intrigues you about this one?
I want to talk about Kadlikova, right? I want to talk about bouncing back after yesterday because we talk about in sports a lot, bouncing back after a hard loss, but that was actually a hard win that Kadlikova posted yesterday. So the question is today, coming out, is she ready to go today? Is she ready to keep on fighting? And is she going to bring the urgency?
Love that. By the way, Malika. I've done that for 2.5 years now. Malika Rapalou. I apologize. The Rapalou family. I'm going to get that right moving forward, just like it's the Seattle Tennis Club.
Correct.
Not center.
Correct. STC.
Yeah.
We know what the C stands for now. Club.
So again, here on court number 4. Still have number 3 on our screen, by the way, super producer Daniel Westoff. I apologize. Should have told you that earlier. Well, hard to blame you as Zainalova's 2 points away from taking set number 1. If you want to just keep us here on 3, Westoff, through the ending of this game, Zainalova, the sophomore, serving for the set. By the way, Savannah Brodus did take care of business, so it's 3-0 Pepperdine. Virginia upsets on all 4 remaining courts.
We do have Lisa Czar at number 2 singles, tied at 3 sets in the second.
She was down
tied at 3-all.
Yeah, she was down 3-0 in that second set too, 3 straight. In typical Lisa Czar form, you can never count her out.
Correct. Zainalova here, set point. Not yet.
Not yet, indeed. Good fight, good aggression.
Absolutely.
Again, this would be our second bagel we've seen on court number 3 today.
I mean, Zainalova just super impressive with the way that she came out here, swinging and fearless after Texas drops this doubles point. Zainalova, again, 3 more chances to take the opening set with a bagel. Alex's bagel of choice is the everything bagel for those of us who are.
And it is a little everything with cream cheese. Who says 5:43 on a Saturday night's too late?
Right.
A little breakfast opportunity bagel
for
Zainalova. First set on the board belongs to the Texas Longhorns. They'll take it, given it's Iowa State currently with the 1-love lead. Meanwhile, now this is that matchup, court number 4, and that was so fascinating to me. Your point is Malaika Rapalou currently up a break 3-2 on Kadlikova, responding after a win. That's not something you think about. What do you think? Yeah, what do you think's going through this Iowa State team today? Particularly, it's Texas, right? But this is also their first national indoors. It's a lot to balance, a lot to process.
Well, I mean, the first thing, of course, is stay hungry. I mean, that's what every coach is going to tell your player after a win like yesterday, 4-3 over Vandy, now facing Texas, #1 team in the country. How can you compete with them? Of course, the answer is stay hungry.
Yeah.
But then, of course, it's how do you play hungry? Because if you play too loose, then you're not competing well. Whereas if you play, super tight and the ball's not going deep, then you find yourself on defense. That's no good either. So it's kind of playing with that same urgency. That's the word that I like to use, and that my teammates at Brown always told me to play with urgency, and never quite figured out how. But I love the idea of playing with urgency and really playing as if every single point is a match point. I mean, that's the trick, right? In college tennis, it could all come down to 1 point. So that's the trick. Let's see here. Kadlikova down 3-2.
Just got it right where you want here. And you see the grinding nature. Backhand slices. Baiting you to challenge that on the run forehand. Great angle found.
And again, Rapalou, as you said, has experience for the Longhorns.
Played a ton of matches at #6 her freshman year. In fact, I would say played the majority of the matches played that season at the #6 for the team. Didn't play quite as much last year, which was fascinating.
It is, because how do you respond from that, right? That's another. Sure. These are both players actually tonight that I'm super intrigued by here on court 4 at Nordstrom Tennis Center. How can you respond from certain moments that have been very near in your past, right? I mean, for Rapalou being pulled from the lineup pretty recently, and then of course we have Kadlikova coming off a huge win yesterday.
You see the break point chances here for Kadlikova. To your point, lesser. I don't want to say, lesser, less disciplined, less eager, less committed players probably hit the transfer portal. You're not going to play me. I just helped you win a first national championship. You're not going to play me in this second year, but no, it's not what Malaika did. She has trust in Howard Joffe, trust in this Texas program.
And I like that, right? I mean, that's also
100%.
It's a reflection of Howard and of the program as well. I mean, the culture is half of what gets you to stay. So I like it. And anyone who has ever been to Austin, a little plug for Austin as a place. It's extremely fun. Live music scene is unreal there. I'm one that loves live music, so that was very cool for me to experience when we had the privilege of being smushed by Texas a few years ago.
Sure.
At Texas in front of the biggest crowd that we had ever played in front of, which was fun experience for us. But again, back to this match, Texas really just needs to hang on to the singles here because they dropped the doubles point to the Cyclones.
That loopy forehand has given Rapalou some troubles here early. Break to Kadlikova for 3-all. We can just say it bluntly. It feels as if should Iowa State win this match, you feel like this number 4 position, it might be one they need to have here today.
Completely.
Yeah.
I mean, this 4 singles match, it could keep on swinging like this. The 3-love, 3-all, 4-3, 4-all. I could see that. I mean, also the way we haven't talked about Heather Game Styles matchup, but I do feel like Rapalou is someone, she just wants to be moving forward at all times. And especially at the 4 single spot that is high enough in the lineup where you can really play that aggressive, make those make those early errors that you're seeing here. Too many errors from both, I would say, to begin with, but they're both still finding their range, only 6 games in.
No, for sure. What's the clear-cut game plan for Malaika? How does she sustain that aggression without overdoing things? That's the balance she's going to have to find. I want a quick pop over on court number 5 because we have a break right now in between sets. And here's a positive note for this Iowa State team. Yesterday, Sofia Cabezas, she did not have a good day at the office. In fact, she was defeated fairly handily, I believe, at that number 5 spot.
Yes,
by Stevens.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And ultimately, or was it Stevens or was it, I don't know, it was one of the depth. Vanderbilt's got a lot of depth. They're very good, and many returners as well. Because who played 6 for, I thought that was Stevens for Vanderbilt. Anyways.
Stammel played 6 for Vanderbilt.
Stammel played 4.
You're right. Amy Stevens played 6.
Yes,
right.
That's what I'm saying. So who was 5? The $1 million question, was it Ross? Staff? Anyways.
It was Holly Staff.
The point is, gave Cabezas the business. And so here, see Cabezas up 6-1. It's a big win. It's a big result. It's a big set. Unexpected set for Iowa State. So now we go over to court number 6. And this was the clincher. This one I remember very, very, very well.
I mean, how can you forget?
For this Iowa State team. Of course, Shiokazuka, senior, out of Japan, delivered the 3-set clinching win, 7-6 in the third. I'm very certain that was against Amy Stevens.
That was 100% against Amy Stevens, yes.
Here's my biggest question, though, is how much does she have left in the tank today? By she, of course, I mean Kazuka.
Right.
So much effort. That match was 24 hours ago.
And when we talk about coming off a big win, I mean, for Kazuka, that big win is even different, right? Because tennis, again, in college, a team sport, but it has this huge individual element of when the entire match comes down to you, right? You can't, it's so hard to say it's quote unquote a team sport. When it's 3-all, everything's on the line. You are playing for the chance to win the match for your team. And so Gia Kazuka able to do that yesterday. Now, how is she going to respond emotionally? That's where I'm really looking in. Again, that's something off the court. That work is done off the court. And
a Nestle, by the way.
Yes.
5 singles for Vanderbilt. It was going to bother me.
So Amy Stevens was 4.
Amy Stevens was 6. No, you were right.
Oh, I was right. Okay.
Yeah, Stammel was 4.
Right.
Of course, Vanderbilt playing next here tonight as they'll take on Washington in the 6:30 thriller. Meanwhile, it is worth noting again, Kazuka breakpoint chances here to get us back on serve at 6. We're going to go split screen in a moment, Westhoff, if you can. Let's go court 2 in our center frame. When you're ready, 2 in the center frame, 1 and 4 on the sides. As soon as we're done with this game, deuce point, game point, break point coming up. Dare I say it's a deciding point.
In the set, could be.
Yeah, absolutely. Ridiculous.
Oh, yes.
That's number 1 singles good from the former all-conference Florida Gator, Marley Zane.
You know,
5-2 lead. Sorry, here in set number 6. So again, Westhoff, if we can go courts 1 and 4 on the side, court 2 in the center as Obi up 5-2 for Iowa State. I apologize, please.
No, what I was going to say about Marley Zane was that we're seeing a different Marley Zane
Yeah.
than we saw yesterday. I mean, Marley Zane drops the first set 7-6 and comes back with a vengeance in the second and third sets and didn't end up finishing her match yesterday. Was up big in the third set. I just feel like this Marley Zane that we're seeing now, something switched.
No, the idea of Marley Zane at 6 is a joke.
Right. I mean, she put on her coat. She left the court.
And she wouldn't have been playing today, let's be clear, because Kaya Pachkaleva, listed at the number 5 hold with this Texas Longhorns roster, by the way. So that means Rivkin moves up to 5. Zane comes in at 6.
And again, puts pressure. Oh gosh, I could talk all night about how much pressure is put on the 6th player when you're the 7th player on the team, right? When you're the 7th player and you're put in because something happens to someone in the top end of the lineup.
Sure.
And you have to prove yourself, and it is the world of pressure because everyone on this team, I can guarantee you, everyone on most teams in college tennis, they want to play. We want to play, right? We say, coach, put me in, I'm ready to play. And then we're put in, and whoa, it is different to be in the driver's seat than to be on the sidelines cheering. It is different.
The only pushback I would have here, obviously, is Marley Zane isn't your typical 7.
Not your typical 7. We've seen this all weekend, Alex.
Saganica Yarlagata, same deal.
18 in the country and is number 7.
And if it's a UNC Texas lineup and they want to play 7 versus 7, I'm fine with it.
Alex, can we call their exhibition match, please?
Yeah, exactly. We'll allow it.
We'll allow it.
We'll put it outside. Meanwhile, you see Shavatapan serving currently on the far side of your screen on 2.
Now, Shavatapan, a player that I like to see on the court. She's usually loose and having fun. Today, she looks a little nervous, a little tentative.
So Obi's making a move. Obi just asks every correct question.
Yes.
So again, Obi's 2 points away for what it's worth. Texas 2 points away from the first set on 1 right now. Nicole Kieran, freshman out of Israel, whom we affectionately refer to here as Nicole 1.
Yes, Nicole 1.
She plays number 1.
Of course.
Of the 2 Nicoles.
Of course.
She's 3 points away. That's twice she's missed that forehand about the pond. Twice in a row.
That's feet. That's distance. Just not enough space. That's footwork. And again, footwork usually gets slower with nerves. That's not an inability to hit that shot, I'm sure. Charlotte has hit that 700 million times in her life.
Set point here for Obi. Ooh, Westhoff, we see, can we make court number 6 on our screen here? Court number 6. We do see that at the bottom left. I appreciate that, super producer Daniel Westhoff. You beat me to it.
Oh, Shavatapan. Screaming forehand down the line that grips the line.
And Obi almost called it out and said,
I
no,
know.
I see it now. My bad. Respect.
Or I didn't see it. More realistically. That thing was a screamer.
And so right now, set point Zane on 6. Set point Obi on 2. Break point chances for Naklo. No, excuse me. Game point chances for Naklo on 1 to extend the set. Moment. That forehand let her down. 3 forehand errors for Charlotte Shavatapan in the single game. It's a first set to Obi. And Iowa State on 2, by the way. That's 2 first sets. For those of you keeping track at home, Cyclones just need 1 more. And by the way, court 6 is going to go on your center screen. Westhoff, can you give me court number 4, please? Court number 4. On that bottom left, he does it anyways. Kadlikova serving for the set. Cyclone fans, are you excited yet?
I mean, if they're not excited by this point in the season.
Still set point coming up here for Zane. Yeah. just not fair to have that forehand at a 6 singles position. Marley Zane.
Insane. Marley Zane, insane.
Insane. That's well said. Not much to add there. So you see we've gone split screens now, courts 1 and 4. Westhoff, if you want to go to the 3 box, you don't need to. We should stay in the 2 box because we only have 2 first sets left. Again, right now it's 2 first sets apiece. Texas 6-love set at 3, 6-2 set at 6. Iowa State takes the 6-1 set at 4, 6-2 set from Obi at 2. But again, Texas isn't going to win this match playing chalk. Texas needs to make a move. And they just haven't yet. Iowa State's been... let me rephrase that. It's not that Texas hasn't made a move. Iowa State's been as good as them, if not better, from the start.
Well, again, Iowa State execution. You hit it right on the head. It's execution. I mean, Iowa State, from the first moment that they walked out here, I feel like they have done with the ball what they wanted to do. Again, so simple, but so many times in these pressure situations in matches, especially here at Indoor Nationals, it's so tough to convert what we want to do. Iowa State done a great job across all courts.
Just a quick update. Now feels like the appropriate moment. 3-1 overall Pepperdine. Third set's forced on courts 2, 4, and 6. So shout out to UP. You were correct. You would much rather be the Pepperdine Waves right now.
Yeah, wow. I'm proud of myself. Hour 20. I'm starting to get my predictions right. Have to catch up with you, Alex.
That's good. No, with Jay. We don't make predictions.
Right. We don't make predictions, of course. Just Jay.
So you see on court number 4, it's a huge 30-all moment for Kavlikova. Meanwhile, again, it's Nicole 1, the freshman out of Israel, Nicole Kieran. She's got some compelling weapons. I haven't pushed the chips all in yet on her. Let the record show. It's because we haven't watched enough yet. I matched the big blind. I called. I haven't pushed them all in yet. Right now, 30 all there. 40-30. Malaika Rapalou. Chance to break back on 4. Again, if you're Texas, you probably need both, but you almost have to have one. And they don't get it. Deuce point coming up on 4. And now, that forehand slice. That forehand slice is going to reach about the bump. Fits right now. She's spraying on the forehand when she's going forehand to forehand with Obi. And so now, breakpoint deciding point chances here. It's the double deuce. And again, if Iowa State takes this double deuce, I don't know, Perry.
It's fair. I mean, again, one complaint about Charlotte, her forehand takeback is a bit complex, so at times I could see that low slice, especially indoors when she doesn't have as much time to set up, giving her a bit of the fits here, especially with nerves. So not super surprised by that, but let's see if she can adjust in the second set.
So deuce number 1 going to Kavlikova. She takes the first set 6-3. Here comes deuce number 2. It's a set point for Nicole 1. Nicole Kieran, the freshman out of Israel. Still looking for a signature victory. She got a good win yesterday, but still looking for that signature victory.
And I mean, Texas is just full of signature victories.
Exactly, and right there, that's huge. And you hear Justin Butch, massive roar from the assistant coaches. His freshman, Nicole Kieran, makes it 3 first sets apiece for the Texas Longhorns. They get 1, they get 3, they get 6. Iowa State gets doubles, 2, 4, and 5. We have ourselves a battle, folks. And so now that we've introduced everything, now that we're through our first sets, let's spread things around. Let's bring out the triple box. Let's go courts number 1. What have you spent the least time on? 1, 3, and 5, right? Let's go with the odd side. Let's go 1, 3, and 5. Let's put the big gun, or excuse me. Let's go 2, 3, and 5, because obviously 1's on your screen right now. 2, 3, and 5. Let's put 5 on the big screen. Spend some more time with Nicole Rivkin. Taking out Sophia Kabizas. Again, we spent very little time on that match because it was a quick 6-1 first set for the Cyclones, but we're headed over to court number 5 now.
Now Nicole Rivkin not able to really differentiate herself yesterday in that performance. As you said, she was struggling slightly against University of Washington.
And the crowd.
Player Jen Kerr, the crowd on her side, right? And Jen Kerr hit.
Or not Kerr, she played Sakar.
She played Sakar here. Correct. Two Columbia transfers.
Yeah, exactly.
In the Washington Huskies.
You're one for you're gonna get there. Exactly.
It's either one. Exactly. Well, you know, both of them actually forcing third sets against Texas.
Very well said. As you see now, Rivkin, 8-point chances here. It's on serve on 4. Meanwhile, you gotta respect the efforts on number 3 here. Over on court number 3. On a Apeak Durham. After dropping that bagel. 6-love now has breakpoint chances actually after a beautiful backhand pass. Let's take a 3-1 lead here in set number 2. I see we got a question from a couple of people. Caleb Getz looking forward to quarterfinal number 4. He asked, do we know is Fiona Crawley active tonight? She played doubles last night. I imagine we'll see her in doubles again for sure. Now, will we see her in singles? Jury's still out.
And quick update, number 6 singles, UVA Pepperdine, Anna Campana, 3-love in the third set against Heba Sheikh. Again, the Waves lead 3-1. They need one more. Anna Campana is now 3 games away from giving that to them. Early on in the third sets in number 4 and 2 singles in that match.
So we see, by the way, Cabezas down 2-1. Can we put 3 on the main? 3 on the main. We'll move 5 to the side. By the way, again, I have been so freaking impressed with this Iowa State number 2, Obi Kajirder. I don't know what Obi does. Obi might epitomize this Iowa State.
Yes.
I'm not sure what she does best, but it's just, she wins.
Yeah. No, I love standing here and not quite realizing what they do that's so special. And I think that is what is so special. As you said, their hang is so much that other teams can't hang. Now, can Texas hang? We'll have to see. Texas being pushed for the 2nd day in a row by a team that, quote unquote, on paper shouldn't be pushing them. But that's what tennis is all about, especially college tennis. You just never know. There's so much parity in the sport. On both sides, men and women, so much parity. Deuce point on court 3, Zanilova, Subapik Kiram. And that one goes to Zanilova.
I think the scoreboard's all over the place. I think they're resetting. It's jumping. I know Subapik with the 3-1 lead now. She is up that break.
Oh, and now it's 15-love.
Yeah, exactly. Jumping all over the place. That'll happen from time to time. You see Subapik Kiram moving forward. That's not the worst.
Right. I was going to say, I'm sure we will see a lot of deuce points in our future.
Yeah, exactly.
Here tonight. I was just previewing one of them that will come in the future. Now, Alex, we don't have this match up on our screen, but I do want to quickly say Marley Zane coming to net like there is no tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if that is a reflection of just a lack of depth from her Iowa State opponent, or if it's that Marley Zane is just playing lights out and is able to get to the net with seemingly little effort. I mean, only hitting 2 to 3 balls per rally. She's at the net.
Shvatapon down break points on 2. Maybe we can replace 6 with 2 after this break. After these points, excuse me. Oh, Obi. Get Shvatapon on the stretch. So Obi now the 2-love lead over on court number 2.
Obi Kajirder doing everything that she needs to do in this match, right? I mean, and more, really. But I just feel like this early lead, this 2-love, you saw Charlotte at the back curtain collecting herself. Spirits are low on court 2 for this Longhorn.
Where happened? You know, if you watch Texas play enough matches, you're going to hear the Texas fight. Texas fight. Haven't heard it once today.
I haven't heard it once. And again, in singles, so much harder, you know, to keep up that energy in doubles.
Sure.
But I don't think Texas really came out with that same energy in doubles. And I don't know if it's that they were nervous. I don't know if it was nerves or fatigue or both. I mean, emotional fatigue is obviously a thing as well.
Now, they really need Cleve Harper and CM Waldy to walk through the door and just start screaming on behalf of this team. Obviously, Cleve, CM, two of their men's teammates.
Right, who have been so integral in really cheering on the women.
Establishing that culture.
Yes.
Meanwhile, it's a deuce point on 6. Zane, a chance to create some separation. And with all due respect to Kazuka, I don't think she's got it in her legs tonight. I think Zane has worked her with the weapons.
I agree. And you know what? To Kazuka's credit, she might be playing. She might be getting outplayed on court 6. I mean, not necessarily fault of her own, just a little lack of firepower.
A horrible matchup for tonight. I think it's a terrible matchup following yesterday.
Yes.
Just because Zane's so much more decisive.
I
So
like that.
aggressive.
She is decisive.
Yeah, she's playing big. She's just like, if you're going to give me these loopy nonsense, I'm going to hit my forehand big. And that's what there was a moment where Kazuka threw a sky lob on the air. And again, that court 6 is right beneath us. Zane's face said, really? Like, you think this is going to work against me? Like, let's stop that. Let's stop that moving forward. You no more of those for you.
And again, Marley Zane, the only player here that I know of, at least on these 6 courts that have played for Florida, a team kind of like Stanford that has just had a history of success, not to the same caliber as the Cardinal, obviously, but she knows how to win, and she comes from a winning culture. And that's showing here, from winning culture to winning culture, right? From Florida to Texas. Marley Zane just unleashing. Oh, wow.
So 4-1 you see here for Apeak Kiram as she looks to force a third. You see courts 5 and 6 in the bottom left of your screen. How about that lob in the top left of your screen, though, from Kazuka? Not too shabby.
Unbelievable, really.
Meanwhile, look at it's a noose up Apeak Kiram.
It is.
She's been at the net, what? I don't want to say half of the points that she's won, but she's approaching the net about every other ball.
You know what's refreshing, Alex, is seeing how much girls are being rewarded for coming in.
Sure.
I mean, this is something that it kind of went out of style for a hot minute, aka my entire tennis career. And now it's back and better than ever. And girls are actually improving their transition game so much so that they can move forward and finish points. Because that's the thing, is we always want to move forward in women's college tennis because it looks like we're being aggressive. But I don't know. It doesn't just look like these girls are being aggressive. They're finishing the point. They're being aggressive. They're doing the thing.
We'll see what the adjustment here is for Zainalova to just get things back on her terms. And still has a fairly comfortable lead here on 3. As we look across the board here, still very early in all of our second sets. Again, 3 first sets to Iowa State, 3 first sets to Texas. Iowa State taking the doubles point. And by the way, we've still yet to see a team come back after dropping the doubles point here this weekend.
I mean, will Texas be the first tonight?
They'll need to be if they want to go back to the semifinals here.
Correct. And of course, most likely maintain that #1 ITA ranking that they currently.
No, they'd probably have to win it, right?
I agree.
No, not probably. They have
do.
To win it. Yeah,
Because
the winner of this weekend will be the #1 team.
Correct.
Even Iowa State, for the record.
Which is a pretty special idea.
100%. I mean, they've beaten Vanderbilt, Texas, Georgia. Who waits the winner of this one?
Correct.
And then hypothetically a UNC or a Texas A&M,
right?
Or Michigan. Yeah, that's #1 team worthy for me.
Yeah.
As we see again. Apeak Kiram continuing to pressure sophomore opponent. Zainalova. Meanwhile, right now I'm looking at these scoreboards. No separation in these second sets, other than on court 3. Everything's still on serve. One break here.
Now, quick update here. Anna Campana 1 game away. Now up 5-love against Heba Sheikh in 6 single spot. Pepperdine leads Virginia 3-1.
Do we want to watch the ending of that?
I do.
All right. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, if you can get us to a split screen, keep court number 3 here at Nordstrom. Let's go to court 6. Court 6 at Seattle Tennis Club. Anna Campana, the transfer from Wake Forest. Chance to give Pepperdine a hard-fought 4-1 win over Virginia.
And again, Virginia, not a team that entered this weekend as a weak team necessarily, but has shown the business a little bit. First by Michigan and now by a tough Pepperdine team with 7 players, all 7 contenders on any given day.
Winners, by the way, of that Pepperdine match. Winner's going to play Auburn, loser's going to play San Diego. All right, you see court 6 now in that bottom left portion. Anna Campana. 5-love lead on Heba Sheikh. Yeah, we'll make that the big one. Shout out to you, super producer Daniel Westhoff. Gets us to a quick split screen, as only he can. Apeak Kurum with a deuce point break point chance for 5-1. Again, court 4, we talked about this earlier, has got that 7-6 energy. Court 3's got that win the first set, 6-love, lose the second set, 6-1 energy.
It does. That's so accurate. That's exactly what it has.
What happened to Guzman earlier today versus Kowalski?
Yes.
Who played it for Stanford? Blake goes 3 sets.
Blake
there.
went 3 sets.
Yeah,
right.
sure. With Emma Jackson.
With Emma Jackson, yes.
And it speaks to, again, the nature of these matches. The separation between these teams are just so minimal.
Correct.
Deuce point coming up here. Apeak Kurum.
And Anna Campana 3 points away from handing Pepperdine its first win of the weekend here in Seattle. Again, that is Seattle Tennis Club, where these 2 teams are currently playing. The Waves versus the Cavaliers. Wow. Ripped down one.
Meanwhile, as you see, Zainalova did get the hold for 2-4. For what it's worth, Tessapor Naklo, the only other break right now in set number 2 here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. Naklo, after dropping the first 6-4, now up a 3-love lead here in set number 2.
And Campana, 30-15 now.
Meanwhile, you see...
And now it's 40-15.
Match points.
Campana.
Not done yet. Match point number 1 fought off
by Heba Sheikh. Heba Sheikh in the 6th spot for UVA. Again, Melody Collard played in that spot yesterday and winning her match, but today it is Hiba Shake. 2 more chances right now for Anna Campana in this game. To give UVA, to give Pepperdine rather, big win. Yeah, that's big. Hiba Shake, keeping the Cavs in it. Love to see it.
Meanwhile, again, Apeak Kurum looking to make it a 3-setter on 3. And just continue to expand the pathways to victory for Iowa State. I don't know if Iowa State's ever beaten Texas in program history.
Not that I know of, but Alex, I will defer to you.
Has to have been a while.
I agree. Cavaliers stay in it. Hiba Shake makes it 5-2.
Yeah, why not ask the question as we go to the changeover there now.
And again, Pepperdine, though, seems to have a lot of ways to 4 here. They're already at 3. Lisa Czar up 4-1 against Natasha Subash in the 3rd set. 4-1 deuce point currently.
Ooh, we actually have 5-1, not 5-2. I think they, something about the scoreboard there.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, 5-1. So now Campana serving for the match. Meanwhile, you see 5-2. Apeak Kurum in command here. Let's go over to court number 5, please. Court number 5 over at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. As right now, I'm hearing a lot of noise coming from the direction of this court. And it's the 2 coaches, Justin Butch, Julian Zlobinski, who are sending all of their positive energy towards Nicole 5, or freshman Nicole Rivkin out of Germany, who is down a break. She's gotten it back versus Kabizis. And clearly this is one they've circled as we cannot lose this in straights.
Absolutely.
That would be an upset.
Absolutely.
So we're watching it at 5 very, very closely. Meanwhile, again, Anna Campana, 5-1 lead. I believe she's now 2 points away. Yep, 2 points away from giving Pepperdine 4-1 victory, setting up a matchup tomorrow against Auburn. You know what time it is, Westhoff. Slow clap it up. Give me the graphic.
Three more chances for Anna Campana to give the Waves a 4-1 win over the Cavaliers.
There it is.
That does it.
And that's a huge win for Anna Campana, who had struggled in singles since joining this Pepperdine squad. But Pepperdine, 4-1 winners. They advance at the Seattle Tennis Club. So 1 match to go over there at STC. That'll be our final quarterfinal. Michigan taking on North Carolina. As soon as I get the start time from Justin, I will let all of you here on the broadcast know. We'll have that for you momentarily, of course.
Meanwhile, here at Nordstrom Tennis Center, tensions are high. This match is just going and going and going, right? I mean, high-level tennis that we're seeing here between both the Iowa State Cyclones and the Texas Longhorns.
And you call me the authority on certain things brain-wise. I disagree with your assessment. Nevertheless, you know who's certainly going to be the authority on Texas? Longhorn Forever, who tells us from 2009 to 2012, Texas 15-0 against this Iowa State team in women's tennis.
Thank you, Longhorn Forever.
Through 2023. Thank you for the correction, Matt.
Wow. Seems like we're just surrounded by college tennis knowledge here. What a privilege. Very cool.
So again, right now, this is a critical deuce point moment. Oh, she tried to sneak forward. It didn't work. You see the fist pump from assistant coach Justin Butch. 4-3 now. Rivkin, her first lead of the match in any set.
That's huge. That is really huge, looking at the scoreboard as a whole.
And why do you bring that up? Because, of course, at the number 3 position now, break of serve leads to the set. So Anna Apeak forces a 3rd-on-3. Texas only won 3 first sets. One of those first set leads dissipates, evaporated via the efforts of Anna Apeak. And so, justifiably so, Westhoff has taken us to court number 6. I would ask, can you give us a split screen? Can we go 6 in the main, 1 and 5 in the crosses? Like I use the tennis stringing term.
Oh, of course. I hear you, Alex.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Just wanted to make sure people know.
Of course.
When I'm saying stupid things, it's intentional.
Alex, did you string your own rackets growing up?
No. Come on.
That's fair.
I still don't know how to grip a racket.
Alex.
Well, hold on. If you were as charming as me, would you ever not use
I
that
guess
charm?
everyone would just do things for you,
smile,
right?
Say please.
Right. Okay. Can't relate. My coaches in college made me learn to grip my own racket. I was very unhappy about it, but I did it.
I just thought, but you're so good at it. I know I'll never do it this well. Please.
Yeah, people would definitely do it when you tell them that.
They're like, please.
I could completely see that. Yes. Well, not everyone is as charming as Alex Gruskin.
The most embarrassing it's ever been is, of course, we go split screens here, and I apologize. I was once playing a match, and my grip is a summer day. My grip just like exploded, and I was like, "Hey," I apologize to my opponent. I was like, "I can grip this, or it would be a lot faster if you don't mind doing it for me, because you clearly know how to do it." And he did it. And he did it.
Did you win?
I did. I felt so bad.
You won the match?
Yeah, I was like, I felt so horrible.
Alex, no, Alex.
I was like, thanks, man. You're the best. So again, we do have the official start time. Shout out to Justin. 7 p.m. Pacific start. So 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific start. 35 minutes from now, we'll have Michigan, UNC, Seattle Tennis Club, our final match of the night. Here on Cracked Racquets Broadcast Day 2. Meanwhile, you see Zane just trying to get a point on the board for this Texas team. Anything to get the rally going.
Gia Kazuka just doing everything she can to hang in. Let's see. 3 points to take this game. 4 points, rather. 4 chances to take this game. And she does it. 4-2.
Not too shabby at all.
Again, can Texas hang with Iowa State's hang? That is the question.
Can they hang with the hang?
Can they hang with the hang?
It's a great question. As Iowa State has lingered, they've made this match extraordinarily physical. And you see, by the way, Tassaporn Naklo, 4-2 lead. She's trying to force a third. Only one match appears like it's 2 matches. Look like they're headed straight sets. Those are the matches on 2 and 6. Yeah, that decisiveness, that's been the difference here today. Zane's just so willing and so successful moving forward.
Yes.
And with all due respect, I just don't know what Kazuka can do to hurt her.
No, I'm actually, if I was a coach watching this match, I was happy. If I was Boomer, I'd be happy with Kazuka's performance. She's doing everything she can to hang in here with Zane, who's just a bit too overpowering today. Zayna, transfer from Florida, going from Florida to Texas, 2 outdoor programs, playing great indoor tennis today. Have to tip your hat to Zane for that.
Meanwhile, again, we're watching that matchup on court 5, a huge deuce point coming up as Nicole Rivkin has kind of quietly gathered all the momentum. All right, that's tough.
Maybe we should make 5, 6.
That's really good fighting here from Kazuka. As you see the long deuce point on 5. It goes the way of Cabezas. And there's a long yell there from Cabezas, not only to head coach Boomer Saya, but that was directed at volunteer assistant Julian Sablinski, saying, "Oh, you think you're loud? You're not helping. I'm coming after your player."
I like it.
I love the energy.
Yes.
This is a match. Now we're talking.
You know what's cool also is that Iowa State seems to have individual energy, right? Like they're not necessarily feeding off one another. It's more that each player is bringing their own energy, and that's creating this atmosphere.
It's a little bit of both.
Yes.
It's a little bit of both.
Yeah, both. Mm-hmm.
It's certainly not a unified effort. They're not all doing the same thing, but it's that collective energy. They just bring so much of it.
Right.
So you see,
dare I say, the generic coaches'
Well,
advice to play for one another. We see that the Iowa State Cyclones seem to be doing that.
It's the Oklahoma model.
It is.
It's, and mockery is the most sincere form of flattery, of course. But everyone saw what Oklahoma did last year. Just the energy, the collective nature of the team.
And again, even the Cyclones repping the red that looks like Oklahoma.
Exactly, and I got to see it a couple times in the conference.
Mm-hmm.
And just think that's what this Iowa State team is doing to take themselves to the next level. What Marley Zane continues to do is just approach shot line, approach shot cross, volley winner. She's up 6-2, 5-2, closing in on the victory. Let's just make court 6, court 2. You can leave the other 2 on screen right now. I know there's currently the changeover on 1, but we're back on serve there in that second set. I do want to go to court number 2 because court 6 is for Texas what court 2 is for Iowa State. These are now just musts. These are ones, if you're the coaches, you've been scoreboard watching, you say, all right, we're dropping 6, but we're taking 2, or we're taking 6, but we're dropping 2.
Absolutely.
Right?
And shout out to the line judges really quickly. We see one of the refs getting a drink of water. They've been talking and working all day along with us.
14 hours, baby.
Yeah, let's go.
Of course, while we're giving shout-outs, now feels like a good time to give a shout-out to our friends at the USTA. Huge supporters, I should say, and sponsors of all things ITA. Look, there's more tennis to play, skills to hone, fun to be had. Go to USTA.com. Become a USTA member today. All these players at some point, you imagine, filtered through a USTA event or 2, whether on the junior or pro circuit. Of course, right now we're watching Obi Kaduru. Taking on Charlotte Shavathappan. Shavathappan, a former blue chip, of course, part of that super sensational. I think they were called, what, the Fab Five at the time. It was Stearns, it was Collins, it was Rapaloo, it was Shavathappan, Lulu Sun.
And speaking of Collins, am I correct? Is Kylie C in the chat? Let's go, Charlotte. Is that Kylie Collins?
Yeah.
If it is, hi, girl. What's up?
Gotta check out what the crew's doing, right?
Of course. Love to see it. Kylie Collins now at LSU.
Of course. Give a huge shout out to anyone joining us here on our broadcast. Alex Gruskin, Terry Shinen here. Really grateful to have the opportunity to be here, find out who are the best of the best in college tennis during this 2023 season. All right, it's a deuce point on 2. Westoff, can you do me a favor and make court number 1 court number 4, please? I'll explain why in a second. It is Kylie.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Thank you for watching. Well, we're seeing Charlotte try to take this deuce point here. Come back in the second, down 4-2, and that is not going to do it.
6-2, 5-2 lead.
Kylie does say get the shovel out because Char is digging. She does look like she's digging. You never know. She's down but not out. Charlotte Shavathappan at number 2 spot for the Longhorns.
So let's make 4 number 2, please. 4 goes into that number 2 spot. Here's why we have these 3 matches up on your screen. Your 2-time defending NCAA team champs, Texas Longhorns, they're facing the brink of elimination. And there is now a clear-cut path to 4 points. Iowa State routine doubles decision, right? 2-6, 2 sets, courts 1, court 2. We'll now look at what we have on the board. 6-3, 4-2. You've got the lead over on court number 4. That, of course, is Pavlichova, the junior, for Iowa State. Meanwhile, court number 2, Obi with the 6-2, 5-2 lead. She's 1 game away. And then last but certainly not least, court number 5 for Sophie Cabezas. She just broke for 6-1, 5-4. So Iowa State's 1 game away on courts 2 and 5. They're 2 games away on court number 4. These are all the first sets that they've won. They have protected those leads. Are we not talking about it enough? Are the top seeds about to go down?
I mean, Alex, I feel like we were low-key building up to this, and then all of a sudden the moment is kind of here. It could be here.
And we are going to miss it. I think court number 6 is actually 1-all overall. I'm so sorry to the Zane family, Marley Zane, who, I want to be clear, that was a beatdown on 6. Marley Zane has no business at the number 6 single spot if she's going to play that aggressively, that well. It's 1-all overall. That was just, again, a gorgeous, gorgeous tennis from Zane, was it not?
Absolutely. And I hope that we did give Zane enough credit for the tennis that she's played since dropping the first set in her singles match yesterday, dropping the first set 7-6, and then ever since then just dominating in all 4 of these sets.
You're so right. You could tell whatever happened after she lost.
She took her parka and she left. And then she came back. And I mean, I wish I could take my parka, leave, and come back and become that player that Marley Zane became.
I'm a parka away from being a pro tennis player. That's what I'm learning.
I mean, Alex, I'm in a parka right now, but I don't really feel the difference.
Funny.
Wow, we see. Look at all this. College tennis in the house. Victoria Flores, Jess, Kyle, tuning in from the DR, loving all this college tennis. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We'd love to have you. Love to promote the sport, especially in college. There's something so special about college tennis, and Alex Gruskin doing an amazing job here at Crack Racquets of promoting the sport on the men's and women's side.
I mean, again, we had a stat earlier. Longhorn Forever, was that his name?
It was Longhorn Forever.
Nation.
Yes.
Let's ride. I don't remember that guy. We love you, by the way. Since 2009, this Texas women's team is 15-0 against these Iowa State Cyclones. 15-0. Right now, it's match point Kadlikova on 4. We're 2 points away from the match on 5. We're 3 points away from the match on 2.
Meanwhile, everyone, it's getting hot in here. All of a sudden, the temperature has heated back up. Alex taking the jacket off.
Yeah, it's both the tennis. It's also the fact that they have turned on the heater.
They have turned on the heater, but
I think someone heard our 39-degree rant.
I know.
We can't have...
Our rant was a little long about the cold climate, but that's all right. Here we are. Back on court. Big moments here for the Iowa State Cyclones.
Meanwhile, 6-3, 5-2 Kadlikova. Can you make court 5 the big screen, please? 4 goes into the 5 spot. 5 goes into the big screen as it's match points for Iowa State. It's the junior, Sophie Cabezas. Oh, come on.
There we go.
I don't know about that overrule. It's close. I defer to the chair. They've got a better angle than we do. That was tough. Tough call. But it goes the way of Iowa State. It's just one of those days. So Sophie Cabezas.
Rivkin just has to swallow that and move on now. Just cheer on her teammates. That's the only thing you can do.
That's tough. It's very, very tough. And again, it was very, very close as well. Tough for us to say.
I mean, but again, though, a match
Let's go split 2 and 4. I apologize. Go ahead.
Totally. Oh, no, I was just going to say a match usually doesn't come down to 1 point exactly. I mean, Cabezas earning that victory over Nicole Rivkin. And here we go.
Here we go indeed. Let's ride with this result. So again, Texas got their 1 point from Marley Zane. For what it's worth, Nicole Kieran, 6-4, 4-5 lead on court number 1. It's 1-all in the third on 3. So let's go here. 3-1 now Iowa State after that Cabezas match. No. 2-1. I apologize. 2-1. You're right. I'm wrong. But these 2 matches closing in.
Wow. Iowa State just needs one of these matches.
No, both. I was wrong.
Both of these matches.
Yeah, I screwed it up.
Never mind.
I got so excited.
Both.
I know.
I know.
Can't help it.
I know.
Can't help it.
Meanwhile, Alex, always the scoreboard watcher of champions here.
Again, Obi now serving for the match on 2. Kadlikova doing the same on 4. And in fact, she now has match points.
Here we go.
Let's go full screen 4. Full screen 4. We can see court number 2. We're not going to miss it, I promise. It's 15-all on that second court.
Oh.
Not the worst way to save match point.
Not the worst way.
Match point number 2 coming up now. Now let's go back to the split. It's Obi Shivatapan's too good. You're going to want to see both, folks.
I mean, the quality of tennis, again, this is all on our left side of the screen. My left ear is just popping with the sound of the ball off these girls' rackets.
point number 3 coming up for Kadlikova.
Oh my goodness gracious, everyone. Watch your screens.
You're not going to find better tennis down match point than what we're seeing from Malaika Rapalou right now.
Malaika Rapalou using her experience with the Longhorns.
So deuce point coming up. Meanwhile, Obi's got match point as well. So right now, right here, lost your last 15. This is the moment, Cyclone fans. Double match point. Somewhere Kylie Collins is smiling. That's a match point fought off by Charlotte Shavattapan. No, let's stay full on 2, please. Full on 2. We'll get back to Kadlikova. Rapalou did get the break, so she extends the match. Still down a set in 3-5. Kadlikova in control, but deuce point, match point, break point.
Kajirder.
Come on now. Oh, put it on Sports Center. It's Obi Kajirder. 6-2, 6-3.
The hands.
3-1 Cyclones. We go right to 4.
The hands. That takes a lot to beat a player. The caliber of Charlotte and the hands on a deuce point to come up with that ice in the veins.
What are we going to do for our power poses?
I don't know.
We got to think now for the Cyclone team.
I know.
It's almost
their
that
power
moment.
pose is actually just what their racket does on the court. That's just a huge flex.
And that goes wide once again. Kadlikova 2 points away.
Now, again, begs the question, can Texas hang with Kadlikova's hang? Don't know.
Let's try it again.
Are you kidding? 4 match points now for Kadlikova, Mishka Kadlikova for the Iowa State. All right, get ready. Buckle up. First to 4.
It's 4. She's fought off 4. Can Malaika Rapalou do the impossible? Or will Kadlikova send this Iowa State team to its first national indoor semifinal? Iowa State does it!
That's unbelievable.
4-1 victory for the Cyclones for the first time in program history. Iowa State is going to the national indoor semifinals. Strike your power poses, do your dance. Iowa State 4-1 over Texas. Perry.
This is the most incredible thing that we've seen all weekend. Do you agree, Alex? I mean, just the most incredible thing, because you know what? Still nothing spectacular from this Iowa State team. These girls, they just brought the execution every single point. Playing with purpose, playing with urgency. This is what you get for doing that.
Head coach Boomer Saya. A dream in the making. This Iowa State team pushed to the brink. 7-6 in the third, they advanced in the quarterfinals. 4-3 over Vanderbilt, and now they were 0-15 since 2009 against the Longhorns. This time, Iowa State gets it done.
4-1 over the Longhorns.
4-1,
4-1, Alex. 4-1
not 4-3.
over the number 1 team in the country, 2-time defending NCAA
And
champion.
ready for the big thing? 3 straight set victories in singles. 3 straight set victories.
We haven't even seen that today, basically. I mean, for goodness sakes, 3 straight set victories. That's insane.
So last year it was Oklahoma. This year it's Iowa State.
Similar colors, similar energy.
They've
Again,
taken the college tennis world by storm. 4-1 over the top seeds Texas. And I'll tell you what, why can't they beat Georgia tomorrow? Why can't they? This Iowa State team, they are riding the wave. Cyclones to the semifinals. That's match number 3 in the books. Final thoughts go to you, Perry Shinen.
send help if you're playing the Iowa State team. I mean, send help. Because these girls are going to execute. They're going to go out there from the first moment. First of all, they're going to overwhelm you with their energy in doubles. And then they're going to play tennis. And then they're going to start playing tennis. As you say, roll out the balls. Let's play some tennis. That's what Iowa State does. Every single one of these players I saw today, so within themselves. They're within themselves. They know their limits, and they're not pushing them. They're just playing solid tennis.
We've been in this broadcast booth for 10 hours. I'm wide awake. That's the adrenaline shot we all needed as college tennis fans. Iowa State, 4-1 winners over Texas. All right, with that said, quarterfinal number 4 coming up at the top of the hour. 3-time defending national indoor champs, North Carolina taking on the University of Michigan. That matchup happening at the Seattle Tennis Club, not Center, Seattle Tennis Club. And we'll have coverage from first ball to last for you here on our Crack Racquets YouTube channel. Again, that coverage starting at the top of the hour. That said, for now, for the incredible Perry Shinen and our super producer, Daniel Westoff. I'm your host, Alex Gruskin. You have been watching our Cracked Racquets coverage of the 2023 ITA National Women's Division I Team Indoor Championships. Let's go.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage.
Go to the net. It's easier.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing Apeak Tennis and Apeak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that Apeak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate Apeak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use Apeak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate Apeak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
Welcome back in, everyone, to our Crack Rackets coverage of this 2023 Division I ITA National Indoor Championships. If you are still recovering, so are we here in the broadcast booth. Madness unfolding in our quarterfinal number 3. Iowa State knocks off top-seeded Texas. 4-1 winners. And if that can't get you amped for this night match, certainly nothing will. And again, two of the biggest brand names in college tennis. You've got 3-time defending national indoor champions, 6-time national indoor champs. University of North Carolina, led, of course, by head coach Brian Kelbis, head coach Tyler Thompson, taking on the University of Michigan Wolverines. Wolverines come into this match undefeated. Wins over Oklahoma State. Yesterday, an impressive 4-2 win over Virginia. And as good as Jaden Brown there was, though, that's what you get with these Tar Heels. Elizabeth Scotty, 2021 NCAA doubles champion, along with McKenna Jones. I don't want to say she's upgraded, but here's how the circle works at North Carolina. Jones and Scotty win an NCAA doubles title together. Then in January, McKenna Jones and Reese Brantmeyer win a 25K pro title together. Now here in February, it's Scotty and Brantmeyer at number 1 double spot. Oh, by the way, playing above the number 1 ranked team in the country in Fiona Crawley and Tarson Gillig. Perry Shinen, what are you expecting here tonight? I'm expecting a battle.
Of course I'm expecting a battle. And I mean, the other thing about this UNC team, I mean, let's just talk a moment. Beating Pepperdine yesterday without Fiona Crawley. it's a little scary, regardless of whether or not you are Michigan, who has had a great start to the spring. I mean, whoever you're facing, if you're UNC, these Tar Heels, they play confident. Again, not having the most success in their doubles point yesterday, just barely getting it. But let's see. I mean, Michigan has also had historically not a ton of success on the doubles court the last few seasons, but this season has been turning it around. So I'm excited for this doubles point.
Well, that was generous. And by the way, you see here a quick start for this duo of Brown and Miller, one of the top 5 teams right now in all of college tennis.
I believe they're number 3.
Yes, that sounds about right. They've got 2 break point chances here right off the bat. Look, let's just say it. With this North Carolina team, regardless of if Fiona Crawley, the number 1 player in the country, is playing singles or not, you have to win doubles. You're just not beating them in 4 singles matches.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And even then, you might not beat them in doubles either. Scotty with the hammer. I love Scotty. If you've ever gotten the chance to spend time with Elizabeth Scotty, one of the goofiest people in the best way possible. And then just quietly has these weapons on top of everything else as well. And it's Team High Sock. Grant Meyer, Scotty.
We dig the high socks. Yes.
But that's a break for the Wolverines on 1, and it's this number 3 duo, Brown and Miller. They've been playing doubles together since they were in their teenage years. Can't fake that continuity. 1-0 lead for the Wolverines here on 1. And wow, we have a change in the lineup here for the University of Michigan Wolverines. Let's go over to the number 2 spot. Let's make sure. Sometimes things just get entered incorrectly, and we want to make sure that's correct here. So let's go over to court number 2. And let's check things out here. Again, court number 2. Andrea Serdon. Again, it's tough to see on that far side. That's certainly Nicole Hammond at the net. And it looks like Andrea Serdon back there as well. Serdon, Hammond, seniors.
Yes, that is Serdon.
For this University of Michigan team. Interesting. That's a full-on double switch for the Wolverines. And perhaps we got to keep an eye out for Lily Jones then. That's typically... Gleaner and Jones had been at that 2 spot. Serdon and Mary Kelly. Serdon and Nicole Hammond have been floating at the 3. So, by the way, on that far side of your, on your near side, excuse me, we do see Fiona Crawley. Fiona Crawley, the only player who's constantly hitting balls with one knee on the ground, right? Always in that lunge position. It's down like Saturday night.
Yes.
For sure. She's partnered, of course, the junior with sophomore Carson Tan-Gillig. This duo number 2 in the country. Their only loss coming to Chen and Brodus in the fall. Excuse me, their only loss in the fall to Chen and Brodus.
Absolutely. Again, we talked about using our legs in college tennis a little bit yesterday, but Fiona Crawley, perfect example of just getting low for every single ball. It's part of what makes her top player in the country in singles and doubles with Tan-Gillig.
Good eyes from Tan-Gillig. It flies, so 1-1. We're back on serve here on court number 2, or I suppose on break here. 2 starters. You see head coach Brian Kelbis working his way onto the court. All right, this is the surprise we've been waiting for. Let's go over to court number 3. Do we call this just Little Sister Gate here on court
I feel like
3?
we do. I feel like we do. Okay. Non-biased professional reporting coming at you right here. Alex Gruskin, Perry Shinen. My sister is playing tennis, and she is on the court. Number 3 doubles for the University of Michigan with Julia Fliegner. That is my little sister, Bailey Shinen.
There's only so many Shinens, right? So perhaps someone wondering.
Correct.
As I texted you a couple days ago, doing my research, and of course, again, this is tough. Known Julia Fliegner since she was 6. Brother Max, former producer here at Cracked Racquets. But of course, it's not like we haven't known Abby Forbes, Riley Tran for a while either. Tran, the junior.
I mean, of course. And
Forbes transferring over. 4th year, but still has 2 years left of eligibility.
4 lovely people competing and fantastic athletes. So we're excited for this one.
Yeah, and right now, Forbes and Tran, who earned the clinch yesterday, 7-6. In a tiebreak over Pepperdine to clinch the doubles point. They have run out to a 2-love lead here. Tran serving here on the near side of your screen. I defer to you, but I'm fairly certain it's Fliegner in the deuce.
Correct.
How do you say it? Shinin?
Shine.
You like that?
I actually am not sure, Alex. Maybe you can help me.
Bailey Shinin on that ad side. God, I feel bad. Can we just say Mr. and Mrs. Shinin? I hope you're all right now. It's a big deal.
Okay, I can tell you for sure they are not okay.
There, who I'm concerned of at the moment is Julia Fliegner with the strong cross-court volley for 30 all.
Yes, Fliegner and Shinen just trying to get on the board here.
Yeah. For the record, again, still early, but Brantmeyer Scotty got that break right back for the heels at 1. Just long off the racket of Bailey Shinen. So it's game points coming up at number 3. Pierre, you okay?
No.
We're going to go to another court shortly, I promise.
I can't breathe, send help. But yes, we have Bailey Shinen on the ad side, Julia Fliegner on the deuce here. And I mean, in fairness, Michigan has been playing around with this 3 double spot a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Saw Hammond and Sherdon yesterday.
Correct. And Hammond and Shinen are 3-3 on the year as well. So kind of looking for that lock at 3, if you will.
There's the hold for 3-love. Forbes Tran, as strong of a 3 doubles team as you're going to find. Again, it's a lot of All-American at the 3 spot. So let's put number 1, which is also on a changeover. We'll leave that there. Let's put 2 in the center screen then. Or right now, it's our only set on. No, we're on serve in a couple of places, but Sherdon and Hammond breakpoint chances to make it 3 straight breaks on 2 to kick off the match. And Alex Gruskin here joined by Perry Shinen. Fun battle here to end our night. Of course, the winner of this one going to take on a very, very talented Texas A&M team. A&M 4-0 in under 2 hours today over Ohio State. They looked as good as anyone.
Talk about the cleanest performance that we've seen. Definitely A&M.
You know what? Iowa State was pretty clean too. 3 straight set victories in singles plus 2 6-2 sets in doubles. I agree with you, but I'm just playing devil's advocate. Let's not say Iowa State didn't get a clean-cut victory.
That's super fair. I mean, honestly, I would label that more in my head as impressive,
sure,
but also clean. Impressive and clean.
So we'll put 1 back in the center screen as Carly Tangillig do get the hold for 2-1, first hold of the match on court 2. As we're just going to run a rotating cast, top left of your screen. Bailey Shinen, the freshman, serving. Down love 3 for the University of Michigan Wolverines. Meanwhile, 1-2, Jaden Brown, the junior, serving at that number 1 double spot here, center of your screen. We'll get court 2, where we're on serve 2-1 in that bottom left in a moment. Again, our final quarterfinal of the day. We know 3 of our semifinalists. It'll be Iowa State versus Georgia.
And Texas A&M versus
the winner of this. ...
That is the ellipses, right?
Yeah, that's funny. Great volley from Kari Miller. This team got so aggressive over the summer.
Yes. I love that.
Then again, though, you just have All-Americans everywhere for this North Carolina team in doubles. At every position.
I mean, doubles and singles, for goodness sakes.
At
Yeah.
every position, there's an All-American. It's crazy.
That is crazy.
And look, you can test Scotty, but she's gotten so much better at that volley throughout the course of her career. And let's be clear, Elizabeth Scotty and this North Carolina team in the Scotty era, they've never lost a match at the indoors. 3-0 in the three previous years.
It's unbelievable.
Only been pushed to 4-3 once. In what I and some scholars argue was the best national indoor final in history, 2021 4-3 over Texas.
You know what, Alex? As many times as you've argued that, I think you are multiple scholars at this point. So I would agree with that.
John Parsons has banned me from bringing up that match on his show. He's like, I know.
Volley battle on one.
I just want someone to call McKenna Jones and show her these Elizabeth Scotty volleys, because I swear to God, Scotty couldn't do that 2 years ago when she was an NCAA doubles champion. And it's just a testament to her continued development. The hands, the consistency, the aggression. She's really developed those instincts, as so many do throughout their collegiate career. But hey, so have Brown and Miller. Great exchange. 2-all here on one. It's really good tennis everywhere. 4-0, though, Carolina on 3. And again, the big thing here, as fun as it for us personally to see Bailey Shinen out on court, where is freshman Lily Jones? That's the biggest concern right now if you're a University of Michigan fan. Obviously, all the sources have been texted. But
Correct.
right, that you got to be thinking that in the back of your mind. Is this a lineup decision or is this an injury?
You're right. You're right. I mean, Lily Jones, who has been absolutely clutch for the Wolverines in her first season in the blue. Again, Lily Jones earning a top 50 ranking on the singles court, going 16-3 all year, undefeated until yesterday on the singles court this spring. And number one doubles, we're seeing 15-all. Again, the Michigan duo trying to take on the All-American duo. Elizabeth Scotty, the All-American. Reese Brantmeyer, first year playing for the Tar Heels. No doubt, little doubt that she will be an All-American as well at the end of this season. Love the unloading forehand cross there from the Tar Heels. That's going to set up any volleyer. Now, Kari Miller was able to get in that point. But in general, I mean, if you're unloading on your forehand like that, it's tough to defend for the Wolverines.
Yeah, look, North Carolina's just really good.
They're just really good.
They're really good. I don't know how else to say it.
Well, okay, Alex, this is fun. Compared to Iowa State doubles, how different
It's the power.
This?
It's the pronounced power. It's the flashiness almost. And I don't mean that to be disrespectful to Iowa State, because they get the job done. A lot of meat and substance on that Iowa State game plan bone. But with North Carolina, just like, oh, you can serve 115 to the body? That helps. Oh, you're 6'1" and you can just take one step and put the poach away? That helps.
The weapons.
Yeah, exactly.
You put your finger right on it.
And let's make 3 our center, by the way, as it's 4-0, 30-all. Forbes and Tran cruising in what we'll call the Little Sister Bowl.
Yes.
Shinen Fliegner for Michigan. I'm trying to think, how old is Bailey?
She is 19.
Okay, you've known her longer than I've known Julia. I assume you've known her for 19 years.
I mean, yeah, that I know of.
Yeah.
Maybe there were some lost years in there where we fought a little growing up, but
I think Julia and I are on like 13.
Okay. I have 6 years on you then.
Yeah. There's the overhead
Nice
from
over.
Bailey Shinen. So it sets up a deuce point, game point chance here on 3. Again, it's 4-0 right now. Heels in front here. They're also up the break from 1 love down, now 3-1 up at that number 2 spot. Still waiting for an update on Lily Jones. Haven't heard anything on our end. As soon as we do, obviously, we'll let you know. Interesting. They're going to Fligner.
2 back here at the 3 double spot. Shinen and Fliegner.
Shinen goes a hair long, so it's a 5-love lead. North Carolina on 3. Let's put 2 in the center now. Again, all they got to do is protect these leads.
Again,
and
Shinen
as always,
Fliegner.
no, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, facing a tough Abby Forbes and Riley Tran. So their job right now, as we know, Alex, what is the goal in college tennis sometimes? To not lose. They've got to stay out there, just keep the ball going, stay aggressive at net. Go ahead.
No, it's just to your point, where does this North Carolina team continue to separate itself from everyone else?
Correct. Great return from Serdan. Right in the body. Very smart. I really like the way that Serdan stayed on that ball, right? Her racket stayed on that return a long time, and that allows her to have the accuracy and the groundedness, right, to be able to redirect that return. I mean, that's just too tough. Probably Tangulig. (4-1) in the lead. 2 games away from giving the Tar Heels the doubles point. Putting North Carolina on the board.
So it is that 4-1 lead here for the Heels. 5-love lead on 3. Let's make 1 that center screen for now.
Again, Brown and Miller doing a good job of just staying out there, staying aggressive at net, putting pressure on the power duo of Brent Meyer and Scotty. That's great from Miller, great at the baseline. Now, again, that is what you have to do against a big doubles team, right? Just pressure them from the baseline. Give your net player, give your partner the chance to poach, the chance to be aggressive at net, because if you're not getting the depth from the baseline, especially in women's doubles, you're not giving your partner a good chance. So again, great tennis here from the Wolverines to make it 3-all on the #1 doubles court. Again, playing Reese Brantmeyer and Elizabeth Scotty. For the first time ever now, Brown and Miller have the lead in this doubles set. Meanwhile, Crowley Tangulig up 4-1, 2 games away. Forbes and Tran now up 5-love, but Fliegner and Shinen have the 40-15 advantage. So as you see at 1 doubles, that's the biggest screen here. Wolverines pushing one of the best doubles duos in the country here. Tied at 3, 15 all. Tough pick at the net there from the Tar Heels. Giving UNC the 30-15 advantage. Wow. That was a ripper there from Jaden Brown. Ripping the return, not afraid. Three all, 30 all.
So again, it's a good battle here. Will it matter on one? That's the question.
Exactly.
I do want to ask Super Producer Daniel West if we can. Let's make court number 1 court number 3. Fligner and Shinen have some game point chances here, but Forbes and Tran 1 game away from the set. And how about that? Fligner and Shinen hold. So they're on the board 5-1, but Riley Tran will now serve for the match here on 3. Again, Tangillig, Crawley pulling away 4-1 lead at number 4. At number 2, excuse me.
And during kickoff, we saw Fligner in doubles and singles just able to hang on. I mean, it really is sometimes about the hang in these college tennis matches. Can the duo of Fligner and Shinen hang on a little longer? Nice depth from the Wolverines. They take the first point of this game. Again, I mean, if you're Forbes and Tran, what you really want to do right now is just use your experience. Keep it simple, right? Keep it simple. Don't go for anything crazy. You're close to the finish line. That doesn't mean anything, as we know in college tennis, but you're close. So keeping it simple is most important. Nice and deep cross court. Push the Wolverines back and then pick it off at the net. That's the strategy. A bit overcooked from Shinen makes it now 15 all on the number 3 doubles court. Meanwhile, a deuce point at 2 dubs. There it is. Wolverines make it 4-2. UNC still leads, but Wolverines hanging on. Nice setup there. Fligner, Shinen. Now 30-15, just inching closer. You just got to survive one more changeover here. Just one more point, one more changeover.
Meanwhile, if you're North Carolina, you got to be impressed, right? It's the second straight day where they have dominated the first 20 minutes at doubles. Now, yesterday, Pepperdine was able to turn things around, in particular at that number 2 spot. Crawley and Tangillig were not able to protect their lead. You see Brown and Miller break lead 4-3 on 1. Brantmeyer and Scotty were so efficient yesterday, so it might have to be a different recipe today.
Absolutely. And I mean, we talk about efficiency, during the doubles point. That is so important because if you have a lead, there's a good chance that the Wolverines or whoever you're playing, they're going to have that second surge within the doubles point. We're seeing that now from Michigan. Wow. Julia Fligner.
Finding all the angles.
I mean, that could have been a tweener, but she chose to go with a backhand. I like it.
That right there is why coaches say, please don't hit the tweener. Try to do something else.
Alex, I feel like you were definitely
I can still make it.
I'm sure you can.
No, I feel more confident in that than my forehand at this point.
But I feel like you have a good tweener. That's the thing.
Yeah, one's instinctual, the other I have to think about. Yeah.
No, I peg you as a good tweener hitter.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, a couple of great forehands from Bailey Shinen to no avail as Riley Tran finds the line. And it's a good pinch by Julia Fligner. It's a better ball from Riley Tran. Match points. match point coming up on 3.
Correct. And Alex, we have talked about technically the advantage of not letting your opponent see where you're going to hit the ball. And Riley Tran does a really good job of that, having those 2 hands on both sides, but also just the way that she sets up for the ball. You can see her shoulders very turned before, ready to unload, but you're not sure quite where she's going to unload. So she's a good player on the doubles and singles court. And there it is, Tar Heels take the first doubles match of the evening.
Pretty comfortable 6-1 win for that duo, Forbes and Tran. They move to 2-0 on the weekend. Your early nominees for the all-tournament team.
Correct.
Should North Carolina continue to advance. Meanwhile, we go split screens now toward 1 and 2. The battle on 1's exactly what you thought it would be.
Right.
Scotty Brantmeyer, on paper, certainly as good as any doubles team you will find in the country. Now, we still need to see that potential actualized with real results. We saw it yesterday, 6-2 over Chen and Brodus. And they've gotten off to a pretty strong start this year elsewhere, but fewer than 10 matches together. Versus this duo of Brown, Miller, finalists at the ITA All-American this year.
Correct.
And you understand why. Still, the break goes back, so 4-all now.
Brantmeyer, Scotty,
here on 1.
Correct, the number 32 team in the country. So.
32 for Brantmeyer and Scotty? Yeah, that's in a month.
Right.
Wait till month 3.
Correct. But Brown and Miller with the number 3 next to their name, so.
Absolutely, 4-all overall. You see them getting out of their chairs on 2. We'll go back to the split screen now. Crawley, Tangillig, 5-2 lead over on 2.
Now Sir Dan and Hammond just have to hang on a little bit with the hope that maybe Brown and Miller could pull through with this. But again, it's deadlocked 4-all with the number 1 doubles position. Ugh. There's just no room for error against these Tar Heels. Again, Matthew Roca saying, Scotty almost wins more breaks than service points. Well, Scotty just wins a lot of points. Gotta say it.
Hey, it's a great observation.
I mean, that's why I'm paid the big bucks, right?
Good point.
Here we are.
As you see, we'll go full screen on court number. Nah, we can stay split for now. Still a little distance away, but Westhoff, as soon as we do get to that match point, be ready to go full screen should we get to the match on 2. Oh, yeah, it's a low ceiling over at that Seattle tennis club. Not a low ceiling, but not a high ceiling, so not as much room for the bump lob.
It's an indoor tennis ceiling,
yeah,
may we say.
Clearly, they are lacking the ceiling liners and official lightings of Sports Interiors, the official sponsor here of this ITA National Indoor Championship, because we know our friends at Sports Interiors would make sure that ceiling lining is lob-proof.
Of course. In California Sports Surfaces, the official court surface of the ITA. You see this green and blue combination on this court. Pretty classic indoor tennis one, but done well.
Oh, how about that?
The hands, that's the hands.
Good stuff there. And we go full now on 2 match points for the doubles point. Tar Heels looking like a 3-time defending champ right now.
I mean, and also Crawley Tangillig, number 1 team in the country for a reason. They did uncharacteristically drop one yesterday, but again, one of the top.
One sails on Crawley, who of course number 1 player in singles.
Crawley going
from the lineup yesterday due to a wisdom tooth issue.
Right, and Crawley going undefeated in the fall for the Tar Heels.
So it's match point 2.
Second serve for Hammond.
Well, with all due respect, someone hit the Staples button. That was easy. Pretty good stuff from your 3-time defending indoor champions, North Carolina. Now it's worth noting again, no Lily Jones, the freshman, out of the doubles lineup for Michigan. That said, I don't care who they played today. When the Tar Heels play this well, they're winning doubles points. They take 6-2 decisions on court number 2, 6-1 decision on court number 3. It's a 1-0 lead for the Tar Heels.
Now, Alex, I know you've talked to Ronnie Bernstein quite a bit. What do you think she's telling the Wolverines right now? I mean,
T-Swift, shake it off, probably.
There
right?
it is. Yes, we have the third pop culture reference. Alex Kruskin, you're too cool.
That's all I got.
So cool.
That's all I got, sadly. And so that's what I'm saying. Guys, it's North Carolina. Like, they can do that from time to time. What you're telling Ronnie, if you're her, is how many times have we been down a doubles point? This group, especially Serdon, Brown, Miller, Fliegner, Mesachorito, who we'll probably see in the singles as well. Last year, they dropped doubles points like it was their job. They preferred to be down 1-0, then up 1-0. Now you also have to communicate the importance of you got to come out strong the first 15 minutes, because if the Tar Heels jump on you, they have so much talent that they will suffocate you, that they will never let you back into this match. And by the way, if you're Coach Kalbas, that's what you're saying. Hey, suffocate them. Never let them back into this match.
Literally. I love that.
And does this Michigan team just like to stick around? I mean, again, really good match, really good fun. I think we've got a good battle ahead. If Ronnie's coming over, there must be some sort of lineup switch. Anthony, our head honcho, the man of the hour, too sweet to be sour. Given those final lineup changes, we'll wait for those to be communicated to us. We're going to step away for a moment. Westhoff, I'm going to ask you to roll a couple commercials. As soon as we're back with matches in play, we'll get back on screen here. Of course, some of you wondering, Washington right now taking on Vanderbilt, doubles just getting underway here at the Nordstrom Tennis Center. So we're going to take this opportunity to grab some water, step away. We recommend you do the same. 7:35 p.m. Pacific, 10:35 p.m. Eastern. Never too late in the day for some extraordinary college tennis. That's what we have for you today. That's what we've had for you all weekend. We will continue to have it coming up over the next few hours, as well as our Cracked Racquets coverage of this ITA Division I Women's National Team Indoor Championships continues in just a moment.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out. Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer. Tennis Point. Advantage you.
Introducing Apeak Tennis and Apeak Coach. Everything tennis players need to become mentally tough, both on and off the court. And everything coaches need to help players reach their full potential. Because we are extremely confident that Apeak does work, we are offering free 1-month split testing to validate Apeak's effectiveness when implemented correctly. With split testing, we'll have half your players use Apeak, while the other half does not. Then, we'll conduct pre- and post-testing to demonstrate Apeak's value. To take advantage of this offer, email us at apeak@apeak.com.
Tennis. What does it mean to you? Everything? Us too. For fun. For health. For life. Tennis Point. Get the gear your game needs.
Go to the net, it's easier.
So at Oklahoma State, we've always prided ourselves on having one of the premier tennis facilities in the country. One of the aspects that wasn't living up to that was our indoor lighting, and so we partnered with Sports Interiors, who had the reputation of being the best in the business, and they were the easiest for us to work with. Dan and his group came in from day one and gave us a plan that would allow us to have the best lighting. And with us hosting the 2020 NCAA National Championships, that's what we wanted. We wanted to showcase our tennis facility as being one of the best in the country and being a venue that would allow us to host the best championship possible.
Tennis is superb.
Tennis is fire.
Tennis is sick.
Let's go. Tennis can change the world. Come on.
This is tennis too. Good morning.
It's my first time.
Not mine.
It's about time you play tennis like the pros, and now you can. Swing Vision is an app nearer the gods. It uses AI to track your shot speed and placement using just your phone. Opponent giving you dodgy line calls? Out! Challenge it instantly right from your wrist. Download Swing Vision for free and bring the Grand Slam experience home.
Adidas Tennis is bringing the fun and flair to the courts in 2023, and you can find the latest Melbourne collection available now at tennis-point.com, your online tennis retailer.
Welcome back, everyone, to our Cracked Racquets coverage of quarterfinal number 4 here at the 2023 ITA Division I Women's National Team Indoor Championships. I've learned the more I say it, the faster I say it, the easier it comes out. It's a little bit of a word soup, the title, of course, but these ITA National Indoors, home to 16 of the best teams in the country. Of course, we're at the beautiful Seattle Tennis Club right now here in Seattle, Washington. Alex Gruskin, Harry Shinen. We saw another routine doubles point for this North Carolina Tar Heels team. They flex their muscles. 6-2, 6-1 wins. The 2 and 3 positions respectively. And now they're flexing their muscles once again. Fiona Crawley back. #1 singles player in the nation. ITL American champ, ITA Fall Nats champ. She's 109 in her first 109 career dual matches. 109! We talked about this yesterday. I've eaten 109 meals. I would like more than 9 of them back, of my last 109.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Just to hear 100 in college tennis. For anyone, you say what?
And you're at the start of your junior season? Like,
well, that's the thing.
Are we saying the 2-century? Is the 2-century club in play? 200 career wins?
That would be insane.
It's in play.
Maybe, but it's in play.
It's in play.
Crawley has been kind enough to spend time with me and On the Rise podcast, and of course Alex with Cracked interviews, and it's been amazing to just hear her joy that she has being on the court. And unfortunately yesterday had some health issues, had to be pulled from the singles lineup, but today she is back and in full force.
Up 1 love overall here on court #1. Well, then let's go to 2. I mean, this matchup's just as fun. Again, one of the top, if not the top, incoming freshman this season, Reese Brantmeyer. Had some eligibility questions, not issues, questions in the fall, but they've been cleared up. Brantmeyer eligible, ready to rock and roll, earned a massive 3-set clinching victory over Pepperdine's Janice Chen yesterday at the #1 spot, of course. I mean, Brantmeyer has been a blue chip since as long as she's had a racket in her hands.
She was born a blue chip.
Yeah. A Carolina blue chip.
Of course.
Let's be clear.
Of course.
Again, I cannot wait to see Brantmeyer. I was going to say in person tomorrow. Might be a bit presumptuous.
A bit presumptuous. We will see.
Yeah.
We can say that there is a chance.
Well, I'm not sure if the backdraw match is here tomorrow or not.
I
either.
see what
and
you're
so there's
saying.
a chance we see them no matter what.
Fair enough.
I didn't mean in the semifinals. That would be funny. But yeah, there's a couple things.
See, we're not biased.
No, I mean, again, we spent enough time with this Carolina Tar Heel team. Gotten to know all the characters.
Again, we were talking about Brantmeyer's explosiveness yesterday.
Woo. Woo.
We don't even have to talk. I mean, that forehand talks. It said exactly what I just said, except better.
I know I have some traditions at the National Indoors. It's, again, unfortunate. It's been the 4th year I've been able to call it. Some of my traditions, obviously, 15 minutes catching up with Mr. Yarlagata, who I've known since I was 11, and then a newer tradition, at least one hug to Mrs. Crawley, who I've just gotten the chance to spend so much time with following Fiona and the Heels over the course of the season. I know Mrs. Crawley's probably at the Seattle Tennis Club.
Likely.
She's not watching right now, but I will hopefully see her tomorrow.
But if she is, she still gets the shout out. So, I mean, it's
they talk
best of
about
both worlds. You get the Alex Gruskin hug and the shout out.
Exactly. They talk about the Carolina family. It really is. And I totally get it.
And Fiona has told both of us exactly why she chose Carolina, and it's that family aspect. Fiona Crawley from Texas, coming up to Carolina, where she felt that really the coaches were so inviting, and the atmosphere of UNC just felt like home.
So 1-1 here, but again, you know who else has been around for a while in this Michigan circle, the extended Michigan family? Carly Miller from Ann Arbor. Grew up around this team.
And you know what, Alex? If I was to put anyone against Brantmeyer, I would want Miller, especially the way that she's performed this spring.
Perfect point. Again, Miller, a straight set winner yesterday. Jaden Brown, for what it's worth, for Michigan as well. They knock off a Julia Adams list, albeit still very strong top 2 for Virginia. Carly Miller, just a ball machine. Gonna make Brantmeyer earn everything today. High and heavy.
Right. High and heavy to that Brantmeyer slice. That's exactly the way to go. Now, I mean, the question, of course, will be two things. Can she sustain that? And can she find that high heavy to the backhand? Because with Brantmeyer, every time that she hits a forehand, it's a rip. So you have to be very careful with that.
Is that associate head coach Tyler Thompson there with a beard?
Maybe. Is there anyone else on the coaching staff that would be besides him?
No, because they're volunteer Charlotte Madsen.
No.
I love Charlotte. I don't think she's rocking a beard.
I don't think so.
Okay. As that ball goes long, game points coming up from Miller. I believe the Thompson family will be watching at home. To the lovely Mrs. Thompson. And I was raised well, so I can't call her Amy, even though I know that's her name. To the lovely Mrs. Thompson. Did you authorize that beard? It better have spousal authorization.
I like how you're just asking as if she'll answer right away.
I'm just curious.
She should just call into the Zoom and just tell us right now.
If that's just a renegade Seattle beard, I'm going to have to talk to Tyler tomorrow. We're going to have a team meeting, as you see.
Little West Coast
Kari
beard.
Miller, 2-1 overall here in the first set on court number 2. Let's head over to court number 3. Again, we want to introduce everything here. It's an early deuce point we're hopping in on court number 3. Battle of the sophomores. 2 stellar athletes.
I was just about to say that, Alex, mind reader.
Or we've been doing this for,
I mean, for almost 24 hours now.
Exactly. And that's into the net. So Fliegner with the break back for, is it a break back or is it a hold? No, she holds for 1-all.
Holds, right. What would you say to Fliegner playing a tango leg? Because to me, I see their games as very similar. And perhaps Carson has the upper edge because maybe she can out Fliegner. And
it's a little cleaner, I would say. Again, that Carson Tangillick forehand, technically flawless. But, no, I mean, they're both elite athletes.
Right.
You could argue, Fliegner is the Costco brand version of Tangillick. And I say that affectionately.
Of course, of course. But that is an interesting point, right? Because if I was Ronnie Bernstein right now, approaching this match, I would say, okay, similar game styles, you have to find a way to get Carson out of rhythm.
Yeah,
because if Carson's in rhythm, that forehand is just a little bit better than Fliegner's, I would say. It's popped up in bigger moments, so I guess that's why I would give it the edge. So find a way to just get her off balance or trap her down the middle. That's another thing. I mean, Carson's such a good mover. There we go. Like, exactly. Right. Like that.
Depth down the center, why?
Because then you don't give Carson angles. And also, Carson likes to move. I mean, that girl played high school basketball. She is an athlete. If you give her the angle, she might come up with an even better angle. If you trap her down the middle, you're not giving her those options. You're not giving her those angles right off the bat.
You force her to make a choice.
Correct.
It's a very good point because I agree with you. The improvisational skills, the instinctual things, that's what makes Tangillick special as a talent. Obviously has the athleticism, massive serve, great hands as well, all the other qualities you
saw
need.
that massive serve, right?
But
so
you're right.
3 points.
Dare I say, down the center, you force her to play tennis. You're just like, beat me with your patterns. Beat me with your tactics.
Right.
And that might be a little less developed. Meanwhile,
good setup, though.
That's a perfect point.
I mean, it was a perfect point.
Neil's Parade, set of my usage of Costco.
By the
You're not
way,
going to find a bigger Costco fan.
I was going to
than
say,
us.
I'm also
Come
a big Costco fan.
I would have said Kirkland, but I was afraid it was going to throw all of you listeners off.
Is that a Midwest thing?
Kirkland? Isn't that just the Costco brand?
Oh, fair. I thought that was a separate market.
Real ones now.
Okay.
Love that ball. Love that ball.
Yes.
Heavy cross to open up the space to go high and heavy backhand.
And again, not too far cross, as
Yeah.
we were talking about. This is going to take a lot of accuracy from Fliegner if she wants to really break down Tango Leg, but it's possible.
You know, Daniel Westhoff had never had a Costco hot dog before I cajoled him into being like, dude, you're over 30. It's time.
Did he like it?
I mean, it's a hot dog, but it's the experience.
It's the experience.
Yeah.
That's fair. Okay, I respect that. Kind of like here on the West Coast, going to In-N-Out if you can.
Perfect.
I'm not sure
Perfect
if there
analogy.
are any In-N-Outs here in Seattle, but not too far away in California.
So the deuce point coming up here for Tangillig.
Wow.
Oh, it drops good. All right. That's
Fliegner,
something.
She showed up to compete. I mean, that's a great passing shot.
Probably a little disappointed. Only the one game for her. Bailey shining in doubles. Fliegner coming out with a little passion here to start 2 straight games for 2-1.
Absolutely.
Sophomore earned the clinch yesterday for the Wolverines. 3-set win over Heba Shake? Or
Yes.
Sarah Ziodato. I think she beat Ziodato, if memory serves me correct, for Virginia yesterday in that clinch. So again, now we move over to court number 4.
You're right.
Cut that clip, Westhoff.
This is not the first time I've said you're right on the broadcast, Alex. He just wants one example.
Yeah,
of
we
when
get
I
to
said
get
that.
goofy. It's approaching hour number 12. Abby Forbes, of course, approaching her 4th year in college tennis. The All-American. Spent her first 3 years at UCLA. Going to spend her final 2 in Chapel Hill, where she's going to end up with that MBA. Not the worst way to conclude your college career, is it?
Absolutely, in the business school, right? And Abby Forbes, again, from North Carolina, so she has gone home in a sense.
Brothers committed to the men's team, if memory serves me correct. I
That's
believe it's
huge.
Matthew Forbes.
Yes, huge.
Forbes sprays a little long there. She's taking on Andrea Serdon. Serdon up in the lineup. And again, this is notable. Fliegner's playing, but you have no Lily Jones today. Who else are you missing? No Gala Mesachirito either. So the Wolverines facing arguably their toughest test of the season to date. They come underarmed.
Yes.
And again, we'll look into those injuries, figure out what's going on here. But
Right, and Gala has really been almost a lock at 6 for Michigan so far this spring, so that is tough. And Tennis Point USA has entered the chat. Tennis Point USA, the title sponsor of the ITA Tennis Point Collegiate Tennis Rankings, the ITA Tennis Point Summer Circuit, and the official retail partner of the ITA. Tennis Point USA says, happy Saturday, Gruskin. Happy Saturday, Gruskin, from Tennis Point
Saturday
USA.
to you, Parrot.
Thank you.
As well.
It is a happy one.
And I'm sure they'll send it your way as you see the 30 all coming up here for Abby Forbes. It's funny, this Carolina team now fully flexed, right? You do have all 6 of their starters. Actually, well, we'll get to that in a moment as we move to court number 5, who they pulled. But they're not full form. They're going to a slightly different lineup. Something, if you listen to our off-season conversations about these Tar Heels, maybe something you anticipated.
Well, you know what's interesting, Alex, is that right away, when I looked at the lineup, I thought it was fully stacked. And that is just, it's just showing the strength of this Tar Heel program, right?
And so we head over to court number 5 on the changeover. Deuce point goes the way. And we'll find out in a moment. Here's Nicole Hammond taking on Riley Tran. Can we go back to 4 for a second, please? Didn't mean to. I think I accidentally called for the jump. I didn't mean to. I apologize. As that 2-1-30 all pot committed to that game at this point. 3-0 Nicole Hammond. How about that for the senior who wants her playing spot back? Not in a negative connotation.
Correct.
But we'll get to that match in a second.
Absolutely.
Because I'm fascinated to hear your thoughts on that one, Perry.
Mhm.
But a 40-30 break point chance here for Sir Don.
Sir Don has not dropped a match so far this spring for the Wolverines, 4-0, heading into this weekend.
Played excellent tennis against Oklahoma State in the kickoff weekend, and now 2-all overall here on 4. And just quickly, we talk about, we wax poetically about this UNC team. Let's bring up the rankings now presented by Tennis Point. Of course, as you mentioned, Tennis Point, the title sponsor of the collegiate tennis rankings. They also sponsor the summer circuit. They're the official retail partner of the ITA. But look at this. Crawley, number 1. Carson Tangillig, number 9. If you descended further down the rankings, certainly you're going to find Forbes. You're going to find Yarlagadda. Maybe not Tran, because she didn't play too many matches in the fall, but Brantmeyer, I promise you, will be in the top 25 sooner rather than later. Speaks to these Carolina teams. This is where they're at in the women's singles rankings. And look at the doubles, by the way. It's just as laughable for these North Carolina Tar Heels. By the way, Tennis Point does send happy Saturday.
Thank you, Tennis Point.
Loved your podcast with Fiona.
Very kind. Well, as did I, and it was very kind of her to give us that much time.
I appreciate it. Can we go to the doubles rankings, please, super producer Daniel Westhoff, as we're still on these singles here. You see them on your screen. Doubles. Crawley Tangillig, number 1 in the country. They're number 2 on their team. Absolutely laughable. Of course, Brown
that
Miller.
That is a joke, right?
Number 3. Yeah. And for what it's worth, that duo of Scotty Tangillig, they beat the number 4 team of Brodus and Chen yesterday. So let's not pretend that they don't deserve to be in this conversation.
Absolutely. And Miller Rajecki would be here, contenders, but NC State did not make the national indoors.
Good point by you. So let's go to number 5. Actually, I think Nell Miller is out with injury right now. Just a random note to college tennis fans, because we haven't seen her in the lineup of late. So I did some digging.
As you do?
Yeah, as scholars tend to do. So we go back here to number 5. And so now again, here we go. Nicole Hammond, the senior, has played 3, 4, 5, 6 all over the lineup for the Wolverines in her previous seasons. She has not played many dual matches here in 2023 so far. Now, again, it's February 11th. We're 41 days or a little under, right around 40 days into this season. But, I mean, again, Hammond, we know what she's capable of. And she's got a test today taking on Riley Tran. Now, Tran dropped a quick first set at the number 5 spot yesterday. I believe she was taking on Nikki Redelick, but Tran came roaring back, took the second set, was up comfortably in the third. Again, Tran's looking to solidify her spot, too, with Yarlagadda, Tran, and the aforementioned, and this was the tease from earlier, no Elizabeth Scotty in the singles lineup.
Correct.
4th year out for North Carolina.
All you have to do is just look at the socks.
100%.
If there aren't 2 pairs.
Or the height.
I mean, either one. Either one works. But yes, I mean, Nicole Hammond looking to solidify her spot in this lineup, as you said earlier, Alex. And this Indoor Nationals, it is a good time to analyze college tennis, right? Because this is the time when these lower lineup players feel the pressure, because you have multiple opponents. You're playing your opponent, you're playing yourself, because you're always playing yourself on the tennis court. And then you're playing the pressure of lineup. Because when you're playing higher in the lineup, you could be lower in the lineup, but you still have a spot, whereas these girls have a little bit of extra stakes, these 5 and 6 players tonight.
Well, again, just to put it in perspective, Nicole Hammond, 23-10 in singles action last year, was her first 20-win season of her career, 13-7 in dual match play, went 7-3 at the number 3 spot, 2-0 at 4. So again, the pedigree's there. And for Riley Tran, we're 12 months away, removed from her being ranked top 20 in the country. We're 6 months removed from her qualifying for the NCAA tournament field, and now we're questioning if she will even make the Tar Heels the lineup this season.
Right, and we'll talk about the 6th spot tonight as well, but absolutely, I mean, this Tar Heels roster is stacked. I mean, Michigan is stacked too, but it's just the depth of North Carolina that's overwhelming. I mean, we've talked about this day in, day out, the depth.
Now, I do wonder if we're going to get a part-time Elizabeth Scotty this year, in the sense that she'll always play doubles. You're an NCAA doubles champion. It's not that physically taxing, but of course Scotty's had so many injury issues over the I know I'm the last person who uses baseball analogies, but she will be on a limited pitch count this year. Where it's like the over-under is, will she play more than 10.5 singles matches total in this dual match season?
Yeah, no, that's real. And I do cover all
Just need
sports
to.
as a broadcaster. So I get you, yes, of course.
That's why I went for it. I knew it wouldn't be lost on you.
Not at all, not at all. I understand it. I do feel like, especially in this match, it's going to be important for one of these girls to get the early lead because, again, as I said, we have that extra opponent of the lineup. I mean,
sure,
the lineup can be your friend or your enemy. Trust me, it can be your enemy, and we'll have to see. Have to see how these girls respond.
By the way, we saw Tran on the board there, 4-3-1, just to finish the introduction. And deep breath here, Perry. Deep breath.
I'm not
okay. Go over to number 6, Annika Yarlagata, senior, probably the most talented player you'll ever see line up at a number 7 spot in a roster.
Number 7. That is out of the top 6, Alex.
Since like the 90s Stanford teams were just like used to be jokes.
Right. That's real.
It's probably been that long since we've seen someone of Yarlagata's caliber, who, of course, Yarlagata semifinalist at the ITA All-American this year.
And ranked 18 in the country and was not going to make the lineup.
And comes off the bench yesterday. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, exactly. Go for it.
Off the bench, 2-0 yesterday. 6-2-6 love over Campana. I mean, again, Yarlagata clinched the national indoor title for this team last year at that number 6 spot. One of the few people to knock out Emma Staker throughout the course of the entire 2022 dual match season. But she's playing on someone, I don't know if you know her. Bailey Shinen, freshman. Maybe you've heard of her once or twice.
Can't say I do.
Out of East Greenwich, Rhode Island.
Interesting, yeah. That's a funny place.
Yeah.
What kind of tennis players from Rhode Island?
I don't know, but Mother Betsy, Sister Perry, both former college tennis players.
Don't know them. I mean, Alex, you know everyone in college tennis. Maybe you can introduce us.
I don't know. Your mom was Betsy.
Yes. My mom played
at
Harvard.
Yeah,
yes.
Sure.
And then played professionally. She was first team All-Ivy for the Crimson. She will definitely be mad that I'm talking about this right now, so I'm going to stop.
No, it's a tennis family.
It is a tennis family.
Come on, that's what this is.
Of course.
You love to hear it. Your sister's enrolled in engineering. She live on North Campus?
She lives...
Because she's an athlete.
She lives...
By South Quad.
South Quad, yes.
Yeah.
I knew when you said it, I'd know.
Yeah.
Yes, had the chance to fly in and move her into college, which was really emotional experience for me. Only just graduated a year and a half ago from Brown, so it was... Few tears were shed, but I was wearing a mask so I could kind of hide my tears. That is the positive about a mask. You can hide your tears.
As we see game point chances here for Yarlagata. Of course, we'll start employing split screen after this. A couple first sets coming to a close.
And now, I mean, playing Yarlagata, I would say just really see if you can step in like that. That's a nice point from Shinen, just getting in there.
You can call her Bailey. It's okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Because then it seems like...
No, I know. You do whatever you're comfortable with. I defer to you.
Okay. Well, I can call her Anakin Bailey, and then it feels like...
I won't call her Little Shines.
Little
if that makes you happy. We'll avoid that.
Little Shines is unfortunately taller than me, so she's kind of the tall Shines now. Matthew Roca says, International Tennis Hall of Fame in Newport. Well, I do know that, Matthew. I worked there the junior year of college. Was the communications intern, got to meet a ton of amazing broadcasters in this field.
Pete, your sister's got game. It's the only time I'll refer to her as that. Bailey Shine, because I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable, but to Nate Walrath's point, or whomever is representing Tennis Point USA on Twitter right now, first of all, good to see our dear friends at Tennis Point, of course, sponsors for so many different things behind the scenes in the ITA tennis world. But again, this level at 6 is ridiculous. That's a really high level start.
Well, I
for
mean,
Bailey Shine and Deuce Point coming up.
Right. I mean, the question for Bailey Shinen is, can she raise her level and keep it up there, right? Because it's just about maintaining that level. And we see these number 6 players often struggling to keep that level up, especially if you have a player who's 18 in the country playing in the spot.
Down the line magic. 3 winners in a row. Off the racket of freshman Bailey Shinen. That's why Ronnie gave her the call up here today. First match on the job. It's coming up against North Carolina. 3-2. We're back on serve here on 6. All right, it's time to work our first 3 box here of the day. Westhoff, give me court number 3 in the center. That's your closest first set to the finish line. It's actually Julia Fliegner. 5-2 lead right now over fellow sophomore Carson Tangillig. That'll be the main shot. I need courts number 1 and 2 as our side pieces. Crawley's got a 5-1 lead at 1. Brantmeyer a break 4-3 lead over Kari Miller at 2. So fascinating. Yesterday for these Wolverines, it was wins and doubles 1, 2, 3. With how things are shaping right now, it might have to be 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I
Still
also
way
think,
too early, by the way,
right,
for any clear path.
Right. And no, what I was also going to say is I think that in order for Michigan to pressure North Carolina, it's going to come down to timing today, because North Carolina, a team that can really steamroll. When they're rolling, they can steamroll. So scoreboard pressure is going to matter. I mean, you have to get the Tar Heels to start scoreboard watching. You have to start getting those numbers up next to that yellow M. Otherwise, North Carolina just will have the momentum and take it from that doubles point, which, again, came to them pretty easily. We see Julia Fliegner making her way into net there. Didn't even have to finish with a volley, just a nice forehand approach there for Fliegner. And Fliegner with the lead. 5-2 over Carson Tangillig. 15 all in this game. It's going to be huge for Fliegner if she can convert. Now the question for the Wolverines, who have had a great start to this 2023 season, can they raise the level and can they keep it up there? That is going to be the question among all 6 of these singles matches, because North Carolina brings such a high level of tennis when they step on the court.
So again, Julia Fliegner right now closest to the finish line for the Wolverines. Meanwhile, Fiona Crawley, top left of your screen, she's 2 points away on Jaden Brown, 15-30 in the Brown service game. 5-1 lead for Crawley overall. It's actually now a set point. Can we make 1 the full screen? Or make 1 the big screen, excuse me? Whichever's quicker for you, Westhoff, as it's set points coming up for Crawley. And we'll get that up for you now. He's the best, isn't he?
I mean, all day, every day.
Good serve. Gonna need some free points if you want to take out Crawley.
Absolutely. The Wolverines just seeing if they can grab onto this match, any match, any one of these 6 singles matches, and just grab on, hold on. Again, Crawley up 5-1 in the 1 spot. Brantmeyer up 5-3. Fliegner, number 3 singles. So that's where Wolverine fans are going to want to look right now, is Fliegner, the only Wolverine with an early definitive lead. Now Fliegner 5-2 over Carson Tangillig. Tangillig with a 40-15 advantage, though. Crawley does it. So that's 6-1 first set for North Carolina on the board.
So Crawley takes that. Let's make court number 1 then court number 4. That's Abby Forbes. 4-3 break lead on Andrea Stradan. By the way, Hammond was up 3-love. Riley Trans come roaring back. 3-all now on court number 5.
We saw that yesterday. Watch Riley Tran's comeback ability. I mean, really good comeback ability. And also those 2 hands on both sides. I feel like Riley Tran can be pushed back a little bit with her footwork, but yesterday Alex and I started to see her step in that comeback win, and again, watch that against Nicole Hammond. Nicole is a bit more comfortable playing defense, whereas I think Riley Tran is It's more of a confidence player, one that wants to step into the court at all times. Again, Fliegner up 5-2 on the number 3 singles court. We have a deuce point here. Fliegner with the set point. Gillette.
It goes.
And she gets it.
To Julia Fliegner. No apology necessary. Not here. Not the National Indoor Quarterfinals.
Playing the 3-time defending national champions.
Need all the luck you can get. So 6-2. Fliegner takes the set on 3. Let's make court 3 then. Court number 5. Let's bring back that Tran Hammond match into our lives. 3-all their first set.
And it looks like we have a slight argument at the chair here. Trannon, head coach Brian Calbus from UNC having a word with the chair umpire, but seems the dispute has been settled.
Yeah, I mean, again, hasn't loved a couple of calls, it seems early.
Right.
That'll happen from time to time. Hammond the 4-3 lead here on 5. Oh, let's go court 2 in the full. Court 2 in the full. Kari Miller 3-5. Deuce point coming up.
Again, Miller hanging in there, seeing if she can just put some more scoreboard pressure on Brent Meyer. Miller needs a little more depth at this point. Fighting on defense here, playing goalie. Oh, that's got to be disappointing there for Miller, who played a solid first set against Reese Brentmeyer. Again, Reese Brentmeyer, one of the best freshmen in the country for the Tar Heels. And Brentmeyer takes the first set 6-3.
So Reese Brentmeyer continuing to do her thing.
Meanwhile, at number 5 singles, Nicole Hammond, slight 4-3 advantage over.
Can we make
Riley
court
Grant.
number, I apologize, can we make court number 2, court 6, please? Court 6 is going to come back into our lives. It's just got to.
Bailey Shinen down 4-2.
Yeah, first set's on the board, 2 for North Carolina. They take 1 and 2. Michigan gets court number 3. So these are our 3 first sets remaining. We're going to leave them on your screen now.
Matthew Roca says, let's see some cracked rackets. Well, hopefully not, Matthew. Well, I don't know about Alex. I can't speak for Alex, but I, for one, am a fan of tennis sportsmanship, if possible.
Look, if you're going to crack a racket, do it with Wilson, our presenting sponsor here, the official ball, racket, and accessory brand of the ITA. I'm fine seeing a Wilson crack, because that's good for the brand.
What we should say, Alex, is that Wilson rackets don't crack.
Yeah.
That might be a better way to say it.
That's good. That's hilarious. Meanwhile, again, fascinating matchup here underway. We get a direct question for you, and as we throw the 3-box up, this feels like a good chance for you to answer it from Andrew Roy. Says you're doing wonderfully, for the record. I couldn't agree with you more, Andrew. She's the stud here, the true winner here on day 2. We say it was the Iowa State coming out party. No, it's the Perry Shinen moment here. Her one.
Kind of
how many fantasy teams do you have named one Shinen moment?
I mean, I guess now I have one.
Yeah. Right, that's got to be it. I mean, you're welcome. That's a freebie.
Alex, can we have a fantasy team together now? Because you named
I call it one Shinen moment.
Right. We can co-own it.
I'm in. But Andrew Roy asked, do you think UNC players' advantage and experience at this indoor tournament is more or less important as the tournament goes on?
Well, Andrew, that's a great question. I would say I feel it's important the entire time because for UNC, I mean, these Tar Heels just having 3 consecutive wins at this tournament. I mean, lifting the trophy on these courts 3 consecutive times. Now, of course, the internationals have been at different locations, so that does make a small difference, but I do feel like the confidence that these Tar Heels bring in every single match, I feel like it's equally as important each match. What would you say, Alex?
I actually think it's the first match. First match, in my opinion. That's the most important for these UNC players because when you walk in, you're the defending champ. 2 days later, everyone's in the semifinals. And all the puppy dog eyes and, you know, again, all the fear of the event goes away. And so I actually think it's round number 1 more than anything where this Carolina team is at their most dangerous. And again, I said this yesterday live on the broadcast. I thought UNC Pepperdine was the indoor championship match. I was fairly certain the winner of that one was going to win it all. I think that's when things matter most for this team. That's when they're at their scariest, right?
Right, and I mean, for head coach Brian Kalbas, leading a team like this, seeing the upside of this team, I mean, you have to say, pretty talented coach to be able to get this result out of Carolina for 3 consecutive years in a row. Now, the question is, of course, can he do it again? Teams catch up over time, but we saw throughout the pandemic, Carolina staying on top in this event.
So again, battles here at the bottom of the lineup. Big deuce point coming up on 6 if you want to make that the big screen quickly. Although we can actually leave it there. We don't want to miss it. All right, 4 all on 4. 3-4 now on 5. And again, deuce point on 6. Ultimately going the way of Bailey Shinen, so she stays alive. 4-3 on serve. Set number 1. Let's go full screen 5. Oh, no, perfect. You've got 5 on the board. 3-4 there. There's a couple changeovers on that left side of your screen. Court number 4. Excuse me, 4 all on 4. 4-3 changeover on 6. Alex Gruskin, Terry Shinen here. Our final quarterfinal of the day. What a day.
Alex, are we hour 23, 22?
Time flies when you're having fun.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. What it feels like is hour 1 with you.
Yeah.
Alex, always.
No, I won't lie. It's like hour 3. Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. I think we can admit it's been an hour.
We can admit some time has passed.
No doubt.
All right, so number 5 singles, Riley Tran, Nicole Hammond. 5-3. Hammond in the lead. So again, Michigan just looking to put the scoreboard pressure. I'm going to keep on saying scoreboard pressure because that is what Michigan needs to do against a team like North Carolina. Again, North Carolina currently ranked 2nd in the country behind Texas, which, of course, the team fell today to Iowa State. Perhaps the most surprising result of this weekend, but Iowa State has done nothing but surprise us all season. Iowa State has been building up for the season for a few years now, so it's great to see them getting some success. I mean, some success, taking down Texas. That's a little bit more than some success. Right, back to this match here, UNC Michigan.
Hammond has been in front this entire set, hasn't she? She really has been, you're right.
Oh, did that drop?
No, I wouldn't lie.
Oh.
That would have been just the dagger.
That would have been the dagger, the final straw.
If I'm Tran there, I'm shaking hands and saying, it's going to be your night. We don't need to do this any further. Yeah, we can stop there. As Tran just looking to stay alive. Again, we'll keep our eye on everything. Can we make 4 on the center? Can we put 4 on the center, please, now as Abby Forbes has break points. Oh, no, Abby Forbes gets the break 4-5-4. Sorry, Westoff. Got distracted there. So actually, make that 5 again. But then when Forbes starts to serve toward the set, we'll make back the big screen, of course, but we can keep that on 5 in a moment here for you.
I believe that was a bit wide. So Nicole Hammond just really pressing Riley Tran. And now we're seeing that I feel like there are two different Riley Trans. I think that is important to note that there's a Riley Tran who's 2 steps or 5 steps behind the baseline, and then there's a Riley Tran who's 2 steps behind the baseline, who's really just stepping into everything, taking balls on the rise. The Tran we see right now being a little bit dominated by Nicole Hammond, but I like the way Hammond is getting that depth. So you have to wonder, Alex, technically, maybe Tran, those 2 hands on both sides, getting a little late with the depth on these indoor courts.
Honest to God, when you said there's 2 Riley Trans, I thought you were going to say she actually can play with a one-handed forehand. I was going to be like, no.
Oh, that would be so sick.
I was going to be like, P, what do you know? I was going to be like, hold on.
No.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with your point, though. Very well said. And again, these are the first sets we're monitoring right now. 5-3 for Riley Tran. 30 all here for Hammond. I love you, court 6. I love you, Shinin family. Can we go split screens 4 and 5? Shinin now facing the 4 break point chances. Annika Yarlagata actually going to serve up. Annika Yarlagata is actually serving for the set now, so never mind. We got to keep all 3. We might jostle between who's in that center frame, but we're going to keep these first sets underway. Again, 2 for North Carolina right now. What point from Riley Tran?
I mean, give me a break. Sometimes these moments on court, right? This is not normal for any tournament except for ITA Indoor Nationals this early in the year.
Someone call Rolex. That right there might be your official timepiece of the day. Rolex, of course, official timepiece of the ITA. And of course, a shout out to our friends at PlaySite, your official live streaming partner. Got a really good, couple of really good questions right now floating in our chat that we want to answer in a moment. But again, this is a pivotal stage. This is one of those inflection points of the match, right?
I was just about to say that Alex Gruskin's famous 4 acts of a college tennis match.
Yeah.
I would say
This is 2.
this is Act 2. UNC has 1 Act 1.
And honestly, if UNC plays Act 2 well enough, they can almost bypass Act 3. Like if they walk out of here with 5 first sets, come on now.
I agree, especially at this tournament with the history. Again, can't say it enough. Going for their 4th consecutive ITA Indoor National title here in Seattle.
Nicole Hammond's on a mission.
She is.
That's an exceptional set of tennis from the senior. 6-3. Wolverines take it at 5. They needed that. It's 2 first sets apiece, but Caroline is in control on the remaining 2. We go split screens now, 4 and 5. 5-4, 30 all on 4. A lot of breaks. Defining that battle between the seniors, Abby Forbes and Andrea Serdana on 6. Yarlagata's got set points, 5-3, 40 love. Senior taking on the freshman, Bailey Shinin.
Sails just long for Shinin. So Yarlagata takes the first set on court 6. So doing some math here with Alex Gruskin, which is my favorite thing to do because I always need some help with some math.
Yeah.
We have UNC taking the first doubles point. UNC having first set on 1 and 2 singles. UNC is up at 4 singles, 5-4, but Serdan is battling back. And then we do have Michigan, Julia Fliegner, and Nicole Hammond taking the first sets on 3 and 5, and Yarlagata just taking the first set against Bailey Shinin on court 6.
Andrea Serdan will not go away. So 5 all. This is going to be your center action. Let's make this court number 4. Let's check back in on the top of the lineup, though. Let's go over to 1 and 2 on the side. So let's put those top 2 dogs. They'll be the side pieces on the big screen. We'll keep this first set court number 4. It is still the apple of our eyes here in this fourth quarterfinal. But you know, it's the apple of the eye of college tennis fans everywhere right now, Perry. I would argue it's that change to world tennis number. Everyone's fascinated to find out about the analytics associated with world tennis number. How will that change the sport moving forward? Tell me what you know, Pete.
Well, the ITF World Tennis Number is the exclusive official rating of the ITA and college tennis. So it provides a global rating standard for tennis players. Now listen to this. A new scale, 40 to 1. 40 is a beginner, 1 is an elite professional.
Okay.
Just like Alex Gruskin. The scale is for all players, regardless of age, gender, or ability. Players will have separate ITF World Tennis Numbers for singles and doubles if you're a player that's high caliber enough to play ITF events. Now listen to this. ITF events, international, 152 countries have agreed to be part of the WTN rating system, which now has 1.4 million with an M player profiles on worldtennisnumber.com. All college tennis players are assigned a WTN. I mean, I'm too old to have one, so current college players, as the ITA shares college match results with the ITF. You can find these for college players on the ITA's wearecollegetennis.com website. That is the World Tennis Number. And Alex said earlier, WTN, what your number? There it is.
What the number?
What the number?
What the number? Well said. All right, so 5-all here again. 2 first sets for Michigan, 3 first sets at 1, 2, and 6 for the Tar Heels. Let's just reset things a little bit. 6-2 set for North Carolina at 2, 6-1 set at 3 doubles, help them clinch the doubles point. Thoughts on the first hour and a half for the Tar Heels? How have they performed today in your mind, Perry?
Well, it's certainly been a Tar Heel hour and a half for
Sure.
the most part. However, I would say Michigan brings the fight. So we saw this at kickoff. Michigan doesn't go away. But I'm still thinking that North Carolina has the momentum. And it's just, I think Michigan has not been able to put the scoreboard pressure on the Tar Heels on enough courts. That's what I'm worried about if I'm a Wolverine fan, which I'm not going to speak either way. If I am a fan of the Wolverines, I would say, all right, not enough scoreboard pressure on the Tar Heels to really make the Tar Heels worried. Because the Tar Heels will compete, but they also have this third tier, right, that they can go into, this third tier of tennis, which that's when you start to see them getting tight, doubting themselves. I haven't seen North Carolina doubt themselves yet, and we'll see. We'll see. Only time will tell if Michigan can put enough pressure on them to kind of get to that third tier, that tier that we saw Iowa State so beautifully get with Texas today. Again, Iowa State taking a huge win over Texas, but Tennis Point USA does ask, do you guys see Iowa State having this type of breakout year? Did they add a lot of new faces? Well, Alex Gruskin on the Cracked Interviews podcast, you should check it out, has spoken with Boomer Saya about this exact thing. And yes, we have seen Iowa State having this type of breakout year. We saw it a few seasons ago. They were slowly starting to creep forward. And it's not just the faces that are on this Iowa State team, but I would say the experience. I mean, we see players like Tassapor Naklo, who's been a huge face for Iowa State, but also Obi. I mean, Obi is a player that Alex talked to a lot of other coaches, and these coaches said, if I could have one player from Iowa State on my team, it would be Obi. So Iowa State, yeah, I think it's two-tiered approach. The first thing is the experience. So not necessarily a ton of new faces, but just the, as Alex likes to say, quoting Alex a lot these days. Yeah. I would say it's the blue bloods over the new bloods on Iowa State, and also Boomer Saya, a coach that has been working towards this for a long time. Again, Abby Forbes from North Carolina, coming back home. Younger brother is committed to the Tar Heels program, so Forbes is also from a Tar Heels family. Has some UNC football in her blood as well. And thank you, Jay, adding not a single new face in the Iowa State singles lineup. And if anyone would know that, that is Jay Parsons, the host of No Ad, No Problem podcast about college tennis. Again, helping to grow the hype in college tennis.
Forbes once again serving for the set here on 4. She could make it an almost insurmountable 3 first sets for the Heels. Meanwhile, that's your center screen. Again, court number 1 right now. Tar Heels 6-1, 2-1 up. Court number 2, interestingly enough, for the Wolverines, Kari Miller's taking an early 2-1 break lead as she takes on freshman Reese Brantmeyer. I will ask, though, super producer Daniel Westhoff, can we make court 2, court 3? Let's make court 2, court 3. You're kidding me, Andrea Serdan.
Whoa.
You are kidding me.
Whoa.
That's a joke.
Andrea Serdan, friend of mine and practice partner from junior tennis, absolutely popping off here on the number 4 singles court for the Wolverines. And something that Alex and I have talked about, but something that I always admire about Andrea is how technically sound she is. From the first day that I played tennis with her, so technically sound. She's quick and to the ball. And you'll see that because she doesn't have all the height in the world, but she's able to generate power through that quick wind and unwind on that forehand side.
Meanwhile, again, you see the 2 set and 3-1 leads. Crawley at 1 for Carolina. Liegner at 3 for Michigan. Double fault from Forbes. It's another opening here. And again, if Andrea Serdan can take this set, make it 3 first sets for Michigan. Simply put, we've seen crazier happen.
Of course, we've seen crazier happen. I mean,
we almost saw Stanford
Alex,
beat Duke today when they were losing for 3 hours consecutively.
For 3 hours.
All right, Abby Forbes under pressure once again. Credit to Serdan here. Just not going away.
Now Forbes having a bit of trouble with that serve, you see.
She is, isn't it? It is the serve, it feels particularly.
It's the serve. Forbes used to playing outdoors. Maybe everything feels a bit faster indoors at the moment.
It's the backhand she wanted.
Right.
Not a bad miss.
No. Again, Andrea Serdan for the Wolverines, the senior. Talk about blue blood for the Wolverines. Serdan has clinched a number of matches for the blue in her career.
Only player who was a part of this Wolverines roster the last time they made the national indoors back in 2020. I think Hammond was as well, but
correct.
Just those two. She's honestly at her most dangerous on the full sprint. Serdan's hitting that on the run forehand cross. Shades of Emilio Gomez, the former USC All-American, current top 100 ATP player. If you know, you know.
Yes, that is a very cool. That is a very cool connection that you just made.
And so now it's Andrea Serdan with another break point, but Abby Forbes, I don't want to say it would be a nail in the coffin. You're not packing the bags and starting the planes, but you're starting to assess what wardrobes you should bring.
Absolutely.
For this North Carolina team. You're so right about the serve. Once you see it with Forbes, you can just tell the toss isn't where she wants it to be.
And also, look how she's hitting down on her serve a little bit right now. That's nerves.
Yeah.
Again, that once she's in a rally, just lethal from the baseline.
Once she's in the rally, she's Abby Forbes.
She's Abby Forbes.
And the All-American makes it 4 first set for the Heels. And you see the smile on Brian Calbus's face. Coach Calbus very much looking forward to the opportunity. And I would tell him this joke. We did an interview with Coach Calbus. By the way, let's just go split screens 1 and 3 for a moment. Again, those are your 2 lopsided results right now. Crawley, 6-1, 4-1. Tan Gillig, a 6-2, Fliegner, a 6-2, 3-2 lead over Tan Gillig. But in the interview with Coach Calbus, he was, of course, talking about the National Indoors, how important this event is, what he values about it for his team. And he said, look, I'm really looking forward because we always get 4 good matches at this event. I'm looking forward to getting 4 more here this year. I want to say, Coach, you're actually only guaranteed 3 matches. To get that 4th match, your team has to make the final. But, of course, to Coach Calbus, instinctually, he's like, no, I really love the 4 matches we play every year at the indoors because we always make the final.
It's been every year at the indoors. I get it. I get it.
You know, sometimes we lose to Georgia or Stanford, but it's always in the 4th match.
Yeah, it's fine.
And deservedly so. They've set the standard. I say it again. You want to know what good, not good, you want to know elite in college tennis, you're going to have to go through Carolina.
Absolutely. And I mean, the queens of indoor nationals, and as you aptly said, Alex, they've done everything but win an NCAA team title. So we'll have to see if this is their year. And we're seeing the girls right now without Elizabeth Scotty out here battling the Michigan Wolverines.
But then again, it's actually a little tricky. They should be happy, North Carolina. They needed that set on 4 because right now, again, Fliegner's up a set and a break. Kari Miller has flipped things at that number 2 position, so that Forbes set critical to just a little breathing room.
Yes, and we saw that with Forbes. I mean, the reaction right away. Now we'll have to see some quick note about getting tight on your serve from someone who has done exactly that. Is the set after, you really want to start putting a lot of first serves in. So Forbes, I mean, not that I could coach her with her experience and her success on the court, but I guess I would say, if I was head coach Brian Calbus, I would say, all right, first serve in, just take a little bit off that first serve. You got the first set, you have it behind you. You don't have to put as much pressure. You don't have to go for as much on that first serve because you don't want to have to be hitting second serves early in the first 3 games of the second set when really that's their time to get a lead in this match.
Meanwhile, shout out to Fiona Crawley. We saw that down the line backhand, folks. Don't you worry.
Fiona, we see you, girl.
Yeah,
we see
always.
You. Always.
I swear, I created the Fiona Crawley bandwagon. That's one of my flags I plant.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, we're certainly on that bandwagon.
Yeah, exactly. I think the whole college tennis nation is.
Right.
And it helps when you become first player damn near forever to put together an undefeated fall, as Crawley did, winner the National Indoors.
Correct.
Winner of the All-Americans, winner of the Fall Mats as well.
And the final point, perhaps National Indoors, we will see.
Yeah,
that is
TBD.
TBD. You're not wrong, you're not right.
Yeah. Finals doubles, too.
Yep.
With Tan Gillig at that Fall Mats event. Gain point, 2 break point chances here for 5-1. I'm not going to say it again because we've evoked enough Ariana Grande here, but that's just flawless tennis. Flawless.
Yeah.
From Fiona Crawley.
It is.
That's why she's number 1.
It is. Absolutely.
So it's a 5-1 lead now. Meanwhile, you see Julia Fliegner doing the same. Like if you're head coach Ronnie Bernstein, Julia clinches yesterday, 6-2, 4-2 up on Carson Tan Gillig. It was very unclear who would be the number 3 player for this Michigan team because Serdan, Hammond, Fliegner, Jones, Shinen, Mesachirito. You had a lot of options. Who's going to step up? Right now, through this point of the season, Julia, dare I say, has seized control of that spot.
I completely agree with that, Alex. I mean, the way that Julie has also been playing in critical moments.
Yes.
I mean, critical moments. She's playing with ice in her veins.
Well, last year they called her 7-6 in the third because that's all she did her
That's all
freshman
she did.
season. Oh, I mean, knowing the Fliegner family as I do, I'm pretty sure Dr. Fliegner, he was like, I lost a year of my life. It was not worth it. Yeah.
Now that I'm on the other side of it, watching these matches,
Miserable.
oh gosh, it's brutal.
I hate it. I mean, I love it, and that's why I hate it. Exactly.
Alex describing his job.
Yeah. No, I love the job. I love talking about it. I meant as a casual fan. I like, which I don't get to do in college tennis anymore. But like, I can't. I don't get how casual fans can like not get nervous.
Right. I mean, and we were talking about this, right? I mean, we're both nervous. I mean, I'm nervous.
Yeah, sure.
I had chills today after an earlier match.
Yeah. And that was before Bailey was playing.
I know. I know. I feel like I've reached a different level of not okay at this point in the broadcast. But again, checking in on my sister Bailey. Krails, Yarlagata 3-love in the second set, so Yarlagata only 3 games away.
I'm sorry. I've known her for more than a decade. When did Julia Fliegner get this good? That backhand down the line, special. She is flashing that elite athleticism that I know Coach Ronnie Bernstein has seen in her since she was a freshman, sophomore in high school.
Yeah.
And so break point chances for 5-2. Meanwhile, credit to Jaden Brown. She's not going away quite yet. 5-1, 15-30. Again, she's making at least Crawley have to work for it here in this final game.
And now Kari Miller only 1 game away from splitting sets.
That's why that Forbes set again.
Reese Brantmeyer.
Crucial Forbes set at 4.
Yes.
All right, breakpoint chances coming up for Brown. Breakpoint chances coming up for Fliegner. Westhoff, give me that double breakpoint graphic. It's been a while since we've gotten to rock just a straight up breakpoint. Usually it's a deciding point, a set point. This is just it's a baby break.
Just your baby break.
Yeah, it's a baby breakpoint.
Right. Hello to this graphic. We haven't seen it in a while.
Baby break. That land?
Yep. That's the thing. Was that in?
Yeah, she found the line. That's ridiculous. That's Tan Gill, the improvised.
Yes.
Yep.
No, you go, Alex.
No.
Yeah.
We saw it in each other's eyes. We talked about it earlier. Explain.
Tangulig is most comfortable when she's on the run. So there she was on the run, scrambling, hitting a shot that we all here thought it was quote unquote impossible or really tough. But that's actually where she's thriving. That's where she's thriving, is on the run. And that's so hard when you're playing a player who's so comfortable with those angles, creating even better angles. You've got to trap them up the middle deep. And we really saw that's why this is such a close match, is because Julia Fliegner has been able to execute so well. I'm sure Ronnie Bernstein saw that as well, telling her right up deep down the middle, just like that. That did miss a little long, but I like the miss.
So there's a little frustration. Still setting 4-3 lead on court number 3. We'll keep an eye on everything. Yarlagata 6-3 3-love lead. So here's what we need, Westhoff. Let's go 3-box now. Let's go court 1 will stay in your center here, as of course we're waiting for Crawley come out of the changeover here. Can we get courts 2 and 6? 2 and 6 on the side as well. Courts 2 and 6, the side pieces. I just like calling them the side pieces. I think it's hilarious.
I know you
for
love
me.
saying
For
that.
me.
It is for you.
I get one joke, okay?
Alex, I have not said side piece once, but
I know. I get one joke for myself, okay? Because that's the side matches. We're not interested. We want you, but you're not the main. All right, we're about to approach hour 13.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, it is. If you include the potting, it's hour 13.
It is. Right, we had a good pod this morning. Go check it out.
And we will actually be back tomorrow morning, an hour before play begins. You, myself, you, he doesn't know it yet, but John J. Parsons will be joining us as well.
Jay, if you're listening, that's your call.
You'll be joining us
You'll
as well.
be joining us. You'll be there.
Brown's not going away.
No. Love the fight from Brown again. We were talking earlier, Alex, about the senior leadership on this team. I mean, Jaden Brown just showing that leadership from all of her years playing for the Wolverines, and now.
And I have to say, on the flip side, so is Yarlagata.
Mm-hmm.
Yarlagata walks off the bench yesterday, puts together a 2-0 win at 6. She's up 6-3, 4-0 at that number 6 spot again today.
Right.
We talk about the depth for North Carolina and hypothesize about it. She's the actualization of everything we've discussed.
It's a great point, because so far in the season, we haven't seen her really come off the bench.
Yep.
And so now that we're seeing it, we're like, okay.
No, game recognizes game. And it's just, again, I think anyone who
Not that we have the game, but
No,
we recognize
exactly.
the game. I get what you're saying.
College tennis nation, I'm saying.
Yes.
Broadly, we recognize the game
Correct.
of Annika Yarlagata. That's set in 4-0 now for Yarlagata at 6.
Yeah,
Tough
Crawley.
spot, obviously. I'll say it so you don't. For any freshman to be asked to play your first dual match, and it's national indoors, quarterfinals versus 3-time defending champ UNC, that was going to be a tough ask for anyone.
Right, but I mean, again, a memorable